I've become increasingly disinterested in making videos on games that are either well known or already have amazing videos dedicated to them. I feel if I can't add anything to a conversation, I'd rather stay quiet. This has brought me closer to the indie horror scene, where some games might only be found by a handful of people before being lost to obscurity in the ever-expanding sea of new game releases. Part of the appeal of indie games is that they offer a much broader range of experiences than you'll typically find in the AAA scene. I find this innate variety attractive as I value new experiences, even negative ones. I also prefer to have no prior knowledge of said experiences that would otherwise influence my opinion, like knowing there's a plot twist at the end of a movie. Therefore, in the interest of fulfilling these two criteria, the vast majority of the games covered in this video were basically chosen at random, with the only real filter being what I can afford during Steam sales. Also, since it's a video on this channel, the games covered will either have been developed in East Asian countries or are based on or inspired by East Asian culture. I also did my best to find games made by indie developers, but a AA game or two might find its way in there without my knowledge. It's hard to judge a game's development budget without access to their financial data, so some of them were picked based on vibes. A possible positive outcome of this video is exposing more people to the potential of the indie scene and for them to hopefully buy the games and support the developers. So, if something takes your fancy, feel free to skip to the next review using the timestamps. I generally only discuss spoilers when they become relevant in the story, so just be aware that the more you watch, the more you won't experience for yourself. That said, I will probably be spoiling the games that I don't recommend anyone play from the offset. Consider that a favour from me. Again, there's basically no filter for what I'll be playing, so there's bound to be some terrible games. I do understand that games are not easy to create and every developer deserves at least some respect and appreciation for releasing a finished product, so while I may not like all the games in this video, I will try to find at least one positive aspect within each. I'll also be featuring a few other creators in this video, each of whom will review a game of their choosing. Some of them you'll already be familiar with, the rest I hope you'll come to know. The socials of each will be listed in the description, so please follow the links and help me show some appreciation for their collaboration with this project. And with that said, let's get on to the first Asian indie horror game. Alright, so this is admittedly a weird place to start. Shirime, The Curse of Butt-Eye is a 2023 game by Japanese devs 7 Tales and 100 Creepy Tales, who are also currently working on its sequel, Shirime 2, The Genesis of Butt-Eye. Interestingly, the only external link I can find for these developers directs me to a game studio / marketing agency that does not include either Shirime game on its website. Now, I know what you're thinking. Oren, who cares about the developer? What the hell am I looking at on screen? So I think I'll give you a quick Japanese mythology lesson. The Shirime is a mischievous yokai with the striking appearance of a figure bending over, but instead of displaying their anus to unfortunate bypassers, they startled them with a large, shining butt eye. The Shirime is generally considered harmless with only a desire to scare people, so I'm surprised to see it as the focus of a horror game. The game begins with an intro narrated by an obviously English guy. He mentions a dangerous test of courage that many have undertaken but only one has succeeded at. A test of courage to find the truth by looking into the eye of evil. He then reveals his girlfriend, Sharon, has gone missing after attempting this test. He tracks down her abandoned car and sets off on foot to find her, with only a vague map left behind. You're given complete freedom on how you want to explore this area before you. There are branching paths that cut through the dark forest with distinct landmarks dotted throughout. Landmarks like rundown buildings, makeshift campsites and construction equipment stand out in what I'm assuming is a public park. It's hard to tell though. After a bit of exploring I found a trail of lit candles, left suspiciously in the centre of the path. They led to a shoddily made altar, I guess, with a bundle of books at the base of a cloth covered cross. When I approached this, the cry of the Shirime sounded out from around me, but I couldn't see anything so I didn't know what was going on. Then it attacked me and I died. Oh, okay, let's try that again. Taking a different route, I came upon a church with a page nailed to a cross inside. I picked up the page and realised, oh, this is a Slender clone. Slender, the 8 Pages, for those unaware, is one of the most influential indie horror games ever created. Unleashed upon the world in 2012, this small game with a simple concept made one hell of a mark on the YouTube scene. I doubt you could find a YouTuber active at that time who didn't upload a video of themselves playing it. In Slender the 8 Pages, you navigate a dark forest with hopes of acquiring 8 pages left in various locations. All the while, the infamous and totally real Slenderman stalks you, becoming more aggressive with each collected page. The most iconic aspect of the game is how the Slenderman only moves when you're not looking at him, but if you look at him for too long, you'll die. It's an incredibly tense and challenging game that'll leave you drenched with sweat. So then we have Shirime, which is basically the same as Slender the 8 Pages, except not at all as interesting. But alas, with the collection of the first legally distinct page began my mission to collect all the pages from around the forest, whilst avoiding the cheeky clutches of Shirime. What I found quite annoying is that you need to acquire the church page before you can find the rest. In fact, none of the other pages will even spawn until you collect that one, which made it frustrating because I'd already visited each of the locations before the church and now had to return to them to collect a page that wasn't there the first time. It's not terribly difficult though, to be honest. Unlike Slender, Shirime isn't exactly constantly pursuing you. You can lose it in the foliage if you keep your finger on the run button, so there's less tension in that way. The game can be beaten in around 20 to 30 minutes on your first time and didn't leave me with a lasting impression beyond being a simple Slender clone. Although to call it a Slender clone is kind of an insult to Slender because this game has basically none of the neck stiffening tension and atmosphere that Slender has. I'm not sure I can truly judge it for that though, as it's clear from the crude pun-filled illustrations and, the literal ass monster that this game is also trying to include an element of comedy. The concept of a butt creature is in itself humorous, but I don't see why you'd try to make a horror game out of it. The game will either be funny and therefore not scary, or it'll be scary and therefore not funny. Finding a balance between these in a game this short is a very difficult task, and I don't think it really worked in this case. The game ends when you collect all the pages and you'll get trapped inside the church with Shirime waiting outside. The protag must gouge out his own eye in order to escape the situation and save his beloved. Shirime then claims the eye as payment and leaves for good. And that's the game. Not super impressive by any means. In fact, I struggle to even find a single positive thing to say about it. The general experience is fairly janky, the performance is pretty terrible for such a simple game, and there are many aspects that seem unpolished. One thing that frustrated me repeatedly was how poorly the monster stands out amongst the trees. I actually only caught sight of it once or twice because when it spots you it'll let out a high-pitched shriek and begin chase, but in this moment it's most likely still too far away from you to be visible through the darkness. If I hadn't seen the monster's design before starting the game, I genuinely wouldn't know what I was running away from. I died a few times during my playthrough without seeing it, so I thought the game had glitched. The moment at the altar is an example of this. I don't know why they didn't utilize the Shirime's shining eye more in the game. It would have made for a great mechanic where it uses the light sort of like a torch to search for you. Imagine seeing the beam of light scan through the trees around you before locking onto your location. That'd be so cool, but instead we see absolutely nothing until the monster's too close to escape. I find it strange that so little of this game is actually Japanese when the monster starring in it comes from Japanese folklore. The protagonist is English, his girlfriend is American, and the game is full of Christian imagery, which isn't necessarily not Japanese as they do practice Christianity in Japan, but I just think Buddhism or Shintoism would have been a better fit for a yokai game, There's also what I think is a Russian book in the car at the start. This game is all over the place. So yeah, Shirime the Curse of Butt-Eye was a pretty forgettable experience. Let's see what the next game has in store. Welcome to Kowloon is a game developed by a bunch of developers, I guess, released in 2023 and is based on the real-life location of Kowloon Walled City. If you're not familiar with the city, there are many fascinating documentaries to be found on it, but I'll give a brief rundown here. It began its life as a military fort in 1840, but after the Second World War it seemed to fall through the cracks of lawful jurisdiction between the United Kingdom and China. By this point, the city had become a refuge for those desperate and displaced by the war, and neither nation really wanted to deal with it. So, with nobody to govern, the city became a hotbed for criminal activity and less illegal opportunities. With so many people flocking to this city, they had to expand, but due to property limitations, they could only build further upwards. By 1990, the city, which covered less than 6.5 acres, had a population of over 33,000. To house this many people within such a restricted place, construction of new living spaces was constant. However, you can only build so far up before the foundations begin to crumble under the weight, so instead of building upwards forever, they had to segment what had already been built. This meant that people were living in spaces barely wide enough to stretch their arms in. They'd even make their homes on cramped staircases. It wasn't all crime and misery though. Tight communities formed in the urban clutter, and the children that were raised here went to schools set up within the city. There were markets, playgrounds, and communal areas for residents to relax. Since then though, the city has been torn down and all its residents were relocated. It's such an interesting location, and that's where Welcome to Kowloon has chosen to tell its story. The game introduces us to its rendition of the city through the naive eyes of a young student who has moved here due to the cheap rent. What immediately struck me as I stood outside the entrance to this vast labyrinthian structure was how well the developers realized the claustrophobic atmosphere unique to this location. The first thing you see is a dark alleyway, lit at the end by a single fluorescent bulb. You're technically outside, but there's no sign of the sky when you look up. The lively sounds of music playing and groups socializing inside apartments can be heard as you pass, yet the streets are eerily quiet for such a supposedly densely populated area. You explore in search of your apartment with barely any idea of where to find it. On your way you pass rooms that function as both storage and living spaces. Halls full of rubbish and forgotten objects, a dog that's most likely waiting for an owner that couldn't afford to take care of it anymore, and finally your apartment, which is locked but a note tells you the key was left in the store downstairs. The trip to retrieve it brings you outside again, and the sheer contrast between the joyful atmosphere outside and the thick, lonely atmosphere inside is shocking. Yet we can't stay outside forever. Entering our new apartment, we're met with a relatively unassuming space, at least compared to the rest of the building. The student's room doubles as a pantry, and moths flutter around the hallway light. There's nobody here to greet us, which is strange since there are multiple bedrooms being rented, apparently. A note left behind in our room hints at some possibly sinister goings on here. We check the front door and see that the landlady has locked it from the inside, so we search for an alternate way out. While we explore, we find the kettle boiling and the shower running. It's weird how much this woman seems to be moving around this apartment without making a sound. We then enter one room and find severed body parts strung up from the ceiling, lit with a menacing red hue. I guess we now know why nobody greeted us when we arrived. As we find a key in this room, the sound of the shower goes quiet. We don't have much time. The key doesn't fit the lock on the door, but after doubling back, we find the bathroom door open. Inside is another corpse, but no landlady. Attempting to make our way down the hall again will result in a very solid ghostly jump scare, and we wake up in our room. Thankfully, that's the last we see of the landlady, and we escape the apartment through a door out the back that leads into another apartment. Now, I'm not going to go through the whole game like I've just done, because not only would that take far too long, but I also don't want to spoil the entire experience. I figured I'd give a taste of how well this game operates, how it leads you around with alluring sound effects and subtly changes things in the environment while you're not looking. Even though it's a walking sim, it makes for very engaging gameplay, as there's rarely a moment where you're walking around aimlessly trying to trigger some unknowable thing to progress. It feels very curated, and I appreciate the work that went into that. I also think that even if I spoil the entire game, it would still be enjoyable to play through. So, this new apartment is a lot more ominous than the last. There are fewer light sources giving shape to their surroundings, and a low droning hum creeps in beneath the sounds of the environment creaking under the weight of the towering city above. You find a torch in a closet and use it to illuminate the parts of the hall that stood in darkness before. I will say that this is the best a torch has ever felt in a game I've played. Usually they function as if strapped to your head, but here it operates a lot more like if it were in your hand. This is done by making the sensitivity on the torch higher than that of the head's movements, but it works incredibly well. There's a padlock that requires a 5-digit code, the pieces of which can be found hidden throughout the rooms. Unlocking it grants access to a crowbar, which you use to pry the wooden planks off a door to leave. You exit to a hall full of furniture and rubbish. A strange creature-like croaking can be heard from an inaccessible room, and when you press on, you find yourself in a sudden chase sequence. A man covered head to toe in deep scars pursues you through the halls until you lose him in the labyrinth. Well, that is if you can traverse the halls successfully with the lights flickering on and off while the frame rate flickers up and down. Seriously, I had to repeat this section about 5 or 6 times because the screen would freeze and I'd either find myself with my face pressed against a filthy wall or I'd have spun right around towards my would-be attacker. This does speak to overall poor performance issues I had throughout my playthrough, where every time an event spawned into the environment, which is quite often by the way, the screen would freeze for a second, which might result in me missing the scare almost completely. I was playing on the lowest graphics settings on a pretty decent PC, so I can imagine the problems I faced weren't unique to me. Anyway, after escaping the man, you see a message written on the wall that reads, "There's no way out," which is fairly disconcerting. There's also a code, but I have no idea what it's used for. I wrote it down in my notes but never found an application for it. After another jump scare that I only caught the end of because my game froze, we wake up in an outside alley. We ascend the staircase before us and find the exit at the end of it. It's chained up though, so we need something like a bolt cutter to open it. There's a lever in a vending machine beside it, but we have no money to retrieve it. An elevator nearby needs gas and a new lever to function, so we set off to repair it. We also find a children's playground at the end of one of the alley branches. It's overlooked by stories of apartments that all seemingly dispose of their waste into it. It's disturbing to think that this could be a place you might have heard children laughing once. A figure stands above, watching silently as you solve this puzzle of yours. You find a child's hideout in the corner of the playground. It's filled with books, toys, pillows, and pictures of cute animals, like the final bastion of a child trapped in a decaying city that has no room for it. A note they left behind mentions that not a single living soul remains in the city, and I believe it. They also left a coin. How generous. Returning to the vending machine, we find a figure standing in front of it. They disappear through a newly unlocked door and we follow them after acquiring the lever. On the walls inside are messages venting the frustrations of the city's residents. They allude to the government cover-up of the citizens dying en masse, all the while trying to evict them. We soon find a gas canister but have to make our way back while the sound of someone struggling to breathe echoes through the walls around us. It's very distressing and certainly puts a spring in your step. With the gas and lever you can repair the elevator and ride it to the top. After a few moments, the doors open out onto the roof of one of the city's many buildings. It's a weirdly serene moment as you gaze upon the glistening stars in the sky for the first time since arriving. It also helps that a gramophone is playing beautiful classical music on a chair beside you. Even this, the top of a building, once functioned as someone's living space, and thankfully they owned a set of bolt cutters for us to use on the exit. The music from the gramophone continues to play as you return to the exit. The tranquil, liberating melodies flowing through the contrastingly stressful, tight surroundings really messes with your comfort levels. It can't be this easy to just leave, right? No, of course not. Through the exit shutter is a deathly quiet alleyway. Naked, rotting figures litter the path forward, the bones of their rib cages exposed by flesh fallen away. Their bodies eaten away just as much as their souls. Some of them continue to operate to a slight degree as they once did. Others, whose minds are truly deteriorated, stare blankly into space or repeatedly smash their head against walls. The tone is less scary and more somber. Through the end of the nightmarish alleyway is the door to the outside, and upon passing through, the student runs to his car and turns his back on the city for good. As he drives away, he sees that the city, that stood tall and proud when he arrived, is now in ruin, the once towering structure reduced to rubble. A news broadcast reports that recently people have been seeing Kowloon's walled city even though it was demolished 5 years ago. Apparently, it became a hotbed of crime and violence shortly after being demolished, and there's a growing conspiracy that the government went to terrible lengths to rid their country of this sullying city. And that's Welcome to Kowloon, a fantastic horror experience that is still much more enjoyable than I was able to convey, and I hope people still give it a try. I believe you could even play it after watching this review and still have a very fresh experience. I glossed over probably 95% of the scares because there's just so much going on. From subtle creaks of the environment and muffled humming of nearby electrical outlets to more in-your-face scares like figures silently passing by doors or the sound of breathing over your shoulder. The sound design alone in this game is more than enough of a reason to play it, honestly. Go find it on Steam and either buy it or wishlist it right now, you won't be disappointed. It's impressive how alive the environments feel, and a lot of it comes down to the masterful sound design. The city is a maelstrom of cracking concrete, splitting wood, leaking pipe systems and faulty electrics, which all collaborate to create the unique sound of a dying structure. This, along with the tormented supernatural entities that infest every nook and cranny, create an atmosphere almost unrivaled in my experience. I could go on and on about the audio in this game, but I can't wait any longer to gush about the physical aspects of the environments themselves. While the game is a fairly basic walking sim, it's one of the most visually immersive places I've seen, so much so that you forget how simple the gameplay is. It's kind of like Layers of Fear, except actually good and scary. The tightness of the building's construction traps you, and the paranormal events keep you spinning on your heels. You end up disoriented in this dense maze with no order to its structure, no design to its shape. It's a place created purely for necessity, a necessity that has changed since its downfall. Where once it was built for people to live and thrive, now it's a tomb to house the dead and dying. The haphazardly structured spaces all feel distinct from one another, so you never feel like the nightmare is repeating, only that it's progressing. It's done so easily too. Things like a weird fridge or cupboard placed awkwardly in front of a door stand out as landmarks in the cluttered environment. The constant disorder makes the locations memorable. A toilet set high up by the ceiling, likely because the room below extends too far up. A playground surrounded by high walls and nothing child-friendly. Even a kitchen that looks like it's part greenhouse. These things seem strange to me because my life is so full of order, my house so full of wasted, unused space. Yet here, where even a square foot of space is valuable, you see evidence of lives upon lives folded in on each other. A croissant of necessity, you could say. It's a fascinating place to explore as it feels so foreign to everything else I know in this world. I have a recurring dream where I pass through an unassuming door in the back of a church or a community centre or something and find myself descending further and further into a complex of relatively normal rooms and halls, yet there's always something off about each one. It could be an odd piece of geometry sticking out of the corner of a wall or a door slightly off tilt to the rest of the room. I wake up from these dreams in a sweat each time because it's like hell manifest. Not a fire-burning, people-screaming kind of hell, but an isolated, quietly tormenting hell that drags on for longer than you can hold out. I recently read Mark C. Danielewski's House of Leaves, and while that does share some of the elements of my nightmare, this game is almost an exact recreation of it. If you couldn't tell already, I really enjoyed this game. It struck a chord with me that very few other games have. I love the use of sound, how it creates wildly different moods through the use of the differently coloured fluorescent lights, how the more subtle scares so perfectly amp up the tension until a jump scare occurs, how the environments you traverse are so tightly packed with detail and remnants of life. It's a phenomenal game and it's very impressive on a technical level. Even though I cranked down the graphics settings to their lowest before playing, I still found myself frequently marvelling at how beautiful everything looked, in a disgusting, horrifying kind of way. The only problem I have with this game is the performance issues I mentioned earlier. It probably would be solved by having a more powerful PC, but I did experience frequent frame drops, and every time something spawned into the environment to scare me, the screen would freeze, ruining the moment. The protagonist's story is almost non-existent. He just exists as a tool to explore the backstory of the city and its residents, and I'm fine with this. I don't need a particularly deep narrative when the rest of the game is so gung-ho on repeatedly filling my pants with excrement. I do have one tiny gripe though, and it's that I wish the zombies at the end weren't all identical. It would have been more effective to see different people meeting their end instead of these indistinct, featureless bodies. With all that said, I'm dreading what the next game will bring, as I doubt anything could top Welcome to Kowloon for me. But let's see anyway. Rain Ruin is a game by the Japanese developer Code Lelo and was released in 2022. It starts with a woman using an abandoned house to escape a sudden downpour. You're forced to stand still during the very long and not very interesting exposition dump explaining the lead up to the current situation. Once you gain control though, you find that the room you're in is locked. The key we need is masterfully hidden under the foliage on the windowsill, but you'll only find this if you zoom in to inspect it. Although, to be honest, even while zoomed in, I still can't see it. So with the key, you can proceed to the hallway. It's as run down as you'd expect from a house left to the elements. The faded wallpaper is peeling away. The bathroom is covered with a thin layer of dried grime, and the worn out wooden floors look ready to give way under an ounce of pressure. While exploring the house, you find pages left behind detailing various pieces of the house's dark history. They're clearly written as if they were included in a newspaper, but they're printed on regular sheets of paper, which I feel is a slight oversight. There's a door upstairs, open ajar, that cannot be budged, and various paintings and plaster busts litter the rooms. Returning downstairs, we find a previously locked doors open and we enter to find a strange scene. A couple dozen chairs face an altar, I guess, with a painting above it. There's nothing else particularly interesting in this room, but the door locks behind us, trapping us inside with almost nothing to interact with. It took me a while to figure out that I was supposed to zoom to inspect the painting, at which point the eyes come to life and the door unlocks. I then went around inspecting each painting in the house, but nothing else happened. For about 20 minutes I was stuck searching the house for a way to progress until I realized the only type of puzzle in this game is finding well-hidden keys around the environment and using them on locked doors. This was a disheartening realization, as it really is the most bare-bones type of puzzle, and I lost all expectations of the game from here on. Upon reading a note in the basement, the sound of a girl crying can be heard upstairs. When we inspect the unenterable door, we get jump scared by a 3D anime girl. This was such a jarring shift in visual aesthetic that it made me laugh out loud. The anime look just does not fit the relatively photorealistic look of the house. It's so strange, like surely there were other models the dev could have used, no? Anyway, the child tasks you with retrieving some plushies from around the house and also mentions that she can see ghosts, of which there are several in this house. The thing is though, they don't know they're dead. How spooky. So off you go to find these toys that most certainly were not there before, and once you find them all, a cutscene plays out showing the child talking with a man downstairs. Apparently she went missing and he is part of the search party. He asks if there's anyone else here and she replies with, "No, there's nobody else here." The game then ends and in the main menu a new tab appears that explains the entire twist that you play as one of the ghosts that don't know they're dead. It even explains the foreshadowing of the girl insinuating that you're a ghost and that the papers left around serve as camouflage for your spectral nature. I had to laugh at this. I mean, if you're going to have a twist ending like this, the last thing you want to do is explain the entire thing outright as soon as the player finishes the game. It makes me think that the developer had absolutely no faith in their own conveyance of this story, even though they made it pretty blatant. The one thing Rain Ruin has going for it is this plot twist. The only thing that could possibly create discussion around it, at least in a positive sense, would be theorizing if the protagonist was a ghost or not, but they just explain it entirely anyway. Man, this game annoys me. There's even a second ending that I had no idea how to achieve, and when I searched the internet for a solution, I found absolutely no discussion about it. It really goes to show that you created a nothing experience when nobody has bothered to achieve the true ending or even inquire how to do so. Sorry, I'm getting too negative here, but in my defense, I spent 65 minutes playing a game that had, at best, 3 minutes of actual gameplay. To be fair to the developer, it does seem to be their first game, but I don't think it had enough substance to release in its current state. Maybe some more interesting puzzles and some scary moments beyond the one time the door locked behind me. Just something to make my time and monetary investment less regretful. Anyway, that was Rain Ruin. Let's move on.
Hey, what's up guys? I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews, dork, internet nobody, and zombie media extraordinaire. Which is exactly why I'm stoked to introduce all of you to a very interesting game. Raging Bites is a 2D, sprite-based, zombie outbreak JRPG developed by Hitpoint, a small Japanese developer that specializes mostly in mobile and portable titles. Don't let that scare you away though, I promise there aren't any loot crates or gacha mechanics to be found here. You will, however, find a surprisingly interesting story involving a trip to the moon in the late 1970s and a government cover-up suspiciously followed by an outbreak of walking corpses. Given the cutesy nature of its visuals, it would be really easy to write Raging Bites off as something you don't need to take too seriously, but I found its narrative to be kind of impactful and full of really interesting characters. Of course, they are sharing a lot of screen space with a bunch of zombie movie tropes that almost border on tongue-in-cheek, but even with that in mind, there were moments in this game that genuinely felt well written. Honestly, it's almost like a bait and switch. The game conditions you with all of its zombie movie references to expect schlock, and then it says, well, how about instead we give you a rogue police precinct filled with authoritarian cops that feel like the only way to survive is to keep an iron grip over the civilians living with them. Or a previously timid coward of a guy making his last act a show of incredible bravery just to make sure your group has a better shot at saving another survivor. I don't want to ruin much more for any prospective players, but trust me, there's some honest storytelling gold hidden beneath the 16-bit art style here. In terms of gameplay, we have a collection of mechanics that may not be the most groundbreaking to ever hit the scene, but when combined with the setting and zombie movie inspirations, actually makes for something kind of special. When you're out on the street, zombies will start to chase you once you wander into a certain proximity to them, and if they manage to touch you, you'll be thrown into a turn-based RPG battle screen, which is where things got really interesting for me. In a very genre-appropriate move, Hitpoint decided that on top of the usual tactical nature of this type of battle system, they'd throw in a distance mechanic for added complexity. How it works is, once you get in a fight, you'll usually be looking at a group of undead attackers, and they'll be spread around at differing distances from your party. Now, your average zombie isn't going to be able to do much damage until they're close enough to bite you. So the name of the game is effectively doing damage to the ones that are closest to you, so they end up meeting their second end before they get within range to attack. What I really enjoyed though is how your offensive options have such a cool risk-reward system attached to them. In terms of guns, ammo's going to stay in fairly short supply, so you'll want to save bullets for the more dire situations. You are going to come across throwables that can be used infinitely, but like you might expect, these aren't going to be the best replacement for a round of 357 traveling faster than the speed of sound. If a zombie does get within attacking range, you'll be able to hit them with melee implements like bats, axes, crowbars, and the like. But in another cool twist, doing melee damage to a zombie and not killing it with that hit will result in a small portion of splashback damage on your character. So the best move is to do enough long-range damage that if or when an enemy does get within melee range, they'll be damaged enough to ensure a killing blow. All of this together makes for a very cool little combat system, and just like the story, it's much deeper than you might assume looking at the game's presentation. Raging Bites is just a killer little title that both leans into and pushes against a lot of the tropes associated with its setting, genre, and gameplay. Plus, I've got an extra bit of nostalgia wrapped up in this one, as it's one of the first games I played at Tokyo Game Show the very first year I moved to Japan. I remember being really nervous because my Japanese wasn't the best at the time, but the nice people working at the Kemco production booth were incredibly patient with me and jumped in to tell me how the combat worked. So I'm always going to have a special place in my heart for this gem, and hopefully after watching this, maybe you will too. It's available on just about everything, including the Switch, and honestly, I can't think of a better title to have in a mobile form for a long flight or a bus ride. But I think that's about enough out of me. So thanks for watching, guys, and hopefully I see all of you again later.
Escape from the Test is... this is going to be a rough one. Escape from the Test was developed by Sakurama Kobo, according to Google Translate anyway, and released in February 2024. The game opens with a Japanese student stressing about an upcoming exam. Whoa, okay, let's try that again. The game opens with a Japanese student stressing about an upcoming exam. At least that's what I'm assuming. We're really given nothing to set up this game. Upon settling down to sleep, we find ourselves in a strange location. A dimly lit school or mental asylum or hospital or something. It's not really clear. An unseen voice welcomes us and instructs us to collect the 4 breads scattered throughout the building if we want to leave. An odd requirement, but fine. They also warn us to be wary of something wandering the building before leaving us to our own devices. I immediately discovered this to be a walking whiteboard that squeaks and screeches as it roams the halls in search of prey. If it sees and catches you, game over, so you need to be careful when navigating the building's confusing layout. While searching for the slices of bread, you'll occasionally be subject to incredibly poor scripted jump scares. None of them were scary, either because they weren't built up effectively or because the game is trying to scare me with a freaking whiteboard. On top of the poorly crafted scares, the constant stalking element this game attempts to implement does not work in the slightest. The whiteboard roams the halls, being unable to fit through any of the room doors, and while doing so it lets out a tinnitus-inducing high-pitched sound that glitches and contorts into strange unnatural cries. It sounds scary, but after maybe 20 seconds it gets pretty annoying. I spent 45 minutes playing this game. 45 minutes listening to this. So yeah, like Shirame earlier, this is a sort of Slender clone. Although it's such a pathetic attempt at it, it almost feels insulting to compare them. The game is so poorly put together that it almost feels painful to play. I'd excuse the state of it if the developer only had 15 minutes to create it, but even then it's unacceptable to charge €3 for it. It's a barely functional product, devoid of anything deserving a positive opinion. The whiteboard's AI is almost non-existent. The environments are flimsily assembled to the point where you can clip through many objects by simply walking into them. The game freezes anytime a jump scare occurs, so you end up missing most of it. And on top of that, the fridges use the same texture as the whiteboard enemy. Escape from the test is a frustratingly pathetic excuse for a game. After you collect the 4 slices of bread, your character wakes up from his nightmare, only to be jump scared by the test whiteboard who has escaped the dream. The game then ends, and I've never been so quick to uninstall something from my computer. I'm really trying to stay positive in this video and to support these developers however I can, but this game gave me no opportunities to do so. It has nothing going for it. The only thing I can say is that I hope the developer learns from this failure and applies their lessons learned to the next game, if there is one. Pulang Insanity, developed by Indonesian developer Aussiesoft and released in 2020, is a psychological horror game based on Indonesian mythical culture. The game begins with a VHS-style flash-forward introducing our protagonist, Rudy, driving through the dense jungle to an unknown location. He's determined to put an end to something, claiming he cannot go on living like this. After this, we get another brief cutscene, this time without the VHS aesthetic, showing glimpses of Rudy's wife and daughter. The girl runs off into her room as we begin, having been scared so badly by something that not even her father could protect her. The house, or mansion I guess, is honestly beautifully decorated. It's extensively detailed with not only aspects of everyday life, giving the home a real lived-in feel, but many of the ornaments that fill the rooms and halls have been collected from different cultures and religions, making this environment feel rich not only monetarily but culturally. It's a cool place to explore, is what I'm trying to say. The girl's room is locked, so we need to search the house for a possible way in. While doing so, various spooky sound effects will echo around you, making the atmosphere feel slightly more tense. It would be more effective, however, if the sound effects actually originated from specific locations in the environment, rather than just being part of the game's score, almost. Because of this, it felt less like there's something else in the environment and more like I've left a video playing in the background. The atmosphere is spooky, but very thin. After a bit of light puzzle solving, which honestly took me embarrassingly long, you gain access to Nissa's room. Inside is a typical girl's room, adorned lavishly with bright pinks and cuddly toys. She, however, is not here. This is kind of expected though if you found one of the documents scattered throughout the house. In this newspaper clipping, we discovered that Nissa died by jumping from the house's roof. She was not only being bullied at school, but was also suffering from depression because of the absence of her mother. This feels like something that should have been left for a later reveal, which made me wonder where the plot could go from here. Exiting Nissa's room, you find several cages hanging from the ceiling with bloody wrapped figures inside. With a key we acquired in the previous room, we can enter the door beside it, which leads to a strange hallway that doesn't seem to fit within the house's geometry. We follow the corridor, noting Nissa teasing us from the window outside, and find a knife stuck in the door at the end. Through this door we see a woman, presumably Rudy's wife, Bunga, who promptly disappears, leaving a fetus in her place. It crawls towards us, leaving us no choice but to test out our newfound combat abilities on it. Now, obviously this is horrific, but I'm sure we can all agree it's definitely not subtle. Even I could surmise that Bunga is dead, possibly at the hands of Rudy, and was pregnant at the time. The guilt of all these deaths weighing heavily on Rudy's mind. Continuing on and ignoring the holes in the environment and rain falling through areas without holes, we find ourselves in a dark room populated by hanging figures. This is actually a puzzle very similar to one in Silent Hill 2. I could tell the devs took thematic inspiration from that game, but I wasn't expecting such blatant copying of puzzles. Through the next door is a corridor with a music box at its end. Interacting with it transports us to a conference room where the spirit of Bunga floats in and attacks us. But we wake up in our bed, seemingly unharmed. Rudy sits on his fancy couch, muttering to himself about needing to end it all, and apparently there's someone in Busu village that can help him. After this, we see his journey to the village with shots of the environment mixed in. Rudy wakes up in the driver's seat on the 21st of November 2010. It seems he's somehow crashed and pulls himself out of the wreckage. We find ourselves in the midst of a jungle, with toads, insects, and all sorts of other wildlife sounding around us. There are also a couple of rafflesias around, which are known as corpse flowers due to their distinctive odour. Through the brush is a rickety wooden platform that eventually leads to the village through an old water processing plant. I took my time on this journey, but in hindsight there was no need. Nothing happens the entire time apart from a single scare near the beginning. The village is deserted, the only sign of life, if you could call it that, being the strange, gory figures that wield blades. They'll chase after you if they spot you, but they're easy to outrun. Our destination is the village chief's office, but that's locked, so we head to the school to look for a way to unlock it. Inside a classroom, we see Nissa drawing one of the pictures that she leaves around the environments for us to collect. Each one depicts a piece of the game's backstory and can provide important clues for piecing various elements together. She disappears, leaving a bloodied scarecrow-like thing in her place. Inside a bathroom, we find the mangled corpse of Nissa and are seemingly transported to an alternate realm version of the school. While here, we must search the rooms while trying to avoid the hanging figures littering the yard. There are also these strange holes in the ground that sometimes house enemies. In addition to the hanging figures, you also need to avoid the ghost of Nissa, who will roam the school with more freedom and mobility than the figures. If she catches you, you'll be sent back to the bedroom where you'll have to use the door to return to the school. I actually did get caught by her and found myself soft-locked into dying and respawning endlessly. Restarting the game solved this issue, but it was annoying nonetheless. There's a puzzle in the courtyard which needs some pieces to be completed. Finding the puzzle pieces is actually quite challenging, as you need to be constantly wary of Nissa's location while navigating the dark halls. You also get treated to many trippy psychological scares, which is fun. When the time comes to solve the puzzle, you need to sneak out into the open yard and place the pieces. This was incredibly nerve-wracking, as you're surrounded on all sides by enemies, each with a high chance of noticing you. Solving it transports you to a daytime version of the school where you overhear a meeting between Nissa's teacher and Rudy. Apparently, Nissa's been exhibiting strange behaviour, even fabricating her own imaginary friend, but Rudy struggles to understand. I don't mind this bit of exposition, but it all takes place behind a locked door, leaving you standing outside listening in. It's a strange way to go about it, really. After this, you end up back in the horror school and need to solve a chemistry puzzle. You get instructions for how to mix the solution precisely, but solving the puzzle simply requires you to combine them as usual, which is slightly disappointing. The solution dissolves the rust on the chief's office door, allowing you to enter. After some easy puzzle solving, you gain access to the rear of the building, which leads back to the water plant where you find a valve wheel. You use this to raise the water level, effectively flooding low-lying areas of the village. This does grant you access to other areas though, so it's a fair trade-off, I'm sure. Back in the village, in addition to a roaming Nissa, there's a new enemy to avoid, that of Rudy's wife, I think. Thankfully, you can hear her crying from a good distance away, so she's easy to keep clear of. The same can't be said of Nissa though, who is relentless in her pursuits. Inside one of the buildings, I honestly couldn't tell you which, you encounter the vengeful spirit of Bunga, who has now become a Palasic. The two have a lover's spat before, surprisingly, the camera switches to a very zoomed out third person, sometimes fixed camera view. It took me a few seconds to even realise I wasn't still in the cutscene. You now must chase after her while also battling the terrible camera. Bunga leads you through a labyrinth wherein you find a metal pipe to beat her with. Upon doing so, the house will go up in flames, but you'll have to defeat Bunga properly in an arena boss fight. Rudy defeats her by impaling her with the pipe before escaping the blaze. Their relationship seemed volatile even after death. Later, Rudy finds a grave with his own body inside, watched from afar by his two dead family members. The next chapter of the game takes place 5 years in the past, on the 19th of August. A cutscene using some truly bizarre camera angles shows a typical day in the miserable life of the couple. They're currently living in poverty at the risk of being evicted. Suddenly, the screen, well, most of the screen, goes black and we hear Rudy making attempts to contact a shaman with the intent of using them to acquire wealth and fortune. A couple of days later, he undergoes the ritual, taking a great risk in doing so. The ritual summons a powerful deity known as Sanda for a moment, and Rudy is tasked with retrieving a bamboo gate. We climb into a cage and are transported to a different area. As we make our way down the winding path, we catch a glimpse of Sandan now walking through the jungle in the distance, towering over even the tallest of canopies. We must make an offering to them in order to have our wish granted, and throughout this new environment are small picnic-like altars where you can light a candle. There are also plenty of those blade-wielding enemies and a flying cockroach girl, the existence of which was hinted at in a note found upon entering the market earlier. I'll be honest, this section took me a worryingly long amount of time, and it's almost entirely due to how hard it is to navigate. Many of the paths look similar, and it's so dark that you can easily overlook areas that you haven't found yet. Eventually I found a charm on the ground which transported me to a huge ancient temple. Its tranquil atmosphere greatly contrasts the oppressive one we were just in. Rudy takes a pouch from the altar and is given instructions on how to continue to appease the gods that granted his wish. If he fails to do so, he will lose everything he gained. We then find ourselves back with the shaman, the ritual complete. On the 21st of May 2010, Rudy finds himself once again being assaulted with vitriol from his heavily pregnant wife. Their life is taking a downturn, and Bunga is frustrated with how their family is falling apart. The truth of Rudy's ritual sacrifices comes to light, and in a moment of rage, Rudy pushes his wife over the banister to her death. Then her body kind of crawls off and Rudy starts stabbing a wrapped body. I'm not sure if what we see after her death is just an illusion or future events, but I guess it shows that Rudy's mental state is a bit disjointed. We find ourselves again in Rudy's room and begin to re-explore the house. There's a group of chanting men in one room sitting around a corpse. It's strange, but not as strange as the glitch I encountered that wouldn't allow me to move forward except for when I jumped. Another quick game restart and I could make my way further into the room, which resulted in me being killed by the corpse that came to life. Oh, and then the screen stayed black, so I had to restart the game again. On my next attempt, I found myself seemingly unable to progress after passing through the door on the other side of the group. I was stuck wandering a single accessible room and the entire outside of the house, unable to return inside through any other door. I don't even know if this was intended or if I'd somehow slipped out of the progression route, but regardless, I spent a solid 20 minutes trying to find my way back in. How I did it was by interacting with an assumedly unreachable door from the other side of a wall. In the kitchen is your crying wife, who will attack you upon approaching her. You wake up exactly 3 months later and the house is empty, save for you. After a bit more puzzle solving in order to unlock more of the house that was annoyingly already accessible earlier in the game, you find yourself using a shovel to destroy a piano that reminds Rudy too much of his wife. Interestingly, due to me being lost outside for so long, I had already acquired the shovel, but upon reaching this puzzle it had been taken from my inventory and returned to where I'd found it. This was incredibly frustrating for obvious reasons, but I'm more curious as to why the shovel was able to be found before it could actually be used. Maybe I really did break the game earlier. With the key you get from the broken piano, you can access the basement. The corridor to it is actually the same one we fought the fetus in at the start of the game, but this time we descend deeper into the house to find an altar room containing Nissa and a scarecrow she calls her mother. This is assumedly where Rudy's ritual sacrifices took place. We follow Nissa back upstairs, and when we go outside we see her walking atop the house's roof. She climbs higher and we need to use a ladder to reach her. A cutscene plays, showing her plummet from the roof, and Rudy awakens inside a small room. A door appears and we follow the hallway to a circular room with the cage at its center. Paintings along the walls and a message on the caged corpse indicate we need to follow each hallway in a certain order to solve the puzzle. It's not difficult to solve and sort of reminded me of the painting puzzle in the original Resident Evil. Upon completion, we'll be transported to another new area, one with many gurney-like objects strewn about. Each has the name of a person and the day they died. One of them even has Rudy's name, with the date being the 21st of November 2010. After finding this, we're again transported to a new area. This one is almost completely black, save for the light which illuminates a man wearing a weird ornate helmet holding Nissa's body. We then take control of the man as he walks through various environments towards a distant pulsing light. The gods Rudy once pledged his allegiance to taunt him, gleefully mocking his downfall. Rudy finds himself standing in front of his deceased family and collapses to his knees. Then we're in another new environment full of beautiful, tranquil flowers. Petals danced through the air as I bunny hopped as quick as I could towards whatever would help me progress. I'd grown quite tired of this game at this stage and just wanted it to end, yet it seemed to drag out constantly. Anyway, Rudy arrives back at the ancient temple. You climb its stairs again, yet this time they extend far into the heavens to a plateau where the gods dwell. Rudy argues with them, demanding his life back. He can't have it, obviously, and he doesn't deserve it either, having traded even his wife and children for success. The god's monologue goes on for a while, but don't worry. The game throws in weird camera angles every now and then in an attempt to keep your attention. It didn't work on me though, I really just wanted the game to end. After the cutscene, you're plunged into a boss fight of sorts against the god and her spectral minions. It's very difficult to avoid her in this relatively confined arena, but you need to do so in order to destroy several offerings located around the temple. Once you've done this, Rudy escapes the temple and hands himself into the police, being charged with the manslaughter of his wife. Illustrations shown throughout the credits depict the police's search of Rudy's house and their discovery of the many bodies he used in his sacrifices. It ends with him leaving jail in 2020, which seems like a light sentence, presumably ready for his next adventure. And that was Pulang Insanity. This was probably the most mixed experience I've ever had with an indie game, and while my opinion of it had soured quite a bit by the end, I still don't hate it. It has many issues, yes, but none would have me rated anywhere below average. It has various lack of polish issues, including poor general performance, brief freezes when jump scares load in, gaps in the environment, weather effects clipping indoors, the game lagging every time I uncrouch, some truly wild camera use, inconsistent character name spellings, a whole slew of bugs and glitches that literally soft-locked the game, and probably lots of other things I either forgot about or didn't notice. It's a messy game for sure, but it's passable. It's interesting and probably a testament to the game's charm that I managed to overlook all this jank and instead was more frustrated by the game's pacing. Since a lot of the plot twists are predictable from a mile off, the length of this game's ending is a bit egregious. In my frantically scribbled notes, I likened this game's plot to climbing a mountain. It starts easy enough and you think it'll be a pleasant, rewarding experience, but after a while it gets more challenging. You encounter more and more frustrating obstacles and the journey begins to drag out more than you anticipated. Then you think you've finally reached the end, but it's just a false peak, and this happens several times to the point where you don't want to keep going anymore. You just want to throw yourself off a cliff, but you push forward because all of this suffering cannot be in vain. It's a real pity that I found the never-ending climax so frustrating because I felt unable to appreciate all the amazing environmental design while I ran through it as fast as possible. The drawn-out ending is possibly due to the developers having lots of ideas and trying to find ways to implement them all instead of leaving what doesn't fit on the cutting room floor. I noticed several references to Silent Hill 2 while playing, and it's very evident Pulang's themes and plot took inspiration from it, as well as several puzzles. I even spotted a poster of Mira, the dog featured in Silent Hill 2's joke endings. I have no issues with using Silent Hill 2 as inspiration. You could certainly find worse games out there, but Pulang only attempts to copy and not build from it. Regarding the puzzles, while they were generally quite straightforward, the most interesting ones were almost exact duplicates from other games, which is disappointing. To end on a positive note, the environmental design is top tier. Each area is highly detailed with signs of people living their lives. Rudy's mansion is full of precious antiques, preserved for their beauty on walls and pedestals, with only slight hints of his family's presence here and there. Proof that he values monetary and material wealth more than the bond with his family. The village then is expectedly run down and weathered looking due to the lack of maintenance and existing within a dense rainforest. The layout of the buildings and paths between seems like they were carved into the greenery but barely withstanding the regrowth. The voice acting also isn't bad. In particular, although she sure could drone on at the end, I enjoyed the performance of Sanda. She was very convincing at embodying a manipulative, menacing deity. So yeah, I think I've talked enough about Pulang Insanity. Not a game that will blow your mind, but one sure to entertain you in some way. Or at least it did for me. Akai Onna, which means Red Woman in Japanese, was developed by Yamato and released in early 2024. It features the recently popularized VHS filter that I enjoy oh so much, and is a story told over multiple days, each of which includes an odd encounter with a stranger. On the first day, you begin making your way home late at night through the tight alleyways of a quiet Japanese town. From the end of the alley, a woman in a tight red dress approaches. She stops in front of you, possibly sizing you up for a fight based on how unbelievably buff she is. But without a word, she continues past you, her eyes locked on yours as she does so. She disappears into the night and you continue home, yet this strange encounter leaves a growing feeling of concern in the pit of your stomach. A flock of crows circle the street above you. Usually birds are asleep in their nests at this time, so their presence makes this moment all the more eerie. Soon after you pass a fly-infested pile of rubbish stacked up against a sign condemning illegal dumping, a man passes you in a sprint. What he's running to or from, we don't know. Eventually, you make it back to your apartment safe and sound. 3 nights later, you again begin your journey home through the dark alleys. Before long, you hear a loud rustle, but its source can't be located within the thick shadows. Upon reaching the phone box, a policeman approaches you and questions your intentions in these dark streets. Apparently, there was a couple murdered nearby 3 days ago, and he asks if we saw anyone suspicious. I chose the woman in red because there's no way someone with a lifestyle healthy enough to get that jacked would be awake at that time of night. They'd need to be up in a few hours' time for their morning protein shake and Pilates section. The copper lets us go home since it's so late, but says he'd like to hear more about this woman at a later date. You hear his footsteps fade into the distance as you continue home, but a sudden loud bang echoes through the streets, cutting off the sound of his steps. Curious, I returned to where I'd last seen the man and found his cap amongst a large blood splatter. It's time to head home, I think. On the way back, I kept looking over my shoulder in case the murderer was pursuing me, and this wasn't an unfounded suspicion at all because I soon began to hear the woman's high-heeled footsteps approaching from the darkness behind me. This, no joke, gave me chills, which I was not expecting to experience in such a generally simple game, but I guess in its simplicity it's able to craft an effective horror experience. At this point I'm sprinting home as quickly as possible, passing swarms of crows filling the skies above the quiet streets on my way. As I open my fridge to grab something to eat, I hear a thunderous rapping on the front door. In a moment of fright, I shut the fridge door, which pushed me into the fridge, trapping me inside with the rest of the chilled produce. I was stuck, but at least I was safe from whatever danger awaited me outside. This was obviously not supposed to happen. I'd effectively soft-locked myself and had to reload the game, but thanks to a chapter select feature, I'd lost almost no progress. After putting my meal in the microwave, I checked the door's peephole but saw nobody outside. With any apparent danger gone, I eat my food and prepare for bed, at least until the doorbell rings. But again, nobody's there. A few moments later, when I attempted to look through the door hole again, the entire thing opened to reveal a hooded man standing there. This was a bit of a jump scare, but he seems to have good intentions, warning us that he's seen a woman in red standing outside our door a few times. Returning to our room, we find a dead crow on the balcony and fall asleep. We get a flashback to the night of the murder 3 days ago and get a literal bird's eye view of the murdered man receiving a call from his wife, who urges him to return home so she can tell him something important. We then take control of the man as he enters his house. All is quiet as his wife is upstairs asleep by now, but when you try the doors, they're all locked. Heading downstairs, you hear a cat meowing and find new bloodstains on the hall floor. This led to the microwave, and since I've watched the Ju-on reboot films, I don't want to investigate further. Upstairs, new bloodstains have appeared on the floor, and inside one of the rooms we find the man's wife brutally murdered on the bed. The entire room is splattered with evidence of the violent act. As we leave the room, the familiar sound of high heels begins to ascend the stairs, and with it, the horrifyingly buff woman in red. She then murders the man with repeated stabs. This house segment was incredibly tense until the woman showed up. As fresh bloodstains appear and things start to happen around you, you start to wonder if it's already haunted or if the woman's sneakily manipulating the environment. We return to our protagonist, who, after hearing his doorbell ring, finds the woman standing outside. We're then given a 2-minute timer as she begins her hunt. If you stay inside his bedroom, you'll be killed instantly as she smashes her way through his balcony window, somehow having gone all the way around the apartment block in the few seconds since she was at the front door. In this 2-minute window, you are given a choice, to fight or to flee. If you flee down the dark alleys you came from, you'll get the bad ending. The woman gets away and you're haunted by her possible return forever. Of course, she returns though. If instead of fleeing you choose to fight, you can find a hammer hidden nearby and use it to kill her dead. It's a bit random to be honest, but this gets us the good ending, which reveals the bodybuilder to have had an affair with the man and then killed him and his innocent wife out of spite. Not the most interesting plot, but it's secondary to the horror elements in the game, I feel. I also find it strange that it's revealed to not be a paranormal haunting or anything, which contradicts the woman's seemingly supernatural ability to teleport to the balcony during the chase segment. Although maybe that's a side product of exercising regularly, I wouldn't know. Akaiona is a decent experience. Its visual presentation is solid and very reminiscent of early Chilla's art games, which I'm a fan of. It also captures the late 90s and early 2000s camera quality quite well, with extra flourishes of the VHS aesthetic to emphasize the spook factor. It creates an incredibly effective atmosphere that'll often have you swiveling on your heels to check behind you, and when it comes time for the more intense horror moments, it delivers fairly well. The main issue I have is with the woman's appearance. The way the overhead streetlights define her athletic physique is more at home in an ad for health supplements than a horror game. She's distractingly buff, which took me out of the genuinely solid horror experience each time she appeared. It's unfortunate because I quite enjoyed my time with this game. I think the dev has a lot of potential and I'm interested in playing more of their stuff in the future. Although, let's hope the antagonists are a bit more appropriate for the setting. The only people getting scared of this woman are also terrified of green vegetables. The 2023 game by Sur, Case of the Mysterious Death of Keiko Harada, opens with some context that what we're about to experience is a videotape that was sent from an unknown person to the bereaved family of Keiko Harada. Her family has apparently released the video in hopes of turning up new evidence after the police closed the case. We are informed of how her body was discovered and the mysterious lack of evidence surrounding her death. Several suspicious points are raised regarding events prior to her body's discovery, all of which are covered thoroughly in this intro. Due to the detail in which this tape goes into, it does take a long time to get through this text section, to the point where I felt like I was watching a weird artsy film instead of playing a game. The benefit of all this though is that it creates a believable setup for the game. If you can manage to concentrate on what you're being told about the case, it can be very immersive. I'm not exaggerating when I say it takes a while to get through though, as you don't get to the game until you've sat through 8 minutes of text. It's weird because in ways I think it works while I also think it's a terrible inclusion in a video game. If anything, it made me anticipate the gameplay to see if it could live up to this very unique intro. When you finally gain control of the person recording the tape, you find yourself in a small apartment. The VHS style visuals are easily the most accurate I've seen in a game to date. The colours bleed across edges and everything has a blurry yet oddly sharp quality to it. It feels like less of a filter put over the camera and more like this is how the game's visuals were specifically designed. Now, while in this apartment various events will occur such as the phone or doorbell ringing, but occasionally the point of view will switch to a different recording by someone making their way through the dark streets. Each time we join them, they're a little closer to Keiko's apartment. Between the events though, you're free to wander around the small apartment with the goal of, well, to wait for the next event, of course. This is the game's main and most damning flaw. It's excruciatingly slow paced. I'm not joking, at least 99% of your time playing this game is spent waiting for something to happen. Usually in roller coaster games like this that don't ask you to engage too much with it to progress, you'll either trigger events by crossing thresholds within the environment or by interacting with objects. In this game, however, it seems like everything is on a timer. I tested this by seeing if something would happen even if I wasn't moving, and it did, which proved to me that I didn't actually need to play the game. It's by far the worst piece of game design I've ever witnessed because it's the antithesis of everything a video game is supposed to be, which at the very least is to be engaging. It also doesn't help that your movement speed is glacial, so even if you do feel like moving across to the other side of the room, it'll take an annoyingly long time. About 26 minutes into this game, I experienced the first scare, which was an eyeball staring back at me as I peeked out the door hole. At some point, probably like 4 hours into the game, the lights go out in your apartment and you need to use a flashlight from the cupboard to get around. I like how the light from the torch shining through the grates in the door tells you where it is, but it doesn't make sense for the torch to already be switched on inside there. This dark part lasts another while without changing anything about the game. Eventually, maybe another 11 hours later, you approach the sitting room and a dark figure runs in through the balcony door and attacks you. The gameplay section then ends and we get more text. It's revealed that the person who released this tape did so in order to delay their inevitable demise at the hands of a curse that inhabits the video. The curse is that one of the people who watched the tape will die on the same day Keiko did each year following her death, and in an attempt to save themselves from the curse, they've increased the curse's number of targets so they'll be less likely to be the one to die. They go even further into the meta-narrative by explaining that, yes, this is indeed a video game, not a film, so they hid frames of the original video within the game Fight Club style to make the curse take effect. Funnily enough, I had noticed one of these frames while playing but paid no mind, assuming it was a glitch. Now, this of course means that I am also cursed, and since you unknowingly watched the footage I did, so are you. Sorry. This is unfortunately a really cool ending. I hate that it's attached to an awful experience because if the actual game part was any good, it could have been an amazing thing to play and spread to others to create fun discussion about and whatnot. But in reality, I don't see anyone recommending this to their friends because it would only do their friendship harm. I already have a hard enough time trying to get people I know to play or watch things that I actually like. Imagine if they took me up on this recommendation and never again trusted my taste in media. I've watched a film that has a very similar ending to this game, so similar in fact that I'm sure this game took direct inspiration from it. I won't mention what film it was because that would obviously be a huge spoiler, but I do really like this kind of story. One that doesn't try to immerse you in its story, but immerse its story in your life. Is immersion a word? I don't think so, but that's what I'd call this story. It's immersive, the opposite of immersive. Unfortunately, as amazing as the ending is, it does not excuse the utter trash that preceded it. It's fitting that the game created to facilitate it is just as agonizingly slow as the curse that only kills one person per year. It feels like the developer wanted to make a film with this story, but couldn't because there was obviously one like it already. So they tried to make it into a game with no idea how to actually make it engaging. I actually fear the hypothetical film this person would have made given how awfully drawn out their game is. Would I find myself leaving the film to do other things while I waited for something to happen like I did in this game? It's possible. Case of the mysterious death of Keiko Haraeda has the slightest drop of greatness lost amongst a sea of wasted potential. Its story and visuals could have been utilized to create an iconic indie horror game, one that everyone would talk about, but instead it'll fade into obscurity where it rightfully belongs. My Daughter is a Cultist, developed by Virtua Worlds and released in October 2023, is definitely one of the more visually distinct games in this video. It adopts a manga aesthetic, replicating the stark black and white art style in a 3D space while using screen tone-like texturing to fill the in-betweens. It makes for a very memorable experience, which is made all the more unfortunate because the rest of the game is dreadful. The entire game can be boiled down to this. Wake up and walk to your daughter's room, see something weird and pass out. Repeat. The only vaguely interesting part is seeing what the daughter, Hannah, does each night, although sometimes even that is hidden behind her door. The game's story is told through two methods: the nightly encounters with Hannah, who progresses through another stage of a cultish ritual each time, and the diary entries you can find hidden throughout the house. These notes tell the story of the family's mother who died during her attempt to perform a ritual, the same ritual that Hannah later succeeds at. There's an interesting story here about a normal family destroyed by otherworldly forces, but both the currently occurring story and the backstory of the mother are told in the most unengaging ways possible. You have no interaction with Hannah beyond the nightly visits to her room, which kind of nullifies a lot of the familial aspects you'd expect, like noticing her personality change as she discovers the cultish practices or trying to stop her from continuing them. The notes then are so well hidden that, while this game can be beaten in like 10 minutes, I spent at least 45 minutes scouring every nook and cranny to find them. Even then, after displaying far more dedication than this game deserves, I still only managed to find 20 of the 25 notes, so I couldn't get the full picture. So what's the deal with Hannah's occult ritual anyway, and why did I go to all the trouble to learn about it? Well, on the first night when you attempt to approach her room, you find her standing at the end of the hall. As you step closer, the hall stretches into the distance. On the next night, there are puddles of dark liquid leading to her room, from under the door of which leaks a mysterious mist. On the third night, you wake up to the chanting of a deep voice emanating from her room. Strange symbols fill the air and are pulled towards the room, and a flash of some eldritch monstrosity appears in the mind of the father. The next night you wake up to briefly see a blurry figure standing by the bed. Footsteps retreat to Hannah's room as you get up, but when you reach her, she shut herself inside again. A strange light, or giant eye, I can't tell which, appears inside the door before it slides shut on you. On night 5, things have gotten even weirder. A squelching sound can be heard in her room, and when you get close, a long tentacle reaches out before the door closes again. Then, more depictions of eldritch entities appear in your mind. On night 6, a smell of fish has filled the house, and even more dark puzzles coat the hallway. You see nothing tonight, but you do hear the groans of a large beast inside her room. The next night is again kicked off with the smell of fish, and upon reaching Hannah's door, she will erupt out and tell you everything's fine and to go to sleep. On night 8, the fish stench is stronger and your daughter again exits her room. This time, several tentacles emerge from the darkness behind her, and she implies that whatever she's working on will be finished soon. On the final night, thankfully, the father decides it's time to find out what's going on, which is over a week late in my opinion, but whatever. With panting breath, he pushes through the overpowering smell of fish, but the hall once again stretches before him. Before you can reach the end, Hannah claims the time has come and appears before you with shadowy lifeless eyes and tentacles protruding from her back. She begins chase, and this is where the game's different endings come into play. If she catches you, you are sacrificed to a cosmic god. If you're caught by one of the writhing wall tentacles, you're torn into bloody pieces. If you step in the puddle in the hall, you'll slip and the wall tentacles will strangle you. If you make it to the door, you'll escape, but will ultimately kill yourself to escape the eldritch truths that you witnessed. These are pretty uninteresting endings, and the fact that you have to replay the entire game each time to see a different one is the icing on the turd. This game was miserable to play. While I did originally enjoy the visual aesthetic, the rest of the game was such a letdown that not even my love for manga could save it. The music was incredibly repetitive apart from the chase sequences and nearly drove me insane while I searched for all the notes. The dialogue is done through text to speech and just sounds awful. It makes the experience feel incredibly cheap, and the game definitely would have been better without. The gameplay is so unengaging and simple that it made me question if this had been made during a 30-minute game jam or something, but that doesn't seem to be the case. My Daughter is a Cultist is not a good game, and I don't want to spend any longer talking about it. Ginkgo was developed by a team of students from the University of Southern California in the US and released in June 2020. They were inspired by East Asian horror and so created this short demo as a class project. The game opens with the player character arriving late to her mother's funeral, and there are hints of an uncomfortable relationship between the two. You pick up a needle in front of the altar and suddenly the mother's portrait grows drastically, illuminated by a deep red light. We use the needle to cut through the painting and unveil a secret passage behind. At the end, a Chochin Obake-like creature hangs above a door. Inside the room is evidence of a once happy relationship between the two and signs her mother was skilled and dedicated to her craft of needlework. A small blue fire sits to the side and you can connect this fire to another Chochin Obake using the thread to open the next door, through which is a huge but cute spider that teaches you how to repair fabric bridges to cross gaps in the floor. The game proceeds like this for a short time, slightly increasing the complexity of the puzzles that utilize the needle as you go. The puzzles are all simple and they never reach a point of being frustrating. You'll later use the sewing needles to pull trolleys, create platforms, and operate various contraptions. It's all very charming and feels fresh to play. Before long, a thunderous roar will cut through the relaxing background music, followed quickly by the appearance of a large, no-faced, skeletal creature barreling down the hall towards you. Thus begins a chase sequence where you're tasked with escaping the monster by using your needles to not only allow you to progress but to also impede the monster. It's quite intense as it challenges your skill with the needles under pressure of being caught. Once you've successfully escaped, all will return to peace and tranquility, allowing you to solve more simple yet charming puzzles without the threat of death. You soon find yourself in a stealth sequence that I actually found somewhat challenging at first, but mostly because I hadn't noticed the easiest route around the monster due to the game being so dark in some areas. The darkness does allow the environments to be patched together by various light sources, which looks very nice, but there were more than a couple of moments that I wished I could see a little more of the room around me. Another chase sequence will begin upon successfully evading the creature. Well, I guess that makes it an unsuccessful evasion, but hey, it's scripted so it's fine. It's not as long as the first one and will end when you reach a large room with lots of platforms to navigate across to reach the opposite side. There's some creative manipulation of the environment here, and you can even access a hidden area if you're savvy enough. At the end of this puzzle room is the mother's workshop. Throughout the game so far, through notes and narration provided by the player character when interacting with notable objects, our understanding of how the mother and daughter grew apart is slowly expanded upon. The mother, worked to the bone with only the self-assurance that her child is happy and under extreme pressure from investors to produce more high-quality works of art, creates a puppet from clay in order to... well, I'm not really sure what her intentions were. Maybe to replace her at work so she could spend more time with her daughter? Regardless, the end result of this desperate attempt is the monstrous beast that pursues us throughout the game. The mother's shadow greets us as we ascend the workshop's stone steps, and the screen fades to black, ending the demo on an intriguing cliffhanger. I really enjoyed this brief glimpse into what I hope becomes a full game eventually. It's charming and provides a dense, concise experience that left me wanting more. While I didn't get to spend long with Ginkgo, it keeps introducing new mechanics and gameplay elements, like the sewing puzzles, Chochin Obake, a stealth section, and chase sequences, all of which worked well in such a small package. Regarding the game's main mechanic, I thought it was incorporated well into the chases and allowed for both progressive and defensive options. I'd be interested in seeing what new ways the needles could be used in the full game. While Ginkgo does look decent, with great use of lighting and colour to not only give shape to a surreal realm of traditional Japanese architecture, but to also subtly guide the player through its maze-like assortment of halls and rooms, it's unfortunately not very scary. It's very much a casual experience with the occasional dash of horror. The monster's design is quite spooky though, and watching it charge towards me down a hall barely wide enough to accommodate it was a highlight. I'm impressed by how the developer managed to tell, or at least hint at, a compelling and complex relationship between the two characters in less than 30 minutes of gameplay. A lot of it is established through environmental storytelling too. We see a woman try to do what she thinks is best for her daughter at the expense of her own comfort and happiness, leading to the fracture of their relationship. It's a compelling emotional story. I just wish there was more of it to experience. It's doubtful that there will be a full release of this game due to the nature of its development, which is disappointing. The most recent updates can be found on the developer's YouTube channel, and they're from 4 years ago, so I'm not holding my breath for anything else Ginkgo related.
Oh, hello. Sorry, I didn't see you there. I'm afraid you've fallen into this mysterious other world of mysteries and monsters. Welcome to Homocipher. Unlike the disembodied heads and contorted creatures it hosts, Homocipher is difficult to put into a box. But I would say it's best described as a point-and-click language puzzle meets horror-drenched otome. In other words, a story romance game with a female protagonist. Though the romance themes are significant and persistent throughout, this aspect doesn't feel as fully fleshed out as it could be. It's sort of just a pile of heart-throbbing gore with no skin, but rest assured this is not necessarily a bad thing when the gore is this gooey and deliciously fun to sift through. Okay, I might have been spending too much time with Mr. Silver. As you traverse these dingy, dilapidated rooms and disorientating hallways, there are a multitude of monster men and women to stumble upon, and it quickly becomes clear that we cannot understand one another. One of my absolute favourite mechanics in this game is the slow and rewarding process of using context clues, trial and error, and even building rapport with friendly monsters in order to cultivate an understanding of the vocabulary of this world. The clue was in the name. This is indeed a cipher puzzle game absolutely bursting at the gore-splattered seams with homicide. I'm a sucker for a good portmanteau. The more you dare to interact or explore, the deeper your knowledge of their lexicon becomes, leading to the expanding of relationships and even the ability to understand warnings and clues about how to progress in certain areas. However, you find yourself grappling with a constant, uneasy sense that immersing yourself so deeply in such a place might just come at the cost of your own humanity. Or was it there to begin with? Wait, where am I again? has always been an allure in fiction around inviting monstrous men into our hearts, though something I enjoy deeply about Homocypher is that it does not simply glamorize or minimize the danger by putting the protagonist in the box of a helpless girl to be won, ever protected or ended by her blood-starved beau. Nor does it make its monstrous men one-dimensional creatures who desire only domination, power, or flesh. Rather, it gives the protagonist a decent helping of agency and makes the world itself a perplexing and disorientating experience by stripping us of our ability to make a reliable judgment about its characters and their domain on face value. Further, it refuses to shy away from the horrors of what might happen if you misunderstand a monster. Let him into your heart if you must, but expect that it may just be ravished. Literally. Homocypher truly surprised me in its ability to convey unique personalities, charisma, and warmth in some of its monsters in simple ways, such as some characters taking time to teach you words for certain objects or even facial expressions, imperative tools in deciphering the intentions of other monsters, and with seemingly no agenda other than being affected by the sight of someone lost and afraid in a place they do not seem to belong. A place it would seem perhaps even these lost boys do not find solace. I found myself utterly charmed by these characters, sometimes within just minutes of stumbling across them in a blood-smeared dungeon, which was quite impressive given the language barrier and gloomy surroundings. The character designs and behaviours are interesting and engaging, with definite roots of inspiration drawing from various Japanese urban legends and folklore, which for me is always a pleasure. My only gripe was that residents seemed to exclusively be different flavours of humanoid, where there was ample opportunity to drop some more grotesque creatures into the mix. There is a lot of inspiration to be had in Japan's creepy creature catalogue after all. Come on, I want a sickening monster. A sickening monster that I can kiss. Is that too much for a lady to ask? In conclusion, I truly had so much fun playing this little-known horror gem with an understandably loyal and enthusiastic following. It's challenging, rewarding, campy, fun, and even genuinely touching and sad at times. I found myself reloading and replaying different chapters and choices, trying to discover as many endings as I could, torn between my hopes to somehow rescue some of these kind weirdos and my desire to uncover the mysterious nature of the amnesiac protagonist and her incessant pull to return to a home it seems she does not entirely recall or even belong to anymore. While Homocypher lacks in development in some areas, it is more than made up for in the areas it shines, and for a title produced by a solo developer, it is incredibly well done. It's definitely worth a playthrough if you enjoy games with multiple choices and endings, and if you have the patience and trust to stay with it as the meanings of words start to become clearer and honed into their true intent with time and persistence. It's difficult to convey just how exciting and rewarding it is the first time you read a fully deciphered sentence and it makes sense. Gameplay mechanics aside, characters like Mr. Crawling with his freakish giggle and hilarious misunderstanding of what makes a cat ear accessory cute, but the severed ears of some sorry corpse not so much, or Mr. Gap with his conveniently timed appearances lurking in dark holes and crevices, even appearing in the black of the literal dialogue box at one point, illustrate just a tiny fragment of the charm and creativity this game is simply oozing from every bandaged up appendage. Wait, where am I? This isn't my channel. Well, thank you for having me. I suppose I should be finding my way back home now. Where was it again? I don't know.
Airtight City, a 2021 game by Chinese developer Dodingyu Independent Game Workshop, immediately struck me as a game thrown together with pre-built assets and no particular vision for the visual aesthetic. The player character seems both over-designed and mismatched for the environment they find themselves in, which is almost entirely composed of wooden crates and metal bars. The game drops us into an intense scene where we run to safety while the prison around us descends into chaos. After ducking under a shutter and hiding behind a cardboard box fort, we get a moment to collect ourselves and gain control of the character. A voice comes over our radio, and whoever this is determined to help us escape. We then exit our hidden sanctuary, passing by a severed head to do so, and brave the blood-splattered prison halls beyond. In a nearby room, you find a useful map that allows you to use your navigational device to create a hologram guideline towards your objective, as well as a note recently left by someone detailing the best method to dispatch the violent, spirit-possessed puppets roaming this building. Now, I instantly knew where this was going. These are two very recognizable mechanics lifted straight from Dead Space. I'm not averse to clones of iconic and influential games. Oftentimes developers are inspired by an aesthetic decision or gameplay mechanic, but have ideas on how to either improve them or utilize them for more unique purposes. This is not the case for Airtight City, which not only copies iconic elements from Dead Space, but also, as we'll see later on, Resident Evil. And you know what, while we're on the topic, I'm pretty certain I heard the fridge creaking sound effect from PT being used near the end. I'll talk more about this later though. For now, we continue down the hall and find a man banging his head against... oh, god damn it. He dies, and from his body we retrieve a pistol, which we use to shoot the limbs off a gas-masked zombie who awakens when we attempt to climb a ladder. The combat, surprisingly, is not bad. I mean, of course it's just Dead Space's combat, but to be honest I was expecting it to be implemented more poorly. As is with Dead Space, you shoot the limbs off and then stomp on the corpse to free the boxes of ammo or healing supplies that were hidden inside. A bit further on, while crouch walking through a semi-destroyed hall, we catch a glimpse of this game's big bad guy who happens to wield a chainsaw. How surprising. We avoid him, not wanting to meet the same gruesome fate as the people strung up from the ceiling around us. We then find a special glove that functions as a simplified stasis module, except you don't need to worry about finding anything in the environment to throw at enemies. Instead, they'll be hit by a spirit blade which will stagger or kill them. We jump down an elevator shaft to access a lower floor and find an assault rifle below a torso impaled by a crowbar. I half expected to see some head crabs after this, but thankfully there are none. There's a simple puzzle here that requires us to flick 4 switches in a specific order indicated by large numbers above them. This will restore the power to the exit door, but before we get there we're ambushed by the chainsaw dude. Thus begins a boss fight where you need to keep your distance from him until the power restores again after he knocked it out. Then open the door and flee to safety. As simple as it is, I found it difficult to do so. Any hit you receive from him will instantly kill you, and you'll only ever be able to stun him after doing enough damage with either your guns, spirit blade, or explosive gas canisters. He can also be briefly staggered, but you can't run past him in this moment like you can when he's stunned because he recovers too quickly. The main issue with this boss fight is managing the amount of damage and your positioning within the environment so that you can ensure he drops to his knees with enough space to allow you to run around him. As many attempts as it took me to beat it, I never grew frustrated with the game, only at myself for not playing better. After escaping his saw of chains, you find yourself in a short corridor with another easy puzzle to solve. You also witness what I can only describe as a chunky licker crawl across the window. They really did just do the bare minimum in disguising their inspirations, didn't they? Through the next door is an outside area with a thank you note from the developer and images from the next part of this sure to be captivatingly original franchise. It looks a lot more detailed, and the player character, while looking a lot edgier, does suit the setting more than this current one. You're then attacked by the chonky licker and it'll also one-hit kill you. It's not nearly as tanky as the chainsaw guy though, so you can kill it before it reaches you. All that remains is to reach the end of this fence maze and you've escaped the airtight city. As blatant an example of plagiarism as this game is, what it steals well, resulting in a short but ultimately enjoyable experience. It's not a game I'll ever think about again, but I've spent an hour of my time less wisely in the past, so it could be worse. The combat is the main draw here, as none of the other aspects are fleshed out enough to be that interesting. AC will often just throw enemies at you, and while it never gets overwhelming, it can be satisfyingly challenging. There isn't much enemy variety to be found in this small portion of what seems to be a larger experience, but what monsters you do have to fight are fun to do so. The bloating enemies in particular managed to catch me completely off guard a couple of times when they stood up and continued towards me after I assumed it should have already exploded. There's not much else to talk about regarding Airtight City though. It's far too much of a copied experience to birth any unique opinions. If you've played Dead Space, you've played a better version of this. Airtight City clearly wasn't a passion project. I mean, the devs can't even decide if it's called The Airtight City or just Airtight City. They put the 1.0 on the end of the title and mentioned that its sequel 2.0 is in development, but there are no further updates on it, so it's doubtful to ever see the light of day. It's too much of a rip-off of other games to build a franchise from, and if they did want to take it in a more original direction, it would need to be completely overhauled, which probably isn't worth the effort. Unlike other flawed games in this video that I enjoyed, I can't say Airtight City has any potential, and it's probably best left to be forgotten in the ever-obscuring depths of Steam's growing catalogue. I actually feel bad for saying this because the developer seems to be really kind-hearted and regretful that they even had to charge for the game. They had all this to say on the game's Steam page, so I wish them the best. Kuchisake Onna was developed by George Constantino and released in 2018. It's a rare case for this video where I've actually played the game before. I let's played it years ago on an old channel, and the only impression of it that lasted until now is one of frustrating mediocrity. So let's see how it holds up. The game begins with you standing in a scarcely decorated sitting room illuminated partially by a crackling fire. A note on a nearby set of drawers tells of the unknown writer's discovery of a method to immortalize one's self through the performance of a sacrificial ritual. Upstairs is another note that mentions their progress with the ritual alongside their research partner Mitsuhiko. There's a number pad locked door that can be unlocked using one of the dates from the notes, and inside is another door requiring an equally unchallenging process to unlock. So far, I'd been reminded of an earlier game in this video, Rain Ruin, which never elevated the complexity of its puzzles beyond the near brain-dead sequence of use key to open door to get key to open other door. Luckily, this is most of the puzzle solving we'll need to do in this game. After gaining access to the underground research facility the two of them built, which connects to the door upstairs for some reason, we quickly find ourselves being hunted by the Kuchisake Onna. She just kind of pops into existence and will kill you instantly if caught, so I'd imagine many first-time players died right here. The only way to escape her is to run and hide, and since she's either extremely forgetful or unmotivated, she'll abandon her pursuit. Once you flank her and get to the door beyond where she appeared, she'll teleport into the next room. Before you enter though, there's a note conveniently stuck to the wall that details Mitsuhiko's betrayal. Instead of granting immortality, the ritual summoned the bloodthirsty slit-mouthed woman. The next room, ambitiously labelled as a library, is probably the most frustrating stealth section in the game. It took me a while to realise that possibly the only way to get past it is to walk directly behind her as she returns to the room, run up the hall until she exits again, then nip into the library and grab the key while she's out of sight. If you don't follow this order, she'll most likely see you because the environment is so poorly laid out for any kind of variety in approach. She also has the same issue as Shirime, where she can see much farther than you in the dark, so you have no idea if it's actually a good time to attempt to sneak past her or not. But anyway, through the next door is a puzzle that actually requires more than 3 brain cells to solve. You need to mix a potion or something using specific ingredients hinted at by a riddle note. There are a couple of misleading options that give it a slightly challenging aspect, but even then some notes scattered on the desk clear up any confusion you might have. With this puzzle solved, the next room unlocks and within we find a note left by Mitsuhiko. He needs to kill and burn the head of his research partner in order to gain immortality. This third stealth section is short and probably easier than the previous 2 for some reason. Beyond it is a quick gauntlet of moving boxes and the final door. Inside this room we find a flaming skull and a final boastful note by Mitsuhiko. When you try to leave through the other door, you'll be prompted to hide in the closet. Kuchisake Onna then enters the room, teleports to the opening in the closet doors and kills you inside your ineffective hiding place. With this, she congratulates us for having acquired immortality. Referring to us as Master, she explains that she tried to kill you many times, but since she's proven you're immortal, her duty is fulfilled. Thus ends the game, and at a first glance, this is a neat twist in that you were playing as Mitsuhiko all along. But if you think about it for a second, it all starts to crumble. How or why did he lock himself out of most of the house after completing the ritual? How did he set up these puzzles while being hunted by the Kuchisake Onna? Why does she need to kill him multiple times to confirm his immortality when once would do? Why would he forget that she was under his control and not just some indiscriminate murderous deity? I'm really trying to find at least something positive to say about each game in this video because I don't want to discredit the hard work these indie developers put in, but what I thought was the only decent part of this game, the story, just doesn't hold up under even the slightest amount of scrutiny. The environments are dull and sometimes disproportional, the stealth elements are basically non-functional, the puzzles could be solved by a toddler. The antagonist's design is unfittingly sexualized and deviates heavily from the iconic appearance of trenchcoat and face mask. Hell, even the walking is messed up because your character has to complete the full step animation even if you've taken your finger off the W key, which is especially weird because at no point do you see the player character's model, so why the need for a restrictive walk cycle? I am at least glad to have covered Kuchisake Onna in this video because it allows me to prevent others from having to also experience it. I guess that counts as a positive aspect, right? Akazu is a short, simple walking sim developed by Studio DYD and released for free in March of 2024. You begin at the base of a large set of steps in a dark forest. A fallen torii gate lies at the bottom and at the top is a large house. Your character doesn't know how they got there, but they have a feeling they came looking for something. If at some point while climbing the steps you turn around, you may witness the brief apparition of a woman's spirit. I'd be exaggerating if I said it startled me though. You can later find another spirit hiding in one of the house's closets. This again wasn't very scary. It was more akin to noticing you just absent-mindedly put the cereal box in the fridge instead of the milk. Upstairs is a small cupboard with ritualistic instruments inside. A note details the method of sealing an entity with piles of salt, of which there are several scattered about the outside grounds. You then go and smush all the salt piles and hear a strange noise come from within the house. A misfittingly old door is then unlocked when the talisman stuck to it burns off and you can proceed inside. Down the stairs you find a room with a stone altar at its center, surrounded by red spider lilies, which, if you've seen in anime, you'd know are not a good sign. Upon removing the weird green thing atop the altar, a voice speaks from behind you. You turn and find a ghostly couple standing in front of the exit. A Hanya mask floats between them, most likely being worn by the unseen entity we just unleashed like idiots. The game then cuts to black and ends before you have time to register what you've seen. I think, when taken literally, Akazu is about someone searching for their dead parents and unwittingly unleashing a demonic entity in the process. They are reunited with them, but at what cost? At least that's as much as I can glean from this 15-minute game. While I am slightly curious as to the full story, it didn't grab me enough to actually exert the effort to do further research. Akazu's visuals are fine. There's no distinct art style, but it doesn't look bad in any way, even on low graphic settings. There's just a complete lack of atmosphere, which caused its few scares to be embarrassingly ineffective. With it being such a short game, I was expecting something to make it worth even the time invested, but I didn't find anything of note here. At least it's free though. Paper Ghost Stories is a series of games from the Malaysian developer Cellar Vault Games. The game I'm covering in this video, 7 PM, has since been delisted from Steam and integrated into their latest release, Third Eye Open. Their reason for removing 7 PM from the storefront was to avoid customers unknowingly double dipping, which is complete bullshit because you're literally given the option to toggle to the 7 PM story in TEO's main menu. It'd be excusable if 7 PM was always intended to exist within a grander narrative and couldn't exist separately alongside the new game, but that clearly isn't the case. I'm not that mad, just appropriately annoyed that a game you could have spent 99 cents on has been locked within a different game that is 17 times the cost. Man, I could go on a whole rant about the superiority of physical media, but that's not why I'm here. Paper Ghost Stories 7 PM opens with a refreshing visual aesthetic. The paper cutout characters and environments really accentuate the storytime aspect of the game. We join a group of children as they are told a tale by a kind elderly lady sitting on a bench. The children have an interesting dynamic. It very much seems like a group assembled by necessity rather than preference. One boy in particular, Lun, seems to be the main antagonist of the three, but they stick together because they're probably the only children their age in their apartment block. Auntie Fung continues with her spooky story of a strange new family that moved in next to her. The main takeaway from the story is that the new child was seen to be waving at the sky on the balcony. For what reason? Well, that's the scariest part of the story. which doesn't really scare the kids, so they go their separate ways. Auntie tasks Wen with retrieving a water bottle from her apartment, and we are free to explore the area. The controls take a bit of getting used to, and it's mainly due to how the camera functions. The camera stays stationary but will follow the player around the environment. This is fine, but our movement still operates independent of the camera's viewpoint. This means that when you're off-center from wherever the game determines the middle of the environment to be, if you try to move down using the S key, you won't move towards the camera like you'd assume, and instead will move towards the side of the screen. It's difficult to describe as it's a weird, slightly disorienting sensation, but I hope you get the idea. Anyway, Lun asks us to collect some pebbles, and upon giving them to him, he proceeds to throw them at the new family's balcony window. This breaks the glass, obviously, and he acts immaturely when called out on his shitty actions. Down an alley to the right, you can find a man standing over a fire beside a shrine to a deceased child. Through interacting with him, you discover the child was his, and he's folding joss paper as offerings to his child. You're then taught how to fold the paper yourself, and I really struggled with the controls here. You can see that it's asking me to roll the end up, but I couldn't figure out how that translated to the mouse's movements. I succeeded through sheer luck, but I still don't know the correct way to do it. On the way out, we're reminded that this is a horror game with a spooky cutscene. It comes out of nowhere, to be honest, and I'm not really sure if it fits with everything else we've experienced so far. It's like getting a gory jump scare while watching Teletubbies. On our way to Auntie's apartment, we're stopped again by a woman working a food stall. She ropes us into helping her assemble some of her orders while she runs an errand. This minigame is a lot more straightforward, although I had no idea what sambal is, so I didn't know what ingredient to add. This is where another gripe I have with the game arises. When interacting with other characters, usually adults, they'll use Malaysian words or phrases that will be translated below the dialogue. The frequency of which this happens begins to make the game feel very educational, like a beginner module in a Malaysian language class. I'm mostly fine with this because I don't mind learning new things, but it can get a bit irritating when I have to refer to a translation for each sentence. Oftentimes a character will throw a Malaysian word into an otherwise English sentence for no good reason, which can really stunt the flow of a conversation. There's also the issue, going back to the sambal, where some Malaysian things won't be translated. I, a lowly potato-loving Irishman, have never encountered sambal before, so when I'm told to include it in a rap, I'm going to be completely lost. It happens more in conversation though, with characters using the phrase la quite often. It's never explained, so I had to try and figure out through context clues what it meant, and even then I wasn't certain. The issue is that the game will translate some things but not others, probably due to the devs not realizing that these things aren't widely known concepts outside of Malaysia. They translated the things they thought foreigners would be unfamiliar with, such as King Ming and a specific way that they sigh, but not other equally as Malaysian-centric things such as joss paper and the aforementioned la, which according to Google is a way to emphasize a statement, but the tone of voice seems to dictate different ways it can come across. Very confusing but interesting stuff. Would have been nice to know this too. Anyway, you finish making the food and continue upstairs. Inside Auntie's apartment, you retrieve the water bottle, but on the way out, her neighbour's front door can be found left ajar. Peeking inside, we see strange talismans and a terrifying figure with multiple flailing arms that chases us down the hall. Apparently this is an infinite hallway, but I got caught so quickly that I never noticed. You wake up from what I assume to be a hallucination and return outside. Wen reports her strange experience to the elderly woman, and the woman actually doesn't explain it away like you'd expect. According to her, around this time of year, spirits become more active and easier to see, so that's likely what Wen encountered. Wen then realizes she dropped the water bottle upstairs during the chase, and Lun offers to retrieve it. Upstairs, playing as Lun, we meet a shady dude who teaches Lun how to lockpick so he can get the bottle from inside the strange neighbour's apartment. This lockpicking minigame also gave me trouble, and again, I'm not sure how I completed it. Inside the apartment, you're jump scared by the spooky paper monster again and run back outside. It's dusk now and the rest of the group are still gathered in the courtyard. Auntie decides to tell the rest of the story and it creeps the children out, even though it was meant to be a cute story. You then take control of Ming and head home for the night, stopping on the way to chat with Uncle Yang, who previously spent the day reading the paper next to his wife, Auntie. He asks Ming to tell Auntie that he has to leave. This news shocks and disturbs Auntie for some reason. Unbeknownst to everyone, Uncle Yang is dead and his spirit had been visiting Auntie during this period where the spirits are allowed more freedom. With the setting sun, he returns to the afterlife along with the other spirits, and Auntie's strange neighbour waves him goodbye just like the previous nights. It's a cool twist, I'll give it that. 7 PM's story is quite enjoyable. You get eased into the lives of this group, and the big ending plot twist is all the more satisfying due to how subtly it was built up the entire time. But while I like the story, it is bogged down by the educational aspects. Several times a conversation went on far too long because one of the characters was explaining some piece of folklore or culture to the children. Also, a lot of the random uses of Malaysian phrases that receive translation notes remind me of anime fan translations where the translator just has to include a translation note for a word they easily could have translated along with the rest. I said it before that I really don't mind learning about new cultures, especially when it has a horror twist, but this game really does feel more Reader Rabbit than Resident Evil. I wouldn't say the gameplay was overly enjoyable either, since it mainly consists of moving around a screen between visual novel segments and occasionally getting interrupted by a barely functioning minigame. I did have Third Eye Open wishlisted before playing this, but since then I've removed it as I don't think I want to experience more of this game. It may appeal to others who can look past its tonal mismatching and bland gameplay, but it's just not for me. Pemali Indonesian folklore horror by Storytale released in late 2018. The game, as it exists now, has 4 different levels, each containing their own folkloric entity. However, 3 of these are locked behind DLC, so we'll only be looking at the first level in this video. The game opens with your arrival at your character's apartment. They have lots of books and documents scattered messily about the room. Some of this, I'm sure, doubled as research material for the game, so it's nice to see what you can read if anything in the game piques your interest. The game will even redirect you to websites where you can buy the books on display, which is really cool. To start the game proper, you access your emails via the computer. You receive an email from someone offering to share their friend's supernatural experience. They claim it would be too long to type in the email, so they attach a document for you to open. This is how you start the level, and I have to say I love this whole introduction. You're then immersed in the friend Jacka's experience and find yourself standing outside an abandoned house. Jacka is here to clean up the house which belongs to his family so it can be sold. You have a time frame of 3 to 4 days, which is plenty of time, probably. Inside you begin tidying the neglected home. The place is destroyed with dust, cobwebs and dirt, so there's a fair bit of work to get stuck into. Your first day is spent gathering important documents, rearranging furniture, and removing rubbish scattered about. There are a lot of things to interact with in the environment, so this first day may take a while. Most of this clutter serves a purpose though, as it helps to establish the lives and history of Jacka's family, which unfortunately seems to have taken a dark turn in recent years. Notes and books you find imply Jacka's father became very interested in the occult in his later years, and there are many talismans and other religious artifacts to be found and disposed of around the house. Many of Jacka's comments when interacting with objects imply that the place is haunted. His comments can be particularly antagonistic towards the ghost, so it seems like he doesn't really believe the rumors. When you've had enough of cleaning, you can rest and wake up on the second day. Today's goal is to clear the cobwebs and mop the floors. A bucket of cleaning supplies found in the small room by the kitchen is needed to do this, but once you have it, you're set to go. This chore takes fucking ages. I'm not exaggerating when I say most of my time playing this game was spent cleaning the floors and cobwebs. Not only is it excruciatingly tedious, but it's also not even necessary to progress, which I only found out a couple of hours later. The game tells you to clean the house, so I did because I'm a good boy, but after 15 minutes straight of staring at the ground, whipping my mouse back and forth to clean the dirt, it began to feel like a prank. I actually started to wonder if I'd accidentally booted up a cleaning simulator. Of course, this is a horror game, or at least it's supposed to be, so spooky things will occasionally happen while you're going about your chores. This includes lights flickering, chairs rocking, and hearing strange noises outside. None of this does much to stave off the monotony though, unfortunately. On the third day, things start to get weird. The house becomes more active and reactive to your actions. After fixing a painting at the end of the hall, one of the locked doors suddenly opens. Inside is Jacka's parents' room, where you find more notes and letters from the family members, as well as a diary left by Jacka's mother, I think. It details the events of Jacka's sister losing her child and the unbearable grief she experienced afterwards. It also talks more about her death and return as a kuntilanak, which is a type of spirit in Indonesian folklore that is unable to leave this world due to a strong grudge they hold due to the loss of a child. Upon opening the diary, you hear a soft lullaby coming from the other locked room, which is now open. The other room belonged to Jaka's sister, and it contains, amongst an array of unused baby accessories, a note of how to perform a cleansing ritual to help the kuntilanak on its way. For the ritual, you need to collect 5 items, some of which, if you were diligent in your chores like I was, have already been disposed of, meaning you can't complete the ritual. This is fucking infuriating game design. By this point, I'd spent well over an hour cleaning the house and trying to figure out what object needed to be interacted with or event triggered to progress the game, even redoing the first 2 days after the game hard crashed on me 40 minutes in, only for the game to basically say fuck you and lock me out of an interesting ending. With no way to complete the ritual, I resorted to hiding in the closet to reach the next day unharmed. I actually wasn't aware that hiding in the closet would end the run, so that made it even more frustrating. And then on top of that, the game lists all the things I did wrong during my playthrough and called me useless. Talk about leaving a sour taste in my mouth. After calming down, I decided to try again with the knowledge gained from my previous failure. I was told specifically that interacting with some items like talismans and nails would have consequences, either enraging the spirit or suppressing it. After much struggle, I gathered the items for the ritual, performed it to put Jaka's sister to rest, and escaped the hellish scenario. I had technically beaten the level, but the lack of interaction with the ghost outside of a couple of scripted encounters had left me unsatisfied. This is when I decided to replay the level, but do everything within my power to piss the ghost off. This entails choosing mean comments when interacting with objects, removing protective charms and talismans, and generally acting a twat. This did lead to a couple of new scares, but it wasn't nearly as aggressive as I'd hoped. It still felt like I was being teased a paranormal experience when I was doing the equivalent of summoning the ghost with a ritual of taunts and belligerence. This was disappointing, especially considering I'd spent over 3 hours playing and the most engaging scare I got was this. And that's where I stopped playing. I know there's more of an experience to scrape off of this game, but the slivers of enjoyment I might get aren't worth my time or effort. While there are plenty of organic and randomly occurring scares during gameplay, they don't entice me to search for ones I haven't seen before. Without a walkthrough guide, the gameplay boils down to doing many playthroughs trying slightly different things in order to hopefully achieve a different outcome. In my experience, the minor differences didn't justify the tedium that led to them. A couple of them did give me chills the first time, but that will wear off on subsequent playthroughs. It's a pity because I can see so much potential in this game, but as it is, it's frustrating, laborious, and desaturated of horror content. I enjoyed poking around the house and uncovering the history of the family and the sudden downturn it took after the death of the child. It's tragic and sorrowful, and apart from the fact that Jaka can still make mean comments about the ghost of his dead sister after he's encountered it, it's a very solid story. Every positive aspect of Pamali is mirrored by a negative one. The environment is beautiful, but for most of the game it's almost pitch black. The experience is very immersive, but it immerses you in the tedium of housework. It has interesting moments like having you collect sentimental items from around the house for use in a ritual that you'll have found while exploring, but you may have thrown those items in the bin already, unaware of their importance. I'd like to imagine that some of these issues are resolved in the DLC chapters, but I have a feeling they remain as consistent gameplay elements that the experience is built around. For now, having played the first chapter that the game was originally released with, Pamali feels abrasive and underwhelming. Atama, released in October 2022, is another game that, while not developed in Asia, is inspired by the culture and folklore. Its creator, Team Zetsu, used many aspects of Japanese culture as a base to build the game's story from. Personally, I quite enjoy stories that take place in rural Japan, where ritualistic practices and spiritualism are more prevalent, so I was happy to see that this game utilizes this aspect of culture for its premise. The game begins with a text conversation between the playable character Kaede and her younger sister Tomoko. The pressure of looming exams is weighing heavily on Kaede, and she has decided to visit her aunt Noriko for both a break from studying and to ask her about an apparent family curse that Kaede has begun to manifest symptoms of. After the conversation cuts short due to a lack of phone coverage, Kaede finds herself at her destination. She hops off the freight train she'd been hitching a ride on and approaches the village where Aunt Noriko lives. Interestingly, the train station here is called Kisaragi Station, which, if you're familiar with more recent Japanese urban legends, you'd know is not a good sign. However, I think this is just a light reference, as the game doesn't closely resemble the legend of Kisaragi Station at all. Looking around, you can see a large wall that surrounds the village proper. Outside this wall, though, is a series of shanties, shoddily assembled and abandoned by their residents. While approaching a large head statue, Kaede gets a vision of its perspective looking back at her. This is an introduction to Atama's main gameplay mechanic. Much like the Forbidden Siren series, you can sightjack enemies in order to sneak around them. Beside the statue is a coin which you can collect. You'll find more of them throughout the game, and they'll find their use towards the end. Notes can also be found throughout the game that detail, from multiple perspectives, the downfall of the village and its peoples. You soon encounter the first enemy, a floating head that surveys its surroundings. When it turns away, you can run to the next area. These heads will patrol set paths, and if they see you, they'll pursue you until you escape them into a space they're too large to follow. The way they patrol their paths, while very gamified, does allow you to study their movement patterns and determine the best route and time to sneak past them. It's a simple mechanic, but it works well to create a fair challenge and tense gameplay. You soon find a letter left by Noriko to Kaede that speaks of a family heirloom that she left in the shrine. The heirloom will apparently protect us from these strange creatures until we find our way back out of the village. Now, while we haven't technically entered the village yet and can safely leave, Kaede is determined to find her aunt and get her out of here. In the next area, you need to distract an infant head by ringing a bell to retrieve an axe which will allow you to progress. The bell will become an important mechanic later on, as it allows you to attract enemies to specific locations so that you can pass by them unnoticed. The area beyond this steps up the difficulty another level, introducing several patrolling enemies to keep track of at once, which is not easy. Since they patrol high in the air, you'd assume they'd be fairly easy to keep track of, but when you're navigating the empty houses and alleyways, you can lose them quickly. It's also important to keep sidejacking them regularly to make sure you're not sitting in their patrol paths. With the increase in enemies, you have more perspectives to switch between, which does make it difficult to quickly sidejack to a specific nearby enemy. This system could be improved upon if, instead of flicking through the perspectives like TV channels, you had a wheel that you could quickly and easily navigate to find the enemy you want. That way, instead of trying to memorize the perspectives by their order, you can memorize them by their location on the wheel and select them that way. Still, while it could be improved upon, I don't hate the system that's in place. In this area, the notes you find tell of a doctor whose patients began to exhibit unusual symptoms. The skin on their face became tighter, which at first is seen as a good thing as the elderly patients appear younger, but the player can easily see this as a precursor to their current state. Indeed, the residents of this town were cursed by something and became these monsters, whose heads grew too large for their body and detached, leaving them as floating, bloodthirsty, mindless beings. A note at the beginning of the game hints at the cause of this being a curse put on the residents by a poorly treated outsider. However, we also see another possible cause in the occult practices of the village's leader, Meo-sama. Meo-sama's estate is at the end of the village, and after entering you find a much more lavish environment. The disparity in wealth is evident in this game, and you don't even need to read the notes to see that this Meo dude might not have his village's best interests in mind. In order to progress in this courtyard area, you need to find a sequence code for 3 levers that will open the door. I, even after watching a YouTube video on how to open this door, have no idea what the sequence is, so best of luck to anyone else that plays this. At the top of this tower is a gong that, when struck, will paralyze the nearby heads and allow you to enter the other building unharmed. This next area is probably my favorite, and it again increases the challenge. Where you were previously navigating a wide open space where heads roamed, you're now in a much more enclosed space where strategy and reaction time are much more important. You don't have time to run to safety because the heads don't have as much distance to travel as they once did. After beating this area, you gain access to another tower. This one, instead of having heads outside looking in, has a head on each floor and one that goes up and down the center. This is a very difficult section because not only do you need to stealth your way around the head on each floor, but you also need to be wary of the spinning one in the center, which can appear at any moment and ruin your plan. It's really great, and once you reach the top and retrieve a metal statue head that emits a strange energy, you need to return to the bottom through the gauntlet again. This time you can't run due to the weight of the statue head, so you need to be even more careful and strategic. Seriously, this game surprised me with how great its stealth sections were, which you'd never think by looking at it. After placing the head on its body, you can descend to the dungeons below. This is where Meo-sama carried out his occult experiments while attempting to achieve immortality or ultimate power or some other typical bad guy nonsense. We find another note left by Nariko in a cell, meaning she too was imprisoned. From here you enter the tunnels beneath the village, which are home to a couple of unique head creatures. These ones resemble anglerfish with lamps dangling from their foreheads. Since these tunnels all look very similar, the two enemies emit different coloured lights so that when you sightjack them you know exactly which one you're observing. It's a really helpful inclusion that I appreciated. After dropping down further below the tunnels you find Aunt Nariko's headless body along with the heirloom. With your only reason to be in this village done away with, it's time to escape. An elevator takes you back up to the surface where you emerge into a graveyard. Above, high in the sky, floats the colossal head of Meo-sama. He observes, but thankfully doesn't pursue, meaning you can use his perspective to observe a much wider area around you going forward. This next area is a tough one, but after finding the door to the shrine in Meo-sama's right-hand man's house, you can enter the final area of the game. At the highest point in the village sits the shrine, which is shockingly beautiful and ornate considering the absolute squalor that we saw at the start of the game. Around this courtyard you can find statues that have slots for coins. By inserting the coins you found throughout the game, you can achieve the true ending. I unfortunately missed the second coin, so I got the bad ending. Beyond this shrine is a bamboo forest full of head monsters, which you can now stun using the heirloom to get past them. This is quite a challenging section and took me a good few attempts to get past. With the forest being somewhat maze-like, it's easy to lose your bearings and end up back at the entrance. You may also be chased back by a head that you can't stun. The heirloom allows you to paralyze heads while sightjacking them, but you can only stun one at a time and the ability is on a timer. Because of this, you need to be even more tactical and will often be forced to choose between targets to stun and also when to stun them. The sightjack scrolling makes this even more difficult, but this area is incredibly fun to play through. At the end of the forest is a tunnel that leads out of the village, and once you reach it, you're safe. Since I failed to find all the coins, I got the bad ending, which sees Kaede successfully leave the village, only to be tormented by her experience and continued visions. She returns to the village, feeling like Aunt Nariko wanted her to find something. That something being the reward for finding all the coins. Inside the final shrine, which unlocks after inserting every coin, you find the real heirloom, which glows green instead of purple, and the other one crumbles to dust in the presence of its power. An old woman lies beside it, assumedly Aunt Noriko's real corpse. I don't know what the true endings cutscene looks like because the only video I can find fucking skips over it, but at least that's a good opportunity for people watching this video to experience it themselves. And that's Atama. I was pleasantly surprised by this game. On the surface, it's another goofy horror game with shallow mechanics that exists solely to turn a quick profit, but after spending several hours with it, I can confidently say that it has a lot more going for it. The gameplay, while relatively simple, is solid and provides both challenge and enjoyment. The stealth puzzles were really well thought out and could be incredibly tense at times. While there is only really one type of enemy, each one is distinct enough in appearance that you can tell them apart from others and use that information to help you progress, especially when sightjacking. Some heads look relatively normal, while others are deformed. Some make infantile gurgles and others screech with anger. These differences function as not only visual variety but also mechanical information by which the player can use to navigate the puzzle spaces. The sightjacking mechanic is utilized well and makes the puzzles a lot more engaging. Again, I think a selection wheel would benefit gameplay instead of scrolling through each perspective, but how it exists is functional and enjoyable. Visually, the game also performs well. The environments are built for mechanical function, but are well realized, so it doesn't take any effort to imagine the place this once was. I was a bit sad to see the intensely unnatural color palette at the beginning be replaced by more natural looking visuals later on, but the game never looks bad, so I can't fault it entirely. The credits list all the assets used to create the environments, and I will admit I was a bit disappointed to discover that these weren't made personally by the development team. I'm not against the use of externally created assets, but it does slightly lessen my opinion of the game. I will give it credit though that everything fits so well together that I didn't even notice until the credits, unlike with Airtight City. The story, which I haven't touched on much, also has a surprising depth to it. The notes you find throughout the game tell stories from different perspectives, each adding to the game's world building in their own unique way. It's incredibly fleshed out and intriguing, so much so that I regretted not exploring more to find the few notes I missed. Tales of conspiracy and rebellion are unveiled gradually, and the thought that you're possibly reading notes left by the heads floating in the sky above you is very chilling. It's funny to see such a good story in a game with such a silly concept and presentation. So yeah, Atama's great, and even though I've spoiled most of the game, I think there's enough to enjoy anyway. If you decide to play it and achieve the true ending, please let me know what happens. Thanks. So while researching for this next review, I discovered that this game was made primarily using AI generated art assets, including both visual and audible. I, much like any morally upstanding and self-respecting human being, are completely against the use of Gen AI in art and would not have purchased this game had I been aware of it beforehand. However, considering I have already purchased it and played this game for their video, I figured now is a good opportunity to see what AI can, if at all, contribute to horror games. Anemone was released in December 2024 by JLu and follows the same basic gameplay as Mario Party, but adds flourishes of insanity at every opportunity. You choose from a selection of anime characters, and also a pig for some reason, each of which with their own slightly different playstyle. The different abilities they bring to the tabletop allow for a small variety of interactions to play out during minigames. For instance, the first character's abilities are search, weapon, craft, and healing, while the pig has empathy, craft, weapon, and stealth. Weapon and craft both do separate points of damage during battles, with weapon inflicting an amount equal to your current weapon stat, and craft doing an additional amount with a crafted weapon equal to the value of the die roll. Search allows you to look for hidden details during interaction minigames, and the effectiveness of this, as well as with every other non-combat ability, is dependent on the die roll. Low rolls usually result in failure, but high rolls won't always result in success. This is a very chaotic game, you see. A high roll failure may just be the result of you approaching a situation with an unsuitable ability, so experimentation is encouraged, especially since abilities have very vague application and penalties are rarely harsh. It is, however, basically impossible to judge how you should approach a situation, as logic was thrown out the window as soon as you booted up the game. General gameplay plays out like so. You begin the game by selecting your character and rolling dice to determine the strength of your abilities. You then continue to roll a die each turn to progress through the board, which takes place in a rural Japanese town. The tiles you land on will either restore some of your sanity, which is depleted during combat or negative interactions, or will be minigame tiles, which will either be a battle or a bizarre interaction with even more bizarre entities, we'll call them. There are also special tiles on which you will encounter a specific character. These can either go well, resulting in your sanity being completely restored, or very, very poorly, with your stats plummeting to well below zero. This can be devastating, and when it happened to me, I only managed to finish the course because I had no more combat encounters afterwards. I can easily see this being game ending, as you may not be able to damage an enemy even after rolling 2 6s for craft and weapon. This kind of unpredictable chaos is what generally makes party games so much fun though. You want crazy things to happen to kick some life into a group gaming session. I don't think I have much to say about Anemone. I got what I could out of a single player experience, but it's definitely made to be played with others. It's local multiplayer only though, which makes that a bit more difficult. Playing solo is fun enough for a short time, but there's really not a lot of replayability in this. Its gameplay is very simple and relies on the chaotic, unpredictable nature to make it interesting. The game's art style evokes a creepypasta aesthetic with a mixture of poppy bright colours and gritty deep-fried strangeness. It definitely fits the vibe of art created by a machine, as it feels so unfocused and doesn't stick to any particular style. If the goal was to create a game with the widest variety of character designs, then I guess the developer succeeded, but it's not very impressive knowing that they themselves did not create it. Initially, I found the nonsensical interactions enjoyable, but in retrospect, I don't think I'm willing to put the time into working out how best to navigate them. The results are a bit too random. You never know if you'll be punished or rewarded, and that makes the game feel very unpolished and kinda uninteresting. Like, basically none of my decisions will have logical repercussions, so what's the point in even trying? I might as well just blast through the game taking hits or buffs at seemingly random, and if that's the case, then what's the point in playing? I wonder if, in addition to the AI generated art assets, the game was coded using AI too. It really wouldn't surprise me, as there doesn't seem to be any intention behind this game's mechanics and gameplay, as well as its visuals. The product feels just how it was made, cheap, which really makes me regret having spent actual money on it. I'm glad I have actually experienced a primarily AI generated video game and have come out the other side feeling more supportive and proud of actual artists and developers that put in the work to create games. I have since removed the rest of the developers' games from my wishlist and will be more vigilant for other AI games in the future. I'd like to showcase an enemy less so than even the worst games in this video, but I thought it might be a valuable lesson to others on the importance of real human-made art. Even the jankiest, most unplayable crap games I play are more fun to talk about because there was intention behind them. Even if they are poorly made, you can see someone behind it trying to share their ideas. An enemy, however, seems to be the product of someone shitting their ideas into a machine that does all the work for them, resulting in a game that has almost no artistic value. Low is the first game in the Broken Lore series developed by Serafini Productions to receive a full release. The Tokyo-based studio has demos available for all 6 of their games, 3 of which have full releases now, so if you're intrigued by the following game, I recommend checking those out too. It's rare for an indie developer to have so many projects in production at once, and even rarer for demos of each to be available. Fun fact, Serafini's website is what the Shirame 2 store page website link directs to. I have absolutely no idea what the connection is between these two, and I don't think I want to find out. Anyway, Broken Lore Low released in early 2025 and found its way into this video after I happened upon the developer's Twitter account last year. What attracted me to this dev's work was the incredible looking visuals depicting rural Japanese townscapes decorated with oh so enticing splashes of horror. It's a level of visual fidelity that's rare within indie games without them melting your PC, and one you'll immediately find yourself in appreciation of come the start of the game. Low opens with a hopeful up-and-coming pop star travelling to a remote town to meet with a music producer. As the sweeping camera follows the car pushing through the dark fog, we hear a phone call between Naomi and her partner where he expresses weariness regarding this opportunity she's been given. The producer is known for being a creep, but may be Naomi's only way into the industry. Stepping foot into the town, we're greeted by no one. The place is deserted, but the uninterrupted walk did allow me to soak in the phenomenally detailed environment, which I was thankful for. As you walk, the fog reveals more of the stretching street, and several crumpled notes can be found stuck to lampposts. These hint at the strange, dark history of the town and its chief, something I'm sure we'll become more familiar with later on. Upon reaching the end of the road, cut off abruptly by an unnaturally placed wall, we receive a phone call from the producer, Hideki, who invites us for lunch at a nearby restaurant. We head back the way we came and find the place, which seems to have materialized on the street because we definitely did not pass it before. Inside, Hideki is extremely flattering and eager to invite Naomi into his world. There's definitely something creepy and predatory about him though, so I felt relieved when he left to go meet with another hopeful artist. When we try to return to the car to retrieve a lighter, we find the large torii-gated exit missing. The street has changed and is now longer than it was before. While searching for an alternate exit, the town becomes populated by observing statues of women, one of which has blood leaking from its pregnant belly, which leads to a cot. Checking inside, we see a deeper patch of blood and hear the cries of the child that it once belonged to. The other candidate for Hideki's contract, Erika, suddenly approaches to taunt us before leaving again. After wandering the streets some more, Hideki calls to invite us to a karaoke bar for the audition. Upon reaching the bar, which has also suddenly appeared on the street, Hideki offers us a drink to celebrate our future career. I refused for obvious reasons, but Hideki convinces Naomi to partake anyway. During her performance, she begins to feel the effects of a drug, and Hideki moves closer as she slips into unconsciousness. She wakes up suddenly and... wait, this looks weird? Yeah, this is like a whole other game that we find ourselves in, and the wild shift in art style quite shocked me at first. It seems this realm, we'll call it, is one dreamt up by Naomi in her drugged unconscious state and will need to get through it to return to reality. We play as a young girl whose mother chastises her for breaking a mirror, the pieces of which we'll need to find to reassemble it. The traditional Japanese mansion we find ourselves in is huge, and we're given free rein so long as we stay out of sight of our roaming mother. Failing to find any mirror shards, you follow your mother up to the top floor and find another broken mirror. This one leads to a mirrored world, which replaces the bright and beautiful mansion and its surrounding landscape with a dark, dilapidated and blood-splattered house of horrors. The roaming mother is also replaced by a crawling spectre wearing a pale white kimono and skin dyed crimson with blood. You need to avoid her by paying attention to the teke-teke of her bony hands pulling her along the floor, because if seen she'll give chase with a shrill shriek and woeful wail. I don't know what happens if she catches you, because I actually found all the 8 pieces of the mirror without her doing so. Upon fixing the mirror, we see the reflection of an adult woman who flashes into a spectral form before being replaced by our mirrored form. And with that, Naomi awakens disoriented on the sofa of the darkened karaoke booth. She calls Hideki and he plays it off like nothing happened, offering her the contract to distract her. As we walk the nighttime rainy street, we are again approached by Erica, who accuses us of sleeping with the producer to get the job. We run from her to hide and take refuge in the refuse. It's a weird chase sequence because she doesn't really seem that threatening and could probably be thwarted with a good bonk to the nose with your torch. Once she's gone though, Naomi begins to manifest a pregnant belly at an unnatural pace, facilitated by the weird way time flows in this town. Hideki calls again to tell her she's been dropped from the record label due to her development, and Naomi starts spiraling, drinking several bottles of alcohol while a radio broadcast recounts the familiar events of a woman of this village who was unwillingly impregnated by the chief and was cast out by the community. It also mentions her attempt to rid herself of the child at the nearby shrine, which becomes Naomi's new goal. Outside, the street is blanketed with a thin layer of snow and the shrine appears atop a hill just off the main street. Hideki encourages us to get rid of the baby to save our career, which seems odd. He was the one who put all this in motion, after all. The shrine's door is locked with a mechanism that requires you to retrieve 4 colored candles from the street below. As you collect them, you'll be pursued by the lumbering giant Gashadokuro, which appears from thick smoke in the street. It can appear very suddenly, so you really need to be paying attention in case you need to quickly spin around and run the other way. One cool thing about this section is that while you walk with the candle, you'll cup it in your hand to protect it from the wind. While running away from the skeletal monster, the flame will slowly dwindle, so you must manage your sprinting to keep it lit. It's a cool little mechanic, and while I wouldn't say this game is that mechanically interesting, it did add a bit of depth and tension to what would otherwise be a very easy fetch quest. With all the candles retrieved, the door opens and inside you find a long, rusty knife, which seems to be placed here for the specific purpose of women violently relieving themselves of their unborn children. Before she can plunge the knife, the child, which we see is a malformed snake-like figure, births itself. It roars as she goes unconscious and the game ends. It's explained that time runs unnaturally in the town, and that is used to explain how Naomi's pregnancy develops so quickly and why Hideki is so quick to react to it. The town itself doesn't exist, at least that's how I interpret it, and acts as a metaphor for Naomi's life. She went to meet with a producer who drugged, assaulted, and impregnated her, then spent months dealing with the trauma that experience caused. The child wasn't actually a cursed, grotesque monstrosity, but to her it was. In the secret ending you get after collecting all the pieces of a special medallion, we hear a conversation between Naomi and the daughter she gave birth to. The relationship is troubled and strained, not because the girl was evil, but because her mother couldn't see her as anything else. The conversation does play out as if the daughter was cured of her demons by the intense therapy, but this could just be how Naomi perceives the interaction, still having her view of reality warped by trauma. Of course, it could also be that the town does exist and that the monster Naomi birthed is pure evil and just hides it very well. It's down to the player to decide, really. Regardless, I enjoyed the experience for the most part, even if it was a little simplistic. The story of the reality sections was interesting and kept me moving forward even if the gameplay was dull and repetitive. Until you reach the low res realm, which was after about 20 minutes for me, all you do is walk up and down the street with occasional interruptions, but nothing much to engage with. The complete flip to the different art style actually saved the experience for me because I was getting increasingly bored with each passing second. The environments were a treat to traverse, especially the low res dark world. That was like a Minecraft painting come to life, and was genuinely one of the more beautiful looking games I've covered in this video so far. I'm half tempted to boot the game up again and save a bunch of screenshots as wallpapers. I did encounter a few small issues though. When I realized the game doesn't run very well for me, I tried to lower the graphics settings as usual, but the lowest you can go is medium, which makes no sense because if there's nothing below medium, then medium is low. Or maybe there's no low because they used it for the game's title. Also, when the low res section started, I actually had to increase the graphical settings because my mouse sensitivity was suddenly super high. Another weird problem I found is that when you run you hear a second set of steps behind you. Maybe the dev forgot to remove the walking sound effect when running? I don't know. The character animations are also very expressive, but to an uncanny degree. It fits with the uncomfortable atmosphere in the town, but I don't think that was entirely intended. These are small issues though, as I said, and aren't completely detrimental to the overall experience. The main aspect that hurts the game's quality for me is the dull gameplay, which isn't easily remedied. But hey, maybe Serafini's subsequent games are of a higher quality. Paper Bride, developed by Heartbeat Plus and released in 2021, is a horror-themed puzzle game inspired by Chinese folklore. You play as Ning Zifu on the day of his arranged marriage to a woman named Moki. The quick prologue introduces you to the basic gameplay elements, which consists of clicking on items in the scene to discover puzzles, or items to aid in solving them. At the start of Chapter 1, you arrive at the wedding and are greeted by your bride dressed in a stunning ornate red and gold dress. As we bow to the parents, the scene suddenly changes and they're replaced by memorial photographs. Moki also transforms into a ghostly version dressed in white and disappears. After escaping the building and all the puzzles within, you encounter the white Moki again, who turns out to be someone else entirely, as our Moki is still up and at him. As the evil Moki abducts her doppelganger, we're instructed to go to Zhangling village, a location that may hold the answer to this mystery. Our arrival at the village outskirts opens Chapter 2. Here we meet an old lady who claims to have delivered the newborn Moki, and as we discover shortly, her secret twin sister. Superstitious beliefs within the village resulted in one of the twins being condemned to death, with Moli being the unfortunate one. In an attempt to stop Moli, we discover she is possibly as powerful as their bodhisattva of death, although it does succeed in temporarily banishing her after we complete the ritual. We then get a call from Moki, who is hiding in our apartment, to close out the chapter. Chapter 3 begins with our return to the apartment block, which is now completely deserted save for a Taoist priest nearby. After many puzzle-shaped shenanigans involving putting the restless soul of an old man who blocks the stairwell to rest, we make it to our apartment. Here we find Moki, still dressed in her bridal gown, who claims to have been chased by the woman in white all day, which makes me feel kinda bad because while she was stressed out of her wits, I was having a great time leisurely solving puzzles. She explains that she's basically been haunted by this woman since childhood, but her parents always dismissed it as a trick of the eye. Considering they were the ones who obeyed the command to put their child to death, it's not surprising they kept it a tightly guarded secret all this time, despite the rumors that drifted through the community. We call the Taoist in to help, and he instructs us to report Moli's spirit to the Underworld Reapers and they'll take her away. And with that, we head off to the local temple. In Chapter 4, we arrive at an ominous looking temple, and after more puzzles we proceed through the doors to the Underworld. Here we meet several characters we've encountered throughout the game thus far, including Moki's deceased parents. Interestingly, we see them as younger adults holding their twin daughters, and also an elderly couple holding a single white puppet resembling Moli. After retrieving a red puppet from the river nearby, we watch the two act out their history on the puppet theatre. It's revealed that Moli actually replaced Moki and has been inhabiting her body for the past several days. Big twist, I know. We follow the white doll, who we now know to represent Moki, through the dense forest to a remote house where the old woman apparently resides. It turns out, instead of Moli being killed as a baby, she was raised by the old woman. Without a proper family, Moli grew to be a hateful person and is suspected to have caused the deaths of her parents 2 years ago. She also became a student of the Taoist we met earlier. Moki appears briefly and the old woman theorizes that she may not be the spirit of the dead Moki, but instead her detached spirit from her living body. Another big twist. If her spirit isn't returned to her body by the end of the day, she will no longer be able to exist within the living world, which means we only have about an hour until she's lost forever. Funnily enough, it took me almost exactly an hour to finish the game from here. We start chapter 5 at the Taoist's shop and find it unlocked. Inside we solve more puzzles and discover a secret basement that houses Moki's comatose body. Before we can save her though, Molly explains why she's done all this. She feels wronged by her family for giving Moki the life that she should have had. She was the firstborn and so deserved to stay with her family and be married to Ning Zifu. The life that Moki has led should have been hers, so she's come to claim it. And you know what? She has a point. With the help of Moki's disembodied spirit, we free her from her spiritual prison and save her. The Taoist and Molly are sent to a mental hospital after they lose their minds, and the newlywed couple live happily ever after. Or do they? We meet a nurse at the hospital they're checked into who also has ties to Zhangling village, but that's a story for the sequel. Paper Bride was a surprising delight to play through. The most prominent aspects of this game are its story and puzzles, both of which I found enrapturing. The story that unravels throughout the 3 to 4 hour runtime is somehow still given enough room to breathe amongst the constant onslaught of puzzle solving. I like how each member of the small cast fills multiple roles, with the secondary characters starting off fairly innocuous and then having darker secrets revealed later. The Moki-Molly twist also flipped my whole perception of the game so far on its head. The story alone would have made me interested in playing the rest of the Paper Bride games, but thankfully it's supported by some truly enjoyable puzzles. They are mostly very intuitive and satisfying to complete, and they're varied enough that gameplay never starts to feel repetitive. I did find myself mentally fatigued after an hour or so of playing, but that's a problem easily solved by splitting the playthrough into multiple play sessions. The best part of the game for me was getting into the flow of puzzle solving. This is also helped by how the game communicates the puzzles to you. They're integrated into the environment naturally and often require just a basic understanding of physics or logic to solve. Then, after familiarizing yourself with all the puzzles in an area, all it takes is unlocking one to set you on a wild spree through the rest of them. It's great. The only issues I had with puzzles were when they were based on knowledge of Chinese culture or when I had solved the puzzle but couldn't proceed until I'd read a specific clue. This happened twice where despite me having entered the correct code, the lock wouldn't open because I needed to find a clue, which I obviously didn't need, you know? It was a little frustrating and ruined the feeling of superior intelligence I'd achieved. Other puzzles that only require a mechanical understanding, like board games and block puzzles, can be found mixed in with the more environmentally contextual puzzles. These are always fun but can take a while to solve, therefore I never felt bad about skipping any of them since I wasn't short on brains, just time. You are also given the option for hints on how to solve puzzles, which actually often just spoiled the solution completely, which I wasn't a fan of. Instead of the game teaching me how to solve the puzzle I'm stuck on, it just gives me the answer, which is no fun. I definitely recommend having some paper and a pen on hand while playing though. It's almost mandatory to solve some of the puzzles, especially if you can't associate meaning to a foreign language's characters. The art style strikes a balance between horror and beauty, which suits the concept of a ghostly wedding perfectly. The environments are mostly quite dark, dirty and run down, so when Moki, or I guess Molly, pops up in her stunning red wedding gown, it makes her look all the more beautiful and her surroundings all the more foul. Unfortunately, as a visual novel styled puzzle game, it's incapable of being actually scary. Paper Bride can be eerie, certainly, but its medium has never succeeded in pushing adrenaline through my bloodstream. This makes it the perfect game if you're looking for something chill and spooky though. There are currently 5 sequels that you can check out if you're interested. I myself might be investing next time there's a Steam sale. Okay, I know how this looks, but in the interest of covering as wide a variety of games as possible in this video, I was going to have to dip my toes into some more questionable games. Hachishaku, developed by Trash Panda Games and released in May 2025, is obviously a joke game. You play as Chado-san, a young man who is basically worshipped as a god by his entire village due to his immense alpha male energy and need to banish an evil deity known as Hachishaku from his deserted hometown. Hachishaku-sama, or Hashaku-sama, is based on a popular urban legend but obviously takes some creative liberties with the design. This entity is recognizable for her tall stature and large hat, but in this game she will prowl through the darkened streets in search of you while battling her own jiggle physics. Now, I know what you're asking, but Oran, why wouldn't you want to get caught? Well, dear viewer, the objective of the game is to reunite several shrines scattered around the village with their color-coded Jizo statues. Doing this will banish her and save the village, which is a good thing, so I'm told. You can only carry one statue at a time, so remembering where you find them and where their corresponding shrines are located is very important, as if you die, everything gets reset. The game provides a couple of methods of evading her. The first of which is a sick slide that I never managed to make use of, and the second is the fact that she will never follow you indoors, even if she can see you standing in the doorway. This does seem a bit janky, but it was so useful I don't care. The main issue with Hachi is that she will teleport frequently and unexpectedly. This mostly serves to jump scare the player, as having her suddenly appear around a corner when you are sure you just saw her down another street can be terrifying. Occasionally though, it can be frustrating when you're trying to reach a building but she keeps teleporting to cut you off. It's also nearly impossible to outrun her, so I found it vital to keep note of the nearest enterable building just in case she suddenly appeared. At one point she trapped me down a cul-de-sac, and every time I tried to sneak out of it she would turn around and return to the only exit. In instances like this, the flaws in her simple AI really shows, and it can be frustrating. There's also an incredibly long path up to a shrine that was very annoying to traverse. At any point in this climb she can and will teleport either in front or behind you, and the only thing you can do is try to run past her without dying. I found waiting until she leaves to be ineffective, as she tends to double back and can just teleport back anyway. This was the most frustrating part of the game for me, but to be honest, the rest of the experience was pretty enjoyable. There's a surprising amount of lore in this game that details how the village's population revered Chado and how many of them, all men, fell victim, willingly, to Hachishaku. There's a weird amount of depth to what is on its surface just a pervert game. I mean, it is still just a pervert game, but it has more substance than you'd expect. Okay, now let's discuss the breast-growing grenades. There are several bomb-like items you'll find that when thrown at Hachi will induce certain effects on her. These will either increase or decrease her chest size or make her taller or shorter. I wasn't sure what these bombs did at first. I assumed they were stun grenades of some sort until I noticed she was now at a severely higher risk of back injury. I'm aware there are all sorts of people into all sorts of things, but this sight was the scariest thing in the game for me. It's just grotesque. These bodily changes were purely cosmetic though, and I don't think the added weight slows her down in any way, which would have been cool. In addition to this control over her appearance, you can collect and purchase different costumes for her to wear while she pursues you. I played around with these a bit, but avoided anything that made her look like the horror version of the Knick-Knack mermaids. As odd as this feels to say, I really enjoyed this game. It's simple and dumb, but it is undoubtedly a good time, and it knows it. The jankiness does occasionally sour the experience, but overall the game's a pretty great time. I recommend it just to experience the story through the collectible lore notes and illustrations, which are all hilarious. The developer even released a gravure update a few days after I played it for this review, but I regretfully haven't returned to try it out. It just proves to me that while this is a joke game, it's certainly not low effort, and I can respect that. Alright, I need to go shower before I cover the next game. Our next game in this video is Welcome to Karoshi Club, developed by multinational, but mostly Russian, I think, Kamishibai Interactive, and released in December of 2023. This game functions as a prologue to the full game release of Karoshi Club, but 2 years on that still hasn't been released. This visual novel adopts the art style of renowned horror mangaka Junji Ito and places you in the shoes of one Kenji Haishima as he navigates the job market in search of an interview. It should be noted that this game was apparently created as tribute to the 10,000 plus people laid off from the gaming industry in 2023 and aims to touch on topics such as unemployment and the greed and apathy shown by the higher-ups in the industry. The game begins with Haishima answering a ringing public phone. On the other end is Hitomi Takemitsu, a representative of some company expecting a Mr. Takashi to pick up as scheduled. Takeshi is nowhere to be seen though, and since Haishima is desperate for a job, he plays along, pretending to be the other man. He succeeds in getting an interview, albeit under the guise of another person, but a job is a job. As Haishima rides the train to the interview, he descends into a panicked spiral of self-doubt and paranoia, repeatedly battling with his feelings of inadequacy and desperation for employment. It goes on for a while, and here I began to increasingly dislike this game's dialogue, or at least Haishima's internal dialogue, which is overwhelmingly verbose and grandiloquent. It contrasts with his external dialogue, which more closely represents modern speech patterns, so maybe there's something there saying that people often can't express themselves as they'd otherwise be capable of in a less stressful environment, but it goes so far as to feel like the sentences were thrown into a thesaurus filter. Most of the dialogue is fine, but many word choices had me questioning its authenticity. I feel like anyone capable of such flamboyant speech would know not to use such words in certain circumstances. I even questioned if it was AI generated. Honestly, I'm doing that increasingly frequently these days, but it could just be a slightly mishandled translation. The developer responded to several negative Steam reviews that criticized the dialogue, and seems determined to improve it for the full game, if that ever comes. So upon arriving at his destination, Haishima is greeted by the woman on the phone and escorted inside. She quickly sees through his ruse, but offers him an opportunity to interview for the position because he was tenacious enough to go this far. She quizzes him about his skills and background on the way in a sort of pre-interview interview, but this puts just as much pressure on him as the real thing. The entire time you're presented with choices to inflate your skills or be more truthful, all of which seem to help establish Miss Takemitsu's impression of Haishima. Once the official interview begins, you're given more decisions that will either help you secure the job or send you back to the start of the application process, so the pressure is really on. I answered in ways I thought would best ensure success, but in the end was told that I didn't get the job. In typical fashion, Ms. Takemitsu's reasons for denying us the position seem arbitrary, almost as if she never intended to hire us, which only proves to exacerbate Haishima's self-doubt. This is the neutral ending. Wait, isn't this supposed to be a horror game? So far, the only horror I've experienced is that of job hunting. Well, you get different endings based on whether you only tell the truth, only lie, or a mix. In the good ending where your answers secure the job, Miss Takemitsu will transform into a monstrous worm-like creature before Haishima's eyes. He then begins to transform himself after joining the company's ranks. Then of course it's revealed to be a stress-induced hallucination, which makes it seem pointless. In the bad ending, Haishima is hired but is devoured by the monstrous Miss Takemitsu, who is not a hallucination this time. I'll be honest, I really didn't have it in me to replay the game to get the other endings, so I only got to see these while writing the script. I'm a bit annoyed that I somehow got the most boring ending, but it is what it is. The lack of a save system, which forces you to replay the game from the very beginning each time, is annoying. I'm not fond of repeating sections of games with the goal of hopefully achieving a different outcome, so having to redo everything is kind of a nightmare scenario, but it so perfectly captures the most frustrating aspect of job hunting that I can't help but admire the choice. Applying to jobs can be incredibly demoralizing. Sending out dozens, possibly hundreds of CVs or applications only to receive 0 replies can make you feel completely worthless. Then, when you finally do get an interview and complete several rounds of tests only to not be offered the job anyway can make it very hard to not want to give up entirely. Failure is bad enough without the knowledge that you have no choice but to continue attempting to jump through hoops to hopefully be chosen by an employer. This absence of a save system is perfect in its pure frustration and unfairness. I will say I am a little disappointed with the lack of horror elements in this game though. The vast majority of it is spent watching Haishima poetically agonize over finding a job only for the final moment to show something actually scary. Because of this, it doesn't really hit as well as it might have if the monstrous reality of the company had been gradually built up throughout. I might go as far as to say that this game completely fails at being a horror game and instead only succeeds in boring the player with extensive cyclical dialogue. There is a lot for Kamishibai Interactive to improve upon for the full game, which might explain the lack of a release date, but I hope they do because there might be an interesting experience to be had here. I think I saw mention of the full game having a different protagonist whose internal dialogue is more natural than Haishima's, so it seems like they're definitely taking player feedback into consideration, which is good. As it is, this free prologue does not provide an enjoyable experience in my opinion. Welcome to the Kuroshi Club just doesn't have enough substance unless you really love watching people get overly stressed about small things, which I can't imagine many do.
Do you remember the last time where you just knew that a horror game you spotted on Steam is bound to be something special? Good user review scores, intriguing title, visuals that scream of a development team that knows what they are doing, an authentic looking setting that makes you believe that the world you're exploring is many times larger than it actually is, and voice acting that actually sounds like it's done by professionals and not part-timers recording their voices in their wardrobes. And then, when you're at the threshold of believing that you're playing a good game, it all kinda just turns to shit. You see, Hollow Cocoon by Nayuta Studio is in fact a cookie-cutter find the key in the stinky bathroom stall and then run away from the ever-present monster horror game in the vein of many similar YouTube Let's Player slop titles that used to be the bread and butter of basically all of the biggest names on this site back in the 2010s. The type of videos that you would put on as background audio as you're stuck in the kitchen peeling a really big pile of potatoes or something equally as interesting. So as you may expect, most of your time in Hollow Cocoon is spent either clicking on things hoping that they will lead you to finding a thing that will let you open a door that leads you to a room that lets you read a journal entry and then click on yet another thing to then solve a puzzle that then leads you to... clicking on even more stuff that will hopefully, maybe, let you progress further into the game. All of this while having to deal with probably one of the most annoying pursuer enemies I've encountered in any video game to date. It's a tall, lanky, and chalk-white mix of all of the tropes of a scary Asian monster girl that you've seen time and time again across a whole myriad of indie horror games in the last decade. If you watch any of Oren's videos on some of the earliest stuff that Chilla's Art has made, you'll basically know what to expect of it. Your first encounter with it might leave an impression on you for sure, especially when you realize that it basically never despawns and follows you basically anywhere on the map. But after it kills you 5 times in a row, barely few seconds after loading the checkpoint in, you start to despise its damn guts. What doesn't help is that it's tuned to be extremely sensitive to basically anything you can do. Run for a few seconds, turn your flashlight on, or open a few doors and then you're almost bound to run into it, which leads to the previously mentioned situation where you get killed by it while being a literal meter from the save point you just used. This shit is actually worse than Alien Isolation on hard, which certainly is an achievement. The devs did introduce a mechanic that was likely supposed to make this a little bit less infuriating by making it so that the talismans you use to save the game have a special power that can repel your stalker away for a while, but it only works once per saving talisman, which makes it basically useless. One aspect of this entire experience that I can describe as being actually pretty well executed is the story, which deals with generational trauma of a Japanese family with way too many secrets within secrets within secrets. It's some pretty good stuff that you're going to have way more fun with if watched as a lore breakdown video than if you discover it by yourself, unfortunately. Actually, you know what? I lied. There's one more positive aspect to this game. When you finish your first playthrough, you can make the monster girl into a cat girl. Neato. In short, I'm pretty disappointed with Hollow Cocoon as a whole. It really sucks because the very beginning section of the game and some of the cutscenes made me believe that this was going to be a much more cerebral of a title that would end up being worth my time. But as soon as you realize how annoying the main threat of the game is, all of the visual splendor and gameplay mechanics that should bring you a semblance of joy wither to absolute nothing. Oh well. Anyways, thanks for having me, Oren. Szkocki signing off. Sayonara.
Kizuyami, a 2024 atmospheric psychological horror game developed by Raw Grit, places you in a never-ending street in a small Japanese town. Well, I say never-ending because that's what the game's store page describes, but it really didn't factor into the gameplay at all since I very quickly found myself exploring the interior of a house containing some small puzzles and neat spooky moments. The pixelated filter this game uses is something I'm quite fond of in indie games. It's clear the environments themselves aren't textured with large pixels and instead a lens is placed over the player's camera, but it does do well to distort things in a way that makes them hard to identify, thus emphasizing the visual horror. Something that retro games do naturally due to the player having to fill the blanks with their own imagination and fears, but modern games mostly fail at due to the ever-increasing graphical clarity. Upon beating this first house's puzzles, you find yourself in a different one where things get a little less intuitive. While the previous house's puzzles were easy to figure out, this house proved a bit more challenging. I'm willing to accept that it might not be the game's fault entirely, as the puzzles themselves mostly made sense. My issue is that I just couldn't find vital items in the environment because the pixelated filter made them so hard to make out. Oh, the irony. This had me searching the house top to bottom over and over, wondering what the feck I was missing. There's also the issue of the game not informing the player on how to navigate the inventory system, or that there even is one, so I didn't know I could switch to a different item to use it and progress. Unless you check the controls before playing, which I rarely do because I expect to be taught them during gameplay, you will most likely be prevented from progressing as I was. Through solving puzzles in the second house, we discover that the player character may have sacrificed several of his friends in an occult ritual and is most likely now being haunted by them in some punishment realm. The third house contains a VHS player that will play various pieces of music when you insert corresponding tapes found in the rooms. The visuals get a lot more trippy here, and I found them very reminiscent of Berserk's Eclipse. With each newly acquired tape, the house distorts into a hellish reality and the game ends with you in the clutches of a giant grotesque deity. Kizuyami is a short game, but it's a decent time. The atmosphere is good, but the scares are a bit lacking. It also has the same problem that other games I've played have, in that the game will lag when a scare activates and I'll miss most of it. I definitely wouldn't say it's worth the €5 it's listed at, as there's barely 30 minutes worth of playtime here, but who knows, maybe this could be someone's game of the year. Okay, onto something a bit more interesting. Morph Girl is an FMV game released in August of 2017 and was not made by an Asian developer or based in Asian culture, but inspired by J-horror films. I guess I'm kinda stretching my criteria a bit here, but I thought this game would be an interesting inclusion. Its developer, Autumn Night, hails from the UK, which I actually managed to accurately guess based on the few locations used in the footage. As with any good FMV game, throughout the story you'll be presented with choices that lead down paths towards alternate endings. Most of the paths in Morph Girl split from a single choice towards the end, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, we'll join Ilana at the beginning of this story, which comes after the tragic end of her marriage. It's Monday, and in 4 days it'll be the 1-year anniversary of her wife Rebecca's death. Her time since the loss has been one of monotony and repetition. Ilana is clearly depressed and is still in a state of mourning. After watching her complete her day, we are presented with a snippet of the story prior to Rebecca's death. 5 months after being diagnosed, she is rejecting treatment as it doesn't seem to be making a difference. Rebecca wants to travel this world before she departs to another, but Ilana explains that they don't have the money to travel, and even if they did, Rebecca would be too sick to enjoy it. You get a choice to go along with her desires or to beg her to continue treatment. I went with the latter option and she quietly resents me for it. The treatment doesn't even work in the end. Tuesday rolls around and Ilana repeats her daily routine, all while questioning how she handled things with Rebecca. In the next text sequence, we find out Rebecca was an aspiring writer and wished for Ilana to read her book before she passed. I began to see Ilana as a terrible partner from here on, as she apparently refused to read anything Rebecca wrote after finishing college, despite repeated requests to do so. When given the choice, I promised to do so, but after Ilana reads it and discovers that her wife is a really talented writer, she is too embarrassed and guilty to admit that she's so talented. Rebecca never brings it up again. Man, Ilana's a fucking bitch. On Wednesday evening, a drop of dark liquid falls from the shower head into the bath. Today's text sequence takes us back 2 months after Rebecca's diagnosis, when she's still in denial about her illness. She wants to go out with her friends, and since I wanted to try and redeem Ilana a bit, I let her go. Despite the difficulties it presented, she enjoyed her night as it felt like a return to normality. On Thursday morning, Ilana discovers the drop of water in the bath, and we're presented with our first choice that requires us to save the game. This will allow us to revisit the moment later on to possibly choose a different outcome. I chose to enter the bathroom instead of continuing on to work. Inside, Ilana inspects the liquid, describing it as a thick blackish red substance. She decides to ignore it for now, and you get some time to explore the sitting room, which contains various interactable objects that all relate to the couple's relationship in some way. Rebecca's horror film collection, a photo album, and Rebecca's journal where she wrote some of her stories can all be checked out, and each does well to deepen our understanding of their lives together. After inspecting each item, Ilana continues with her day, although unbeknownst to her, the bathtub is filling up with more of that dark liquid. She discovers this when she gets home, and you get a chance to call the plumber or to leave it for next week. I went with the sane option, but when Ilana calls the plumber, she says it's filled with blood, which they don't take seriously. Now, she is an idiot for saying it's filled with blood because of course that sounds crazy, but the plumber's also not taking her seriously is equally questionable. This whole situation was a bit too stupid for me, but we'll move on. So the bathtub is left full of dirty water, and Ilana decides to not even bother clearing it herself. Not sure how she plans on washing herself for the next few days, but whatever. As she watches TV down the hall, a figure begins to climb out of the murky water, which I may have to blur because I don't know how YouTube will handle the mild nudity. Luckily, the figure, which we're going to call Rebecca because, obviously, is wearing a towel for the rest. Today's text flashback explores the couple's disagreement on their living situation. Ilana thinks it best to move to the countryside where they can afford a bigger house and put the extra money towards Rebecca's treatment. Rebecca, on the other hand, loves living in the city and doesn't want to leave somewhere that holds so many memories for her. I chose to convince Rebecca to move to the countryside because you can always make new memories, but before any definitive decision can be made, the two are called to the hospital for some bad news. Rebecca's illness is terminal. Friday, the anniversary of Rebecca's death, finally arrives. As Ilana gets ready for work, she hears something in the kitchen. You get another choice here, to enter or continue to work. I entered, despite Ilana's protestations that she doesn't care if she gets burgled, and inside is nothing but a note on the fridge addressed to Ilana saying, "I love you." She crumples it up and leaves for work. While there, she gets a call from her home number, and when she answers, she hears heavy, strained breathing on the other end and Rebecca's voice calling her name. When she gets home, the ghost is waiting for her, but she flees upstairs. Today's text sequence recounts the first few weeks after Rebecca becomes bedridden. She only has a few days left and will live those out in agony. She gestures towards her life support system, and we're given easily the darkest choice in the game: to turn off her life support, ending her suffering as she seemingly desires, or to keep her alive for the last stretch of her failing life. I thought about this for a while and decided to carry out her wishes. In my mind, it was the moral choice, as she was going to die very soon anyway, and there's no point dragging it out like a form of torture. After pulling the plug, Ilana comes to the realization of what she's done. She killed her partner, and in doing so quickly, denied herself or Rebecca's family and friends a chance to say goodbye. To be fair, I didn't consider that before making the choice, but I think if they wanted to visit her, they would have done so already. I didn't fail Rebecca. Everyone did. Saturday. No work today, so Ilana has no choice but to confront whatever entity she's now sharing the house with. Before heading downstairs though, you get a minute to look at a few items around the bedroom, including Rebecca's journal, which gives her side of each of the choices we've made throughout the game. The last entry is the most chilling: "You murdered me," which could only have been written after we've made the decision, but for obvious reasons could not have been written. A genuinely very cool moment. Downstairs, the spirit is waiting for us. You get another chance to save, and this is the decision I mentioned earlier that most of the endings will branch from. The first choice is to approach it or to get a knife from the kitchen first. I figured a knife won't do much against a supernatural being, so I went towards it. Ghost Rebecca holds her hand out, and if you accept it, like I did, the two will live out their days in a weird slice-of-life anime-esque situation, which reminded me of the spin-off Ring manga Sadako-san and Sadako-chan. Ghost Rebecca haunts the house, doing the chores while Ilana is at work, and when she gets home, Ilana does her best to pretend like everything is as it was before. The final shot shows it won't be a happy ending though, as Alana has begun to cough blood. Maybe she should call the plumber. Now, I didn't get all the endings, but I did want to see what happened if I took different actions when confronting Rebecca. Firstly, if you grab a knife, Alana will stab Rebecca to her second death and bury her out back. I guess the knife would have worked after all. She's still not happy though, as she again has killed her wife. Nothing changed. In choosing to reject Rebecca, Alana will flee the city to the countryside, but Rebecca haunts her all the same. Eventually, she chooses to end her life in a river under the watch of her dead wife. Some interesting alternative endings for sure, although I enjoyed the one I got the most. In general, I think the choices you're given in this game were really thought-provoking. For nearly all of them, I took a step back to assess the situation, not to figure out what I would do, but what was best for their relationship. Of course, it was rigged from the start because Alana was an awful partner, but I didn't hate that aspect either. The faults these characters had made them feel more human, and it made the choices all the more interesting to navigate. I have zero experience with FMV games, but I really enjoyed Morph Girl. I also quite enjoyed the slow drip feeding of horror as the week progressed, and really felt the J-horror influences towards the end. I maybe would have liked a little more scary imagery, but the game seemed super low budget and what they made was solid enough. The only negative things I really have to say are more nitpicky in nature, so take them with a grain of salt. The first is that the VHS filter didn't really suit the footage it overlaid, mostly because Alana was using a smartphone and a fairly modern PC, but I think the game would lose nothing with the filter's absence. The other is that the pacing of some scenes can be quite slow. Maybe a few shots could be cut or condensed to liven things up a bit, but even then that might ruin the monotonous, repetitive atmosphere that the game seems to be going for. Again, I did say it was nitpicky. Overall, Morph Girl really surprised me. I never expected it to hit as deep as it did, and I can tell there was real effort and emotion put into its story and characters. The choices it forced me to make were far more thought-provoking than many other decision-based games I've played, which I think is a real achievement. Morph Girl is great. Ikai, developed by Endflame and released in 2022, puts you in the shoes of a trainee priestess in feudal era Japan. Now, upfront, I will warn viewers that I played this one on the lowest graphic settings because I assumed I wouldn't be able to run it on anything higher with my aging laptop, but it turns out it runs fine and looks great on higher settings. So if you're watching this footage thinking it looks terrible, don't. It looks a lot better, trust me. The game opens with dialogue spoken by the head priest to Naoko, his disciple. Apparently there are demons afoot and you're instructed to draw up some protective talismans. Interestingly, you actually do have to draw them yourself without any assistance, so I hope you have a steady hand. A drawing tablet would be especially useful here actually. This drawing mechanic will work its way into several moments throughout the game, and as we see later, you may be under a bit more pressure than you are right now. While sweeping, you get a flashback of playing blindfold tag with your sister, Haruka. You can see slightly using your heightened spiritual senses, and this will help you catch her. I assumed this mechanic would also play a part in the game, but this is basically the only time it's implemented, which is strange since it provides a lot of gameplay potential. It does at least help to establish Naoko's skills in the spiritual arts and why she's likely working in a temple such as this. When you snap out of the flashback, the priest is gone and you start to make your way down to the river to wash clothes. To exit the temple, you have to solve a sliding block puzzle on the door, which I found quite enjoyable. It'd be incredibly inefficient in reality as it wouldn't really hinder those trying to enter as much as those trying to leave, but it felt natural enough that I didn't mind. Once solved, you can traverse the branching forest paths towards the river. Subtle clues indicate the correct path and help you avoid dead ends, and they're presented like a poem Naoko was taught to remember the correct route. Before I could reach the river, I found what looked like the site of a small ritual with a tanto someone had left behind. Upon inspecting it, Naoko passes out and awakens hours later after dark. Your return to the temple is much more hazardous than before as the yokai have begun to emerge, one of which is a giant head that plummets from up high to crush unknowing travelers. The head never got me, but it did take me a few attempts to get past the circles of fire because it's hard to gauge where exactly you're standing in relation to the flames. Back at the temple, the priest is still nowhere to be found. After finding a no mask in a locked drawer, you inadvertently release the yokai contained in it. A new protective seal will need to be drawn to trap it again, so we explore the rest of the building to find items to do so. The game gets a lot more atmospheric from here on, with spectral hands reaching out from walls and the constant looming threat of an unleashed dangerous spirit looming in the background. The tension is felt most when trying to draw up the talisman, as you have to focus almost entirely on tracing the lines, otherwise it'll be ineffective and you'll have to retry. The rest of your attention is dedicated to listening out for signs of the released yokai, and if you feel unsafe you'll have to abandon your drawing and find somewhere else to complete it. It's a really cool stealth sequence, but unfortunately it's not nearly as engaging as it could have been. It didn't really feel like there were any scripted scenarios where I'd have to either find a way around the spirit or try to draw with it breathing down my neck. Instead, I felt kind of detached from the spirit, as if it was only programmed to aimlessly roam the temple and not hunt me down. I don't know, I felt a little underwhelmed when I reached the mask and resealed the demon. I kind of thought, wait, was that it? So after dealing with that yokai, we find the priest chanting in a nearby room. However, he reveals himself to be a Nozuchi in disguise and a chase sequence ensues. You have to sprint through the cluttered rooms and halls, moving objects in and out of your way to progress. At the end you need to quickly draw a talisman before the snake-like creature can break its way into the room, and it's again quite tense. This section feels better thought out than the previous one, and I felt much more stressed knowing that I was definitely going to get caught if I wasn't fast enough, rather than possibly getting caught if the monster just happened to wander into the same room as me. With this room protected from the Nozuchi's advances, you have time to figure out the code to a secret floor hatch. The answer is hidden fairly subtly throughout the environment, and I genuinely felt smart when I successfully solved it, which is the highest praise I can give a game's puzzle, really. Down the hatch is a cave system with more branching paths, some of which containing more Nozuchis, which startled me every time I encountered one. You're forced to descend further and actually find evidence of someone living down here. You'll also hear ghostly memories of an unknown woman crying and being abused. At the end of the tunnel you discover the head priest was likely killed and need to descend a well to retrieve his satchel. You get trapped down here along with some reanimating demon skeletons and have to find bamboo sticks amongst their bones to use as a ladder to escape. It's a pretty cool moment, as I was never sure when I would awaken one of them. Once back to ground level you have to traverse the dark forest to return to the shrine, avoiding more Nozuchis as you go. This, as stealth sequences go, was a bit too simple, and there are far too many hiding bushes to make it any bit challenging. Back at the temple you draw another talisman and seal the Nozuchi, but Naoko can still sense one more creature within the temple. You return inside to find it now decorated with large spider webs. Uh-oh. The Jorogumo is the final creature and has built a cocoon in which she will ensnare her prey. Inside are 4 musical instruments and you have to choose the cursed one. I have no idea how to discern which is the correct one, but after doing so you can draw up a talisman to seal it. The ink has been stolen by a possessed doll, and upon retrieving it, drawing the talisman and returning to the cocoon, you find an additional instrument. You now need to figure out which is the cursed one again to place the seal on it and stop the approaching spider woman. I actually did find a difference between the cursed one and the rest, but I still have no idea about the previous time. Anyway, the Jorogumo is sealed away without much hassle. As this was meant to be the third and final yokai, I was expecting something pretty scary and tense, especially since spiders are one of the most common phobias, but no, the sequence is over very quickly, with no interaction with the spider lady outside of her killing you when you place the talisman on the wrong instrument. Very weak. Shortly after sealing her away, you're transported to a dreamlike realm where you explore the backstory of the woman who is being abused. Through a few interactive set pieces that reenact moments of domestic abuse, you discover that she was Haruka, your sister, left behind by Naoko to live a life of subservience under her abusive samurai husband. The same samurai who has now come to reclaim his original bride-to-be, Naoko, since he murdered her replacement. You play one final game of blind tag with Haruka and acquire the blade she was slain with. Naoko decides to put her sister's spirit to rest, and what follows is basically an Easter egg hunt for the different coloured crystals that open the most sacred cupboard in the temple. The first couple of these were easy enough to find, but the third and fourth crystals were so well hidden I genuinely began to question my own eyesight and sanity. There's also a cool light-based puzzle afterwards, like the one in RE7. While drawing the final set of seals, Haruka will chastise Naoko for being able to escape the terrible life she ended up in. Upon completion, we'll get a vision of Haruka writing her final letter to Naoko, but instead of it being signed with Haruka's name, it'll be signed with Naoko's, so the sisters will switch fates. somehow. Okay? An ending that I don't think suits the game considering how overpowered it is compared to the rest of this rookie priestess's abilities. But that's Ikai, a fairly enjoyable game that I think squanders a lot of the potential it had in favour of uninspired gameplay elements. The story is engaging enough as you slowly uncover more about the samurai and mysterious woman, and there's enough to dig into beyond the surface, like how you'll only realise later on that the samurai was the cause of the yokai outbreak indicated by the tanto he left behind. The puzzles were great, apart from one which even the community seems to agree is terrible, as it gives no indication on how to actually solve it, leaving only frustrating, repetitive and time-consuming guesswork. Even the guide I read to help me admitted they only solved it through sheer luck. The gameplay was fairly bland, with the stealth sequences feeling increasingly loose in construction, especially compared to the much tighter Nozuchi chase. I also think that a game that includes yokai as its primary antagonists should try to capitalize on the traits those yokai are known for. You can collect pages throughout the game that detail the lore surrounding various yokai, including all the ones we encounter. This could have been used to indicate the creature's behaviour or hint at how to defeat it, but they were mostly just flavour text. The entire time I was excited to possibly encounter the fearsome Oni, which I had read about in one of the pages, but it never appeared. As for the yokai that did make an appearance, the Nozuchi was fine and inoffensive, if a little overused. I was incredibly disappointed by the Jorogumo, which I felt barely represented the folkloric creature, even compared to its own description in the game. The first yokai then, I'm not even sure what it was because I had almost no interaction with it. So yeah, I wouldn't say Ikai is a bad game, but it definitely doesn't make the most of its potential. It boils down to a decent story told amidst decent puzzles and uninspired gameplay, which my full attention was on, of course, because I couldn't very well grade it on its visuals. Our next game on the list is Urayama, released in 2024 and developed by Yamato. Set in a quiet, rural Japanese village, you play as a student left home alone during summer break and are tasked with caring for the family dog, Pochi. After feeding him, you decide to get something from the ramen stall down the street. During the walk there, I noticed how good this game actually looks. It uses the VHS filter, like so many other indie horror games, but the environments that sit behind the filter perfectly captured that nostalgic feeling of a warm summer day in a small village. Crows chat to each other as you walk by, and crickets sound from roadside bushes. The entire area seems quiet, with the few streets occupied only by those energetic enough to leave the comfort of their homes. It's a nice vibe. The ramen man serves up a delicious dish and we head home, passing time like any teenage boy would on summer break, playing video games. I love when games include other playable games, but this one was so simplistic I wondered how anyone would be engaged by it. Regardless of its quality, things begin to get strange when the game changes to something different. A large wheat field containing a Jizo statue and a figure standing in the distance. The game glitches out and our character assumes it was a bug. That night, a policeman comes to the door asking if we have any information about a missing boy. A boy that looks eerily similar to the figure we saw standing in the bugged game. There are also reports of a suspicious person wandering the village at night, but so long as we stay inside we'll be fine. After the cop leaves, we begin to have sightings of the missing boy's ghost, which are surprisingly spooky due to the stark, almost luminescent paleness of his skin. He will also appear in really effective locations that constantly caught me off guard. Anyway, Pochi escapes his leash and takes off barking through the streets. During our chase, we encounter the ramen man again, who stares unblinkingly at us from the end of a street. I wondered if he could be the suspicious person, but there's also a woman out walking her dog at this time, so I couldn't be sure. Pochi leads us up a dangerous mountain path, at the end of which is a small shrine. The forest path is quite atmospheric, made even spookier by the occasional appearance of the ghost boy. Inside the shrine is a secret, blood-stained basement where we find what I'm confidently assuming is the boy's dismembered corpse. When we try to leave, the ramen man appears and makes it pretty clear that he's the killer. He gives chase, and after doing a loop of the shrine you can make it back down the mountain path unharmed. The copper arrests the killer and the day is saved. It's later revealed that the man had included the boy's flesh in his ramen recipe. The ramen we ate. And that's Urayama. A super simple game with not much of note, really. I would like to say that I hope the developer improves for their future projects, but if you'll recall, this is the same developer who made Akaiona, which released 7 months prior and was much more impressive. The scares are the strongest element in Urayama, but even then they're incredibly basic. I wouldn't say I have a negative opinion of this game, which very nearly happened because it was running so poorly at the beginning, but I certainly can't say I enjoyed it. It's the most middling experience one can have, really, and I feel like moving on to something with a little more substance. Detention is the second game in this video that I've already played, but unlike Kuchisake Onna, this recent playthrough gave me a newfound appreciation for the game. Developed by Red Candle Games and released in 2017, Detention takes place during the 1960s when Taiwan was under martial law. Beginning with the transfer of governance from Japan to the Republic of China after the former's loss in World War II, Taiwan became a hotbed for conspiracy and rebellion until the late 1980s. During this time, those unhappy with living under martial law and authoritarian rule worked in the shadows to undermine the control of their oppressors. Suspicion was rampant though, and thousands of people, guilty or otherwise, were taken by police and either thrown in prison or executed. Such distressing times as this are a fascinating backdrop for a psychological horror story, and Detention really doesn't hold back in its exploration of the many horrific aspects of life in this era. The game opens with a classroom setting. You play as a dozing Wei as he and his classmates receive a history lesson from Miss Yin, who is soon escorted out by instructor Bai. We overhear a snippet of their conversation outside the window where he questions her about a specific list. Wei then wakes up after falling asleep and missing the rest. There's a sudden off-season typhoon alert, and we attempt to make our way home from this strangely deserted school. A note downstairs clues us into how deeply ingrained the political situation is in the school environment, with Bai encouraging students to report possible traitors. These are children. You explore the school from a 2D perspective and make your way outside to the auditorium, in which you find another student passed out on a chair. She too has no recollection of getting here, but the two of you team up in order to get to safety. Through a quick point-and-click puzzle, you can retrieve her necklace from a nearby air vent and leave. Down the hill, you discover that the bridge has been swept away by a torrential flood of blood-like water. It could just be chemicals, though. With no other option, they return to the school and Rei finally introduces herself. Even though she's Wei's senior, they seem to get along well and have a friendly conversation, even making fun of the tyrannical instructor Bai. They make a plan to call for help using the school's phone and wait until they're rescued under some warm blankets. Rei listens to Wei's footsteps as he heads off to find the phone, but we see him pass into a kind of hellish realm. Rei then wakes up in the auditorium again, except this time a dead Wei hangs upside down above the stage, as if he's been made an example of. His hands are tied behind his back, cuts and bruises sully his face, and a clear rope mark can be seen around his neck. However he died, it wasn't peacefully. In a nearby room we find a note that seems to have been passed between students. It mentions a book club set up by one of the teachers in which they secretly read prohibited books. You soon encounter the first of Detention's ghosts, the Lingered. This tormented being will chase and attack you unless you hold your breath around it, and will often be found patrolling locations which will force you to hold your breath while walking past it. This can be tricky because if you hold it too early, you'll gasp for air before you're far enough away, but if you hold it too late, it'll catch you immediately. It's a cool, engaging mechanic, especially considering how simple it is. You'll also be able to distract them with food offerings, allowing you to get past them without the risk of them turning back towards you and keeping you within their sense range. Inside the principal's office you find a ringing phone, but Rei's attempts to call for help are met only with an invitation to the counselor's office. The series of puzzles you need to solve in order to get there will have you use a box cutter to drain the blood from Wei's neck into a bowl for later use. It's incredibly gruesome as you're forced to pull the blade along his flesh manually. As you unlock more of the school building, you find it gets increasingly nightmarish. In addition to the wandering specters, you find blood-soaked halls decorated with broken furniture and appliances. It feels like a war zone, and it's clear something awful happened here. When you get close to your objective, you're chased by a towering dark figure with many shadowy hands reaching for you. The only way to escape it is to dive into the last available room, the stark interior of which is covered in writing. A note on the table seems to reference Rei's background, and when you're finished reading, you're transported to her bedroom. Her arguing parents can be heard through the thin walls, but she decides to try to escape it by sleeping. She wakes up in front of the auditorium stage again, but this time the entire thing is situated in the middle of a field. She dreamt of floating away to a foreign land like a paper airplane before waking up here, and now they're raining down from the sky like shattered dreams. Inside we find two familiar figures who once again need objects to be returned to their grasp. We also soon encounter a new ghost, the Lantern Spectre, which, like the Lingered, requires you to hold your breath to avoid death, but this time you're also not allowed to move or face them. You must wait for them to inspect you and move on. Timing is key again here, and I love how a simple manipulation of the encounters can create such a different feeling of tension. In the basement you find jail cells, whose occupants are left bound and blindfolded, awaiting further punishment. And in the theatre room you find Way's grave surrounded by the word Snitcher scrawled in chalk. By returning the fan and token to the statue's hands, the door unlocks, opening out to a small courtyard between the buildings. Here, alone and standing tall, sits a copper statue of the president, which can be seen from anywhere around the school, a constant reminder of his presence within their lives. The next building is smaller and more run down than the main one. Walls peel, lights flicker, and aged dirt and dust covers every surface. A caged puppet with a sack hooding its face sits in the music room, but it seems we need to play a specific tune on the piano to acquire it. This puppet will join a small theatre set located to the rear of this building, which also houses two reaching wooden hands flanking a puppet hanging from their feet. It kind of resembles the Way scene, right? After solving a cool little audio-based puzzle, we get the caged puppet and place it on the stage, but need to find the additional puppet for the other hand. Since we found the main building's roof key recently, we can finally access it, and we witness a figure jumping over the railing. Interestingly, the way it's framed makes it look like they're fleeing from Ray. We find a roll of film up here which reveals the phone number for us to call. The person on the other end thanks Ray for their service to her country, which is definitely concerning. Upon leaving the room you find a policeman puppet left by a shambling figure that passes by after the phone call. Placing this puppet on the stage begins the play, which shows the policeman shooting the hanging figure and splattering the hooded one with their blood. A key then falls from the now headless puppet. At this point I was pretty sure what the game was trying to tell me, that Ray found out about the prohibited book club and sold it out to the authorities. But why? In the newly unlockable basement, Ray has a vision of her past. We see her discussing the book list with Way. Both seem to agree that they should have the freedom to read whatever material they want, so he shared it with her. Ray asks whether Miss Yin and Mr. Chang have a relationship, since she sees them together a lot, but the memory ends before Way can give an answer. We can then proceed into the classroom setting as if seamlessly and unconsciously passing between locations in a dream. On the table is the book list, but the visual representation for it is a gun. This game can be subtle with its symbolism, but I love how blunt this moment is. This list, in the wrong hands, has the ability to end people's lives in a very non-figurative sense. It seems like that's Ray's intention though, possibly aiming to remove Miss Yin as an obstacle. We enter a room full of mirrors, one of which reflects a chair-bound Miss Yin with a hooded male figure resembling the earlier puppet. She taunts Ray, repeatedly attempting to remind her of her past deeds. Deeds that got the hooded man and many students killed. Ray can't take it and falls to her knees. Her reflection, however, remains standing and raises a gun to the seated figures. The screen cuts to black as the gunshot rings out. When she comes to, the mirrors are all shattered, and amongst the fragments of glass are what look like coins. Onwards we find a huge statue dedicated to Justice Cheng Huang, a deity Ray's mother seems to rely on, but Ray herself never paid much attention to. However, times seem tough and Ray has nowhere else to go, so she prays and asks for guidance. She has 3 questions concerning her prospects, her family, and her love life. None of the answers are satisfactory, but all touch on her having to deal with reality. Sometimes, especially when living under the blood-smeared boot of an oppressive government, there's nothing you can do, at least as a teenage girl with no power or understanding of or how to defeat the forces that hold the society she exists within down. Further on we find radio, and when we tune it to different stations, we get transported to other locations. The first is Ray's house, where you find her mother crying and her father drinking solemnly at the other end of the table. The other station tunes to a hallway of many doors, which will repeat if you enter them in the wrong order. You can only solve the puzzle by working with what you find in the other station, which is pretty cool. Throughout this segment, we get a better picture of Ray's family life. Her father was growing increasingly familiar with infidelity, and her mother was seemingly secretly investigating him via a PI. We also finally meet Mr. Chang, who Ray clearly has feelings for despite him being her teacher. In addition to his dashing looks, he enamors her with talk of a world and time outside of martial law. Freedom beyond Ray's comprehension, but not beyond her desire and ambition. When we find a third radio station to tune to, we travel to another hall of mirrors, but this one seems much more dreamlike. It also includes a cool reflection-based puzzle that has you trying to lead a mysterious male figure to the other side, which is more of Ray's home. After a hypnotically beautiful walk through another room, Ray finds herself watching a film with Mr. Chang. It seems the feelings she had for him were reciprocated, as disgusting as that is. She then receives the deer necklace she was desperately searching for at the beginning of the game. Desperation that makes total sense now that we know it was given to her by Mr. Chang. On the way out, we see the PI has trashed the house and taken Ray's father away, something his wife seems subtly glad about. We also see the final counselling session between Ray and Mr. Chang, in which he seems more distant than before. A sequence plays out where Ray recites poetry based on her experiences, which correspond to the objects we give her. The paper plane she sent to Mr. Chang seeking guidance about her troubled life, the deer necklace he gave her, the complete counselling record that represents the end of their relationship. Through a door that appears, Ray eavesdrops on a confrontation between Miss Yin and Mr. Chang. It's revealed that Mr. Chang was working with Miss Yin to recruit more members for their secret rebellion, but Mr. Chang went off script and started a relationship of sorts with Ray, despite there being something between him and Miss Yin. We then see flashes of what followed. Staff members and students rounded up and being taken away. Ray's blood-stained hands. Death. Ray remembers everything. We then see a man visiting the stage in the auditorium, but it's weathered and marred with graffiti. He leaves and Ray appears on the chair. She meets her shadow in the nearby storage room and is asked what she fears the most. I answered with myself, thinking that it would be the most fitting answer for what we've seen of her thus far. Ray has always put her own desires above that of her family, friends, and even her life. She'd give everything to be free of the life she lives right now. The shadow tells her, "You are me," and we switch bodies. This is the start of another cool little sequence which requires you to manipulate your positioning within the two realms to get past various obstacles. We also get another vision of Miss Yin's book club where we see her guiding the students towards independent thought free of the narrative they're force-fed by their government. There's also a news clipping that details Miss Yin's life after being escorted out of the room at the start of the game. It turns out she escaped the country and lived the rest of her life fighting for human rights and freedom of expression. Quite the badass. The world around Ray seems to be melting between reality and otherwise, between her time in the 1960s and decades later. It's trippy, but understandably unstable considering she's remembered her traumatic portrayal of her fellow oppressed citizens. Another vision shows two students, including Wei, burning prohibited books under the cover of darkness, a disposal of evidence that would get them killed if found. A court document near them mentions Mr. Chang being put to death and Wei being sentenced to 5 years in prison. So Wei didn't die. We followed the man seen earlier to the music room, where we find another note. This one seems to have been written by Wei later in life. He mentions a remorseful girl who took her life by jumping from the roof, which is obviously Ray and would easily explain the terrible trippy hallucinations we've experienced thus far. Another vision plays outside, showing Ray turning the book list in to Instructor Bai. She lies, saying she found it in Miss Yin's desk, thinking it would remove her from the picture. The final question posed to Ray by her shadow is what we choose to do now, considering everything we've done. I chose to quietly accept, feeling Ray deserved no release from this hellish realm, no forgiveness. This, I think, was not to the shadow's liking, as it didn't repeat the phrase, "You are me." We continue on and follow the man to the roof, where he smokes contemplatively. Back down the staircase we exit to outside, where a river of blood and corpses flows. A clapping, shadowy crowd awaits us in the auditorium, and Ray is presented with an award in the form of a noose. Upon hanging herself from it, we see the empty loop sway in the wind in front of the stage decades later. It's not the destination she desired, but it's the one she walked herself. And that's detention. What a phenomenal game. I seriously commend Red Candle Games for crafting such a poignant narrative that uses the medium of games to immerse you in the story. I think the story would work well enough as a film. In fact, there was a detention film released in 2019, although I haven't seen it, so I won't comment on it. But having the player commit the acts alongside Ray, such as cutting the throat of her classmate or dialing the police's phone number yourself, really immerses you in the character and events. It's all very involved, and each time I was presented with a question by Ray's shadowy selves, I genuinely took a step back and thought about what this character had gone through and what she might choose. Outside of documentaries or primary source books about 1960s Taiwan's White Terror period, I think this is an incredibly solid exploration of the times. So much so that I've now ordered a couple of books on the topic to expand my knowledge. Aside from the storytelling aspects, which I clearly admire, I also quite like the gameplay side of things. The side-scrolling 2D perspective works well to frame the school's long halls, bringing focus to the various doors you'll be passing through. This perspective also allows enemy encounters to feel more tight, focusing them down to a single, but not uninteresting, gameplay mechanic for each. The point of this game isn't its encounters with the ghosts, they're just obstacles between you and the truth. For that reason, I'm okay with them being uncomplicated. If I had to defeat them in combat or run and hide each time I came across one, it'd only serve to impede my progress through the enjoyable puzzles and story. Speaking of puzzles, Detention does well to integrate them into the world and environment. All of them made at least some sense, so I was never left bewildered like I have been playing various Silent Hill games, for example. Mechanically, the puzzles aren't complex, which only makes their creativity more impressive. I love when games encourage me to take notes to keep track of puzzles, and while it certainly never reached the levels Paper Bride operated at, Detention did strike a good balance with things that are reasonably deductible for those paying attention. The game has a nice variety of puzzles, which includes the ghost encounters, and some like using Way's blood to make a print of a carved code or the mirror reflection one were quite memorable while also serving the story very well. The game's visuals and soundtrack are gorgeous in a disgusting, decrepit kind of way. The school transforms with each step closer to Ray's dark truth, representing her psychological journey through heartbreak, betrayal, and oppression. The drab, lifeless, and derelict atmosphere also reinforces what it's like to helplessly live under such an oppressive regime. There's a very real horror to this game's environmental design, which I feel is even more effective than its supernatural elements. I should mention that while I got the ending where Ray remains in her cycle of guilt, most likely destined to be awoken by her memory of Way once again, there is another ending that you get by answering the final shadow by saying try to take them back. In this ending, you once again control Wei, although this time his much older self, as he visits the abandoned school. This is an attempt to make peace with his past and the event that changed his life forever. The game ends with him sitting at his desk, with a spectral Ray across from him. While I like the solemn tone this ending has, I do think the other one was more fitting, since while Ray did get challenged by her feelings of guilt that manifest as the people she got killed or exiled, she never understood or accepted them enough to achieve self-forgiveness. Detention is easily one of my favourite games that I've played for this video. It's memorable, potent, and definitely deserving of the positive reputation it's received. As far as indie horror goes, this is top tier for me. So what fresh hell is awaiting me next? You know, I actually wrote the final line of the last game's review before playing this next game, and it's crazy how accurate my prediction was. Go Home, developed by Ichimatsu Toshio and released in mid-2020, is a trippy, chaotic mess of a game that I came very close to dropping from this video due to how frustrating it is. If not for me resorting to following a guide to progress through the game's obscure event triggers, then it would not have been included here and my mental health would have been all the better for it. So you're welcome, dear viewer. I played this game so nobody else would have to. Oh, and I'll put an epilepsy warning here just in case. Skip to the next game via the timestamps if that affects you. Go Home opens by placing you in the geta of a young girl. She stands in the grounds of a beautifully decorated shrine wearing a vibrant kimono. Her face is blurred out though, immediately instilling a feeling of unease in the opening moments. Now the game didn't run very well for me at all, so I had to again crank down the video settings to the lowest possible option. Everything still looked great though, which I appreciated. You quickly pray at the altar and head down the steps to the town below. A pedestrian crossing awaits and you need to cross when the light is green or you'll be caught in the collision between a bus and car. Before reaching a strange looking playground down the street, you're told that you can use manholes to teleport away from suspicious people. This will become the main mechanic for the game, and upon reaching the top of the playground, you're chased out by a suspicious person. As she pursues you, chaotic music plays, increasing your sense of urgency to escape because it becomes very annoying to listen to. Escape is made harder because you're only able to run for a short time before returning to a walk, as if there's a stamina system. But there isn't a stamina system, there's just a limited time to your run for some reason. It's easily managed once you get the timing down, but in the heat of a chase it can mess you up. You're tasked with returning home to your yellow apartment building, but in between you and it are long streets populated with not only the foggy girl who chased you from the playground, but also a weird ghostly dog and another girl who joins in later. You would think it's a simple task to just run home and avoid the weirdos, but it's incredibly difficult. The girls are lightning quick once they spot you, so unless you're close to a manhole that will teleport you to safety, they'll catch you and you'll have to restart the section. Also, the manholes won't always teleport you to safety. Sometimes they will transport you to the other side of town, sometimes to another manhole 10 feet from the one you just used, and sometimes they'll teleport you to one that an enemy is currently walking across, which will get you killed instantly. It's very jank, and while I haven't actually tested it because it's almost definitely not worth my time, I'm pretty sure the manholes will always teleport you to one further away from your destination. This means that progress can take ages to achieve, as you'll frequently have to use a manhole to escape the enemies. So, when you finally reach the entrance to your apartment building, you'll be crushed by a woman who jumps from the roof. Awesome. After booting up a walkthrough guide and discovering you're supposed to lure the ghost girl who spawns behind the building away and then return to use the indistinguishable manhole found there to teleport to the roof, you'll need to run to your apartment as quickly as possible, because while you need to use the manhole to avoid the falling woman, the ghosts do not and will follow you upstairs. Inside your apartment you're safe from their pursuit, but it's still no sanctuary. Your parents aren't home, although there's a strange Hanya-masked woman Blair witching in the kitchen. You need to follow a series of specific actions to progress, during which you'll encounter a piano lady, a skipping figure of flesh, and a talking goldfish. There's also a brief news broadcast that shows a car crash at the pedestrian crossing we started at. If you do everything correctly, a ghost girl will break in and search the house for you, but you're safe near the Hanya lady. While she's checking one of the rooms, you can run to the door to escape to the next section. Now you have to return to the shrine, but instead of 2 ghost girls and a dog, there's a bunch of elephant-riding headless men, dogs, and the piano lady, who upon your exit of the apartment will immediately chase you down, and if you don't react in literally 1 second, she'll catch you. This gets annoying because you restart at this point, and I often forgot I'd have to react quickly upon respawning. The manholes this time will alternate between glowing green and red with the notes of the piano. When green, they will teleport you as usual, but when red, the Hanya will appear and freeze you in place momentarily. This may be enough time for a pursuing enemy to catch up to you, so it's a great little added mechanic that made me more mindful of how and when I used the manholes. This town section is a bit easier than the first because the elephants can be avoided by simply crouching. Progress is a lot smoother, which made it a lot less frustrating than before. Before you can reach the shrine, you have to do battle with the playground, which has revealed itself to be a monstrous octopus-like creature. The only way to beat it is to teleport around the arena via manholes and stab it 5 times while it's stuck on the climbing frames. This is also very jank, as its long flailing tentacles have far more reach than our stubby arm and kitchen knife. Hit and run tactics worked best for me here, and when it's defeated you find yourself at the start of a long bridge surrounded by a sea of waving hands and jumping goldfish. It's a trippy scene, but if you let yourself get distracted for just a second, you won't have time to make it to the end before the sea rises and consumes you. You basically have to leg it to the other side and up the staircase as quickly as possible, jumping over the fish when needed because of how little time you're given. It's not very clear that the sea will begin to rise when the piano tune reaches a certain point, so I thought I was doing something wrong, which is a sentiment that applies to the entire game, really. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, you'll be further lifted up atop a tiny grand piano and sent through the empty faces of the woman who jumped from the roof, I think. You also, for some reason, will transform into this woman while trying to reach your apartment building at the start, and will see your child self running ahead of you. I have no idea what triggers this, maybe just spending a certain amount of time in the town without dying, but it's weird regardless. The flesh figure will pop up a couple of times here and you'll need to stab it out of the way, otherwise you'll be knocked off the piano. This can also happen when it decides to do a couple of flips, which you'll need to jump over to avoid getting flicked off to your own doom. At the end of this hellish gauntlet, you run up the arm of a now gigantic ghost girl, something that was foreshadowed by a drawing in the apartment, and find yourself at the site of the crash where the girl's parents were killed. The girl herself hospitalized and is seemingly experiencing comatose hallucinations. You then get put in the body of the young woman, who I'm guessing is the young girl grown up, and then return to the shrine to pray one final time. So I guess the game is about her coming to terms with the loss of her parents. Many aspects of the game subtly hint to elements of that crash, the most obvious to me being the red-green glow of the manholes, which alternate at seemingly random unless you're paying attention, which the girl may not have been doing when she possibly caused the crash at the crossing. A lot is unclear, and I'm not sure if it's meant to be that way or if the developer is as bad at communicating story as they are game mechanics. There's definitely substance to unpack here though, and if you can find the patience to get past the frustrating gameplay, then you might get a lot out of Go Home. I, however, did not enjoy the experience. Now, don't get me wrong, the art style and the music are both amazing, especially the visuals, which tap into a chaotically colourful aesthetic that perfectly captures the childlike view of the world and all its unexpected darkness. The gameplay is atrocious though. The beginning section where you need to reach your apartment while avoiding the ghost girls took me, no joke, 50 minutes to get past, and that's only because I used a guide. There are several moments like this where the woman drops on you as you try to enter the apartment building that felt completely unfair. There's no indication that this will happen and it feels cheap. It functions to catch the player off guard and force them to find another way in, but because it comes at the end of a possibly arduous trek across town, all it does is discourage the player. I even went around the back on a subsequent attempt to see if there was a back door, but found nothing except the manhole that will teleport you to the roof, but because it just looks like any other manhole, I didn't try it because there was no reason to, as it would assumedly only move me further away from the goal I had just arrived at. Things like this make the game unfun. Another aspect of the gameplay I didn't enjoy was the apartment section where you have to follow a specific series of actions to progress. I was repeatedly killed by the flesh figure because I hadn't picked up the mask in my room, which would allow me to stab and defeat it. The only way to get through this section is through trial and error, or to follow a guide that some saint made through their own trial and error. It's just bad game design. The developer has released 2 games since Go Home, but I don't know if I want to try them out. I'm sure they appeal to some people since Go Home has a very positive rating on Steam, but I don't think they're for me. The only thing that might entice me is the visuals, which are by far Go Home's strongest aspect, but yeah, I'll pass on everything else.
Hopbound is a game that presents itself as one thing, but rather quickly reveals itself to be something else entirely. What starts as an infinite runner game rather suddenly becomes a brutally difficult platformer that isn't too dissimilar to the notorious shitpost Kaizo platformer I Wanna Be the Guy, but also becomes a girl's struggle to come to terms with grief. But really, at its core, Hopbound is a rather effective and interesting platformer that expands on narrative themes that are generally right up my alley. As you progress through the game, you slowly learn information about the girl that you play as and her struggle to come to terms with the death of her boyfriend who passed in a car accident. She decides to log into this game world of Hopbound, and through that meets other people that are also logged in and discovers some potential truths that lead her down a rabbit hole of madness and horror. Rather quickly, you'll begin asking yourself questions like, is her boyfriend really dead? Is she even real? And what sinister intentions is this company that you see at points in the narrative actually hiding? What Hopbound does with its narrative is very interesting, and even though the presentation is clearly low budget with some very stilted scenes, its presentation of the horror that it's expressing is fun, interesting, and usually pretty engaging, even if it doesn't always work due to its aforementioned limitations. Hopbound's core gameplay loop is a brutally difficult platformer with all sorts of the cheap kills that you would expect in a game like I Wanna Be the Guy. You'll get caught off guard by either jumps or enemies that come out of nowhere and are almost inevitable first-time deaths for the player. And if this sounds frustrating, I think it's specifically worth noting that I think Hopbound is unfortunately a victim of its limitations, and I mean that very literally. See, I loved I Wanna Be the Guy. Did I ever finish it? Hell no. But I did get pretty far for someone who was around, 17 when the game initially came out, and despite all of its inevitable and mean game design decisions, with things jumping out of nowhere to instantly kill you, or fake outs that would end in a first-timer's inevitable death, I think that the game was still fun to play due to its controls being rather tight. Control in a game like this is literally what the game will ride or die on. And the feeling of playing a brutally difficult platformer is not one that I'm opposed to by any metric. I actually find a game like Jump King to be a relaxing experience. At least until I fall about 30 screens and have to start over. But that feeling of climbing, the act of failing a little bit at a time only to make marginal progress, is one that I think to be rather zen. I love that type of feel and intention from a game when its controls are tight and fluid. And Hopbound, unfortunately, is bound by its limitations of only being able to play the game on a keyboard. Using the arrow keys to move, Z to shoot a gun that your character occasionally has on their person, and space to jump is a motoristic nightmare when you're being expected to be frame perfect at any given second. With the cheap deaths that this game has abound, only to be punished by the occasional brutal checkpoint system makes Hopbound and all of its potential an unfortunately hellish experience, even if that type of emotional reaction was the intention by the designer.
So, Wanhan Prologue is a free prologue to Busan Sanai Games' Wanhan A Vengeful Spirit, which has another demo called Wanhan The Beginning that may provide a different slice of the game, but I haven't played it so I can't confirm. What confuses me is that when Wanhan Prologue boots up, the title screen says Wanhan A Vengeful Spirit, which is what I'd assumed the full game and demo to say, not the prologue. It seems like a bit of a mess, and I don't think they had a tight marketing strategy, but I'm here for the gameplay, not text, so let's move on. Now, while I am mostly playing the full versions of games for this video, I did want to try some releases that give a taste of the main experience just in case anyone wanted to avoid spoilers. I also thought a prologue to the main game would be interesting since we'll presumably get a feel for what the game can provide in terms of story and gameplay in a tighter, more focused fashion. If a demo would be a single level of a game, a prologue might provide more and would hopefully introduce its story and mechanics in a more engaging way, since it was made purely with the goal of leading players to the main game rather than existing as a small taste of it. In Wanhan's prologue, you play as a Korean girl who I guess has recently died, but strikes a deal with the Josung Saja, who I shamefully am more familiar with through K-pop Demon Hunters than anything else, so that she can briefly return to life to save her younger brother. He relents, and we return from the afterlife with the power to possess people. Wanhan plays from an isometric perspective, which gives you a zoomed out yet limited field of vision while sneaking around the map. There are guards patrolling the area, and your brother is located on the other side. The art style is simple enough, which helps to communicate important objects and people within the dark environment. This is especially important considering the camera is so far away from the action. You might be focusing on the yellow uniformed guards so much that you completely miss the horrific displays of violence scattered throughout the grounds. Corpses hang from trees, bodies wrapped and lined up behind houses. It's pretty grim. That's kind of as far as the horror goes though in this game, as the rest of the experience is much more concerned with strategy and stealth. You can possess the guards, who all carry rifles, and while possessed you can use them to take out other guards or themselves. However, suicide will take a chunk off the radial meter that indicates how long you can possess for. This meter can be filled by gathering purple orbs, but will be drained in several ways, through time spent in possession, taking damage, and also coming into contact with the glowing orange souls of the guards you've killed, who will hunt you down when they detect you. There's a lot to take in, really, and I found a lot of it wasn't very well communicated. I kept dying or getting kicked out of a host for unclear reasons. Maybe it's just that I'm dumb, but there's a lot happening on screen during combat moments, so some important information can get lost in the clutter. That being said, gameplay is enjoyable, and even though I kept dying, I never really got frustrated. I always came back with a different approach or tactic, and while most of them would result in near instant failure, the few occasions I got super close to succeeding were enough to pull me back in for another attempt. If this is indicative of the main game's experience, then I think I'd quite enjoy that, especially if the story has more depth than just retrieving your brother from captivity. Speaking of, upon returning to the entrance with brother in tow, you bid farewell to him and return to the afterlife. After which you're shown a montage of moments from the main game, exhibiting many more mechanics that I was excited to use. Wanhan Prologue is pretty short, ranging from just a couple of minutes if you're a tactical genius to over 20 if you have a potato for a brain, and provides an engaging and challenging, if a little shallow, experience. A Vengeful Spirit looks to have more mechanical and narrative depth, which is exactly what I found its prologue to lack, so I'm sure I'd enjoy the full game. Since this prologue was so short, there's not much more I can say, so on to the next game. Our next game is the 2024 remaster of the 2017 definitive edition of the 2011 game Misao by developer Sen. Misao opens with the choice of selecting the protagonist's gender. There are slight differences based on this choice, but the majority of the game plays the same. I went with the girl though, since women tend to have a higher survival rate in horror games. After this, Aki, or Akito if you chose the guy, receives a telepathic message from their classmate Misao, pleading to them to find her. As Aki gets ready for school, she reminisces about her classmate, who always seemed so quiet and reserved, but unfortunately Aki never got a chance to befriend her before she went missing 3 months ago. After class with Mr. Kurata, Aki chats with her friend Ayaka, the topic being Ayaka's infatuation with Kurata. The other group in the room jokingly discuss Misao's curse, but there are implications that they didn't treat her very well. Suddenly, the building starts to rumble and is plunged into darkness. Another plea for help reaches Aki's ears, and it's clear that the students have been caught up in a curse. Aki passes out, and when she comes to, a cowering Yoshino is the only one left in the room, the others having been scattered throughout the school. Outside the room you are taught about one of the game's more useful mechanics called Crimson Eyes, which highlights places and objects you've interacted with. Rooms are generally easy to distinguish as they often have signs outside, so what I used this feature for primarily was to find little miscreants hidden in the environment. These aren't super important as they only unlock avatars upon discovery, but it's a fun little mechanic that rewards exploration and curiosity. Upon hearing a shriek, you witness Toma and Saotome fleeing from some kind of evil entity. We too flee and find Kudo muttering to himself about finding Misao before leaving. The ghost of Misao then pushes Aki off a ledge into the shadows below, but we wake up in the student council room. Onigawara, the strange student council president, explains that we've indeed been transported to another world, one filled with all manner of evil monsters and tortured souls. A second character, Library, named after the place you can find her, enters to report the situation. These two are utility characters, with Library offering hints on what to do next and Onigawara allowing you to save your game. You also have the ability to quick save as often as you want via the control key. Trust me, you're not getting through a first playthrough without hitting this button constantly. You then set off to find 6 items belonging to Misao to dispel her curse. You're given free reign of the majority of the school, with some areas being locked behind puzzles. Each room feels distinct and memorable, which helps with navigation when you're working through various puzzles. I'm not exactly sure if it is, but the game feels fairly non-linear. You have the freedom to explore and will naturally come across puzzles as you go. Each player will find their own path through the school, which definitely makes it feel like you have more agency than in other puzzle games. You soon come across a tragic scene where Toma looks on helplessly as his girlfriend Saotome is cornered by a monster. He flees in cowardice and we're left scrambling for a way to save her. However, upon returning from the hall with a fire extinguisher, we find her already being devoured. With Saotome's death, a nearby computer powers on, displaying a love poem. We then get a vision of Misao's past in which she's publicly teased by Yoshino about her secret feelings for Toma. Surprisingly, Toma agrees to date her and they trade numbers. Later, Toma sends her a text saying he likes her and Misao replies with the poem seen earlier. This poem then ends up being posted on the school's bulletin board for everyone to see, which is understandably humiliating for Misao. While she initially suspects Yoshino of the deed, it turns out it was actually the seemingly innocent Saotome who posted it after Toma shared it with her. As the two get intimate in an empty classroom, Misao collapses to the floor outside under the weight of this sudden betrayal and heartbreak. As the vision ends, Saotome's soul is sent to a gravestone found outside the school. Inside the men's bathroom you find Toma, who has taken to locking himself in a cubicle to hide from the horrors outside it. As you attempt to leave with him, he's attacked and falls unconscious. Aki promises to get him treated and then he disappears, which confused me and had me assuming he'd just unceremoniously died, but his soul never went to the graveyard. It turns out Aki just kinda stuffs him in her pocket JRPG style and you can bring him to Library's bedroom to get some rest. When his injuries are successfully treated, he refuses to leave the comfort and safety of the bed, playing it off as casually as he can manage, which completely contradicts his earlier enthusiasm towards helping Aki with the curse, but hey, it doesn't surprise me. Toma's a loser. In the faculty room, we find Ayaka rifling through Kurata's desk, clearly making the most of the lack of staff members around. His top drawer is filled with love letters from students, and while it's not surprising that someone as handsome as he would receive these, it is concerning that he keeps them. By opening a nearby locker using a key Kurata seemingly dropped when you freed him from a locker upstairs, you acquire a broken phone, which is one of the 6 items needed to stop Misao's curse. We can then find Ayaka being comforted by her beloved in the infirmary. She's having a panic attack after apparently being assaulted by a monster. Kurata suggests retrieving a tranquilizer from his desk in order to calm her, which raises some serious red flags, but when we return empty-handed since the drawer was empty, we find Ayaka dead and Kurata wounded. It's unfortunate that during the brief window we were absent, a monster entered, attacked them both and left. Kurata urges us to continue our quest to quell the evil and gives us a wrapped package that he found containing 2 severed hands. Since they joined the broken phone, it's obvious that they used to belong to Misao. Apparently, she visited Kurata the day before she went missing, clearly distressed and in need of help, but he didn't have time to listen to her, something he regrets to this day, as had he, her fate might have been changed. Something to note is that Ayaka's soul doesn't join the others in the graveyard, as these are reserved for only those who wronged Misao. In the gymnasium you find Kudo, who's had his leg broken by a monster. He confesses that he and Misao used to be close childhood friends, but in middle school he distanced himself from her to prevent him from being teased for playing with a girl. When he saw she was being bullied, he couldn't bring himself to help her, and now that she's dead, he feels guilty. Misao appears before him, shining a spotlight on his supposed guilt. I feel like this spotlight, paired with his position on the stage and how dramatic he seems, is meant to indicate that he's putting on an act. From the start he came across as an overly zealous character who vows to save someone at any cost, but that just doesn't seem genuine. If he truly was so determined to save her, he wouldn't have ignored her in the first place. The only reason he's now pretending to do anything is because he is in danger. You watch on as Kudo is crushed from above by a loose piece of equipment and Misao bids him a cold farewell. Before Kudo's soul joins the other bullies, it retrieves a broken hair tie item that's been inaccessible to us. We then see another flashback where Yoshino confronts another student about something she thinks he posted online, most likely about her. Kudo enters and calls her off him, but when Yoshino switches targets to Misao, Kudo averts his gaze. Clearly he had the ability to stand up against his rougher classmates, but chose not to when Misao was involved. In the science lab we find Yoshino tied to an operating table by an insane chainsaw-wielding scientist. When you try to save her, he will return to the room, prompting you to hide to survive. The only way of doing this successfully is by cutting open a large toy bear with the scalpel you find and climbing inside. This will result in you being drenched from head to toe in blood for some possibly disturbing reason, but at least you're doing better than Yoshino, who is not only free from her constraints of the table, but also her physical body. We approach the mess that once was Yoshino and get another flashback. Misao has been cornered in the women's bathroom by 3 other girls, including Yoshino. They beat her, tear off her clothes, and then photograph her in her underwear. Yoshino's soul joins the others in the graveyard, but I think even that's too good of a place for her. On a doll in another room within the lab, we find Misao's dirty blazer, and at the end of an underground cave system we find her shoes. With these, all 6 items have been collected, but when we offer them up to the shrine outside, nothing happens. Onigawara explains that one more soul needs to be sacrificed, which would fill the final gravestone. Aki isn't allowed to sacrifice herself as Misao carried no resentment for her, so you're given the choice of whose soul to offer up, Toma's or Kurata's. Now, Toma would definitely be a solid choice, no doubt. He was as horrible to Misao as any of the other bullies, but I was too suspicious of Kurata to overlook him. What kind of teacher keeps love letters from their teenage students? What kind of teacher has a syringe of sedatives ready in their drawer for when they need it? What kind of guardian escapes with minor injuries when they're supposed to be protecting their student who is then brutally killed by a supposed monster? Yeah, I didn't trust him. So I chose to bash Kurata's skull in with the bat and offer his soul to Misao. Returning to the shrine, we complete the ritual and bear witness to by far the most traumatizing flashback. If there was ever a time to skip to the next review, it would be here. Yoshino once again has Misao cornered in the bathroom, but this time it's the men's. She taunts Misao with threats of spreading the photos unless she's a nice, obedient girl. As Yoshino leaves, she calls to a male student who enters, encouraging him to give her lots of love. The screen fades to black as he approaches the occupied stall, and when we next see Misao, she's distraught and begging for an end. Kurata then enters and brings her back to the faculty office to comfort her. He listens to her, which means he lied before when he said the opposite. As the conversation progresses, his predatory nature begins to emerge, making Misao uncomfortable. She rejects his advances, and at some point during the assault, he kills her. He then takes her back to the bathroom and cuts off her hands, the ones he claimed to have found earlier. The vision ends with him burying her on the school grounds, and Aki runs to her shallow grave. With Misao's body finally found, her spirit thanks Aki for her help before departing. Life goes on, and nobody really remembers the bullies who went missing, their existence having been erased from the memories of everyone they could have tormented. Onigawara and Library also disappear with nobody knowing who they are, but their case seems a bit different. Just as Aki assumes Misao has gone to a better place despite her body vanishing when the school returned to its normal state, Misao's ghost appears behind an unaware Toma, and with that, the game ends. Well, not really, because when you complete the game and achieve the normal ending, you'll unlock the Truth Story mode, which greatly expands the story. I chose not to play through it for this video because I felt like leaving something new for those who were interested in the game, but I definitely recommend playing the follow-up story. It's incredibly valuable to the narrative of not only Misao's curse, but also in understanding the connections, of which there are many, between this game and the developer's previous game, Mad Father. For example, Onigawara, Library, the Mad Scientist, and even Aki/Akito are all connected to Mad Father, and finding out how all these characters are related feels very rewarding. I was surprised by how much I enjoyed Misao. Going in, I assumed I wouldn't get much out of it, and this feeling really didn't go away for the first couple of hours. What had the most negative impact on my experience was the constant deaths and resetting of progress. Misao has a lot of untimely endings for its protagonist, most of which are completely unavoidable, so if you end up dying to a poisoned rose thorn or falling locker, your progress will revert to the previous save point. At first this really annoyed me, but I learned to quick save upon entering every room or completing tasks. This meant I never lost more than a few seconds of progress, provided I was diligent with my quick saves. With this, the unpredictable deaths that once drained my enthusiasm to continue playing were now lighthearted and creative experiments in death. What will happen if I push this locker? What will happen if I eat this food? Will I die? Almost certainly, but it's fine because I'm not losing anything anymore. In fact, the game includes a list of all the ways you can meet your demise, which encourages experimentation, and that's fun. Another aspect of the game I had conflicted feelings on was its puzzles. Possibly my favourite puzzle in the game is one that has you place lilies on 3 students' desks in order to appease their restless spirits on the roof. In addition to the touching nature, it's also more of a thinker than the others, requiring you to figure out how to grow the flowers from seeds and then make them the appropriate colour. There's a nice bit of location knowledge and logical deduction required to solve it, and while one step was maybe a bit too vague for my liking, the rest of the series of puzzles flowed smoothly from one to another. One issue I encountered on several occasions was that the solution the game required was a tad more obscure than what I'd thought up. For instance, in the aforementioned puzzle, in order to grow the flowers from seeds, some time needs to pass, which makes sense. I knew the game wouldn't ask me to wait several months for this to happen, so I assumed the trigger for them to change states was to progress through some other puzzles or to leave the room, as this had worked earlier with Ayaka changing locations. I think we can all agree that these methods could work, but no, the actual solution is to move the hands of the clock in the room to progress time, tricking the flowers. Maybe it's my fault for not inspecting the clock beforehand, as I would have seen that these can move and might have connected the dots, but this is fairly indicative of a lot of puzzle philosophy in Misao. Many times I had a fair idea of what a puzzle required of me, such as getting a drink from the vending machine to rehydrate Toma, but the method I think makes total sense, like smashing the vending machine's window with a baseball bat, which is clearly implied that it can and should be used to break things, isn't the intended method. I can't fault the game entirely because I did enjoy most of the puzzles and found it especially satisfying when entering a flow state, solving one after another like some 200 IQ anime protagonist, but I felt like I had to mention it because I did spend a solid hour scouring the school from roof to basement for ways to progress one of several puzzles I had on the go, which is a long time to spend frustrated when the game would have taken me only 2 hours to beat otherwise. The strongest part of Misao for me was its narrative. It's not difficult to write a story about bullying, really, but this game was so effective in its delivery that it made me more uncomfortable than I've been playing any other game ever. While the main story is fairly simple in construction, I found myself increasingly interested in the smaller details, which Misao executes amazingly. Whether it's the subtle word choices or facial expressions from characters, or things to be found throughout the environment, it really feels like the game has a lot for the player to dig their teeth into should they wish to. It's the type of game that has clearly been made with a lot of thought, and you're guaranteed to notice things on repeated playthroughs that you missed before. That's one of my favourite things in media, so I have to commend the developer for their efforts. Many of these details are also intriguing enough in the first playthrough to pull you straight into the truth story mode where they play a bigger part. All of them add depth and texture to the overall experience though. Misao ended up being one of my favourite games I've played for this video, completely blowing my expectations out of the water. It made me realise that I was wrong to avoid similar games like Mad Father, Ib or Aoi Oni, waving them off as such small indie games that they couldn't possibly provide the premium experience that a Resident Evil or Silent Hill could. I've now been cured of that stupidity, and I have Misao's rich substance and deep immersion to thank for that. Now onto our penultimate game for the video. Devotion is another Red Candle Games project released in 2019. If you haven't played it yourself, you may only be familiar with it through YouTube videos describing how you can't play it because it was removed from Steam. This is the case, and it all began when an art asset mocking China's president was found in-game. This led to a mass review bombing on Steam and the eventual developer apology and removal of the game. This controversial start to Devotion's life was unfortunate and the result of possibly only one irresponsible member of the Taiwanese dev team wanting to get one back on the government their country has complicated relations with. But enough about the drama, what of the game itself? Devotion opens with a living room scene viewed through the perspective of a family's father. As Feng Yu watches TV from behind a home-cooked meal, his wife, Li Fang, chats from the kitchen. She talks of neighborhood gossip and of their daughter, Mei Xin, who seems to have recently gone through some hard times but is doing better now under the guidance of the family's mentor. At the mention of Mei Xin's name, Feng Yu's vision destabilizes. As Li Fang repeatedly calls out questioning where their daughter is, Feng Yu raises trembling hands to his face and everything goes black. When he next opens his eyes, the scene has significantly darkened. He sits alone in an apartment devoid of the life and comforts seen previously. Few areas of the environment are even lit by the sporadic light sources. We're drawn to a red door with a rabbit symbol adorning it, which opens into a brighter version of the family home. Inside what should be the parents' bedroom, we find another long hall with the levitating red umbrella at its end. Approaching leads to the umbrella transforming into a high-heeled shoe, which falls into a puddle of blood, and also one of the very few jump scares in the game, which you can see in the footage got me pretty good. You return to the red door, which is now labelled 1980 and has the symbol of a monkey on it, indicating the zodiac year. Considering the last red door had a rabbit, that would mean that took place in 1987. The 1980 apartment is undecorated and mostly unfurnished save for the bare essentials. The couple have just moved in and have few belongings beside Feng Yu's award for screenwriting and Li Fang's posters from her glory days as an actress and singer. You also find the first of many pages of a screenplay tacked to the wall which describes a scene similar to what we can imagine occurred in the environment we stand in. This is either a meta way of recounting the year's events or an instance of Feng Yu drawing inspiration from his life for use in his scripts. Either way works and provides further insight into their lives as well as subtle hints on environmental puzzles. After exploring the apartment for a bit, Li Fang will surprise her husband with the gift of a lighter, which helps us navigate the darker areas a bit easier. We leave the apartment and proceed to the 1986 version, which is occupied by mannequins resembling the couple acting out different moments in their lives. I sense that these still scenes tell the story of growing troubles in the relationship, even if things seem pretty positive on the surface. By taking a doll version of Mei Xin from her mother's lap and placing her in her room, we can transform the environment as if progressing through time. A note you find describes a ceremony performed to decide the future of a child by having them pick between various objects that would lead towards different careers. This type of ceremony seems pretty ridiculous in modern times, but was taken very seriously back then. Since we now see a piano and art supplies in Mei Xin's room, it's clear she chose something that indicated she'd be best suited to something creative, which probably delighted her parents as they both worked in creative fields. Placing a ballerina figure atop a birthday cake, we hear Mei Xin wish to be a famous superstar just like her mother was. However, the taller of the two ballerina decorations begins to melt and warp as she blows out her candles. The TV then tunes to a brief clip of a talent show that quickly cuts out before any of the contestants are introduced. Exiting to the hall, we find the 1985 apartment. Here we find a doctor's note detailing Mei Xin's recent emergency trip to the hospital due to difficulty breathing. We need to wash our hands to enter her room since it's become a sort of sterile environment, but when we do, they become stained with blood in a vision. Inside is a sorrowful scene with the child surrounded by medical equipment, and pulling the syringes out of her body relaxes the environment to its natural state. We then learn that despite all these medical procedures and tests, they couldn't determine a physical cause for Mei Xin's shortness of breath, meaning it must be a psychological issue. Feng Yu rejects the idea that his child could be a loon and tells Li Fang that he has another way to treat her. Soon after, we can catch more of that talent show broadcast where we see Mei Xin beginning to perform before it's interrupted by a scene where Feng Yu is submerged in a bath of bloody water. You awaken in a foyer that connects each of the apartments we've visited and are tasked with completing bulletin boards at their entrances. The game opens up a bit here, allowing you to freely explore each to piece together different puzzles of which the solutions are spread throughout. This is my favourite chapter in the game, as the break from the linear, railroaded storytelling feels really refreshing. I also like how many of the puzzles are solved by utilising the passage of time. I began by returning to 1980 and found the apartment filled with extra chairs. This is soon after the couple moved in and it seems it was being celebrated. A game of mahjong is underway and a corner of the room is reserved for a ceremony where prayer offerings are laid out for a household guardian ceremony. In the bedroom we find the first signs that Li Fang, who gave up her successful career as an actress/singer to start a family, may not be so content in her role as a housewife. We also see how Mei Xin's desire to spend time with her father might have gotten in the way of his work, leading to violent, frustrated outbursts. It's not done on purpose. Mei Xin doesn't understand that he is under a lot of pressure to provide for his family, and writing isn't something you can just clock in and clock out for like a regular day job. It requires the right mindset, which is difficult to achieve when a child is pestering you for attention constantly. This seems to lead to his scripts getting repeatedly rejected by directors, which only exacerbates the growing issues. In 1985, the darkened apartment is being beaten from an outside storm, making the lighter a lot more useful. Mei Xin is already sick at this time, so she stays inside instead of going out to play with friends. We even witness an animatronic depiction of her daily life, which ends with her feeding all her medication to her father's beloved fish, which kills it. This was possibly done through childish ignorance, since she sees the arowana in a similar situation to her, being stuck in a confined space all the time, and wanted to help it using what she is told helps her. The TV in 1986 shows the judges' comments on Mei Xin's performance, and it's incredibly positive. She's clearly talented and is told she could go very far with her vocal skills. In addition to the fairy lights strung up throughout the rooms, there are a lot more religious decorations than previously. A shrine dedicated to a deity known as Sigu Guanyin greets people as they enter the apartment, and red-hued lanterns hang from the ceiling. After reading one of Mei Xin's diary entries at her desk, we see, from her perspective, her attempts to calm herself while her parents argue in the background. It seems clicking marbles together helps subdue her stress, but it's not enough to overcome the increasingly heated argument nearby. As the two parents shout at each other over their failing finances and lifestyle choices, their child passes out in the next room. Despite her apparently getting better due to Sigu Guanyin's divine aid, we see her breathing troubles still persist, the reason for them growing increasingly clearer. After collecting the last item we need to place in a wine pot in 1985, we exit to the foyer and find a small stage surrounded by chairs. A screaming Mei Xin briefly flicks into existence before sending the observing chairs hurtling against the outer walls. In 1986 you find a storybook which can be read to the Mei Xin doll. This is narrated by Feng Yu and recounts the journey of a young girl who sets out into the world to find a cure for her sick father. You actually gain control of Xia here and help her conquer several obstacles involving woodland animals. In an adorable turn, the story molds itself to Mei Xin's imaginative inputs, creating some very cute imagery. This moment is a really touching reprieve from the otherwise depressingly introspective gameplay, and you really get a sense for how much Mei Xin and her father love spending time together when everything isn't falling apart around them. The story ends with the father getting better and the two of them planting a field of beautiful yellow tulips in appreciation of the goddess who gave Xia the cure. On the last page you find an origami tulip, coloured and folded by Mei Xin. You then find yourself in the foyer again, and returning to 1986, the apartment is replaced by a long underground corridor lined with shelves and clay pots. While you traverse it, Mei Xin can be heard talking about her illness and how much trust her father has in his mentor, since she seemed to help Mei Xin the first time they visited her. In addition to the winding tunnel itself, you follow the terrifyingly long body of a striped snake, which resembles one read about in the Sigu Guanyin myth. At the end of both we see Mei Xin being pushed into the pool of snake and blood, both of which we then see amongst the shattered remains of the fermented wine pot when we snap out of the vision. By planting the origami tulip in a pot in 1980, when you return to 1985 you'll find the apartment replaced by a long corridor, this time decorated with flowers instead of snake corpses, which is preferable. As we make our way to the end, Mei Xin explains how the act of folding origami tulips helped to calm her, basically curing her mysterious breathing problems. On one occasion, Feng Yu realizes Mei Xin was using sheets of his rejected scripts for her tulips and feels conflicted. These were precious to him but weren't valued by the world, while now they're precious and valuable to his daughter. With one final return to 1980, we can unlock the closet which was locked by Mei Xin using the date code found at the bottom of her favorite picture. When Feng Yu enters, he has to crawl as a baby beneath swinging objects found in the birthday grab ceremony. This time, Mei Xin speaks of her discomfort when interacting with guests, and at the end is a stage with one solitary audience member. They sit in shadow and their expression is unreadable, but they do appear hostile. Mei Xin wishes that she could sing as well on stage as she does when she hides herself away in the closet, a secret stage with no judgmental audience to cause her stress. With this third insight into Mei Xin's mind, we acquire the final fragment of an ornament that hangs on a fourth door in the foyer. As we try to approach it though, we're thrust into a labyrinth with Li Fang chasing after us. While initially quite tense, as she never sounds too far behind you, this section did drag on far too long for my taste. Chase sequences like this can be hit or miss, and you never want the player to start thinking, okay, I get it, just end already. At the end of the maze you reach an elevator, which Li Fang will fail to reach on time. As she stumbles closer to you, her demonic visage fades away, leaving only a tired, desperate-looking woman reaching out for her husband. We then hear a radio broadcast as the lift moves between floors. On it, the host interviews Li Fang and they discuss her recent return to the entertainment industry. She breaks from the expected politeness to berate Feng Yu for his treatment of her and his mishandling of their family. How he spends so much money on mystical crap that fills their house, and how he drags Mei Xin to his mentor for every little problem. From her perspective, we see how off the rails Feng Yu went and how all the little fractures he created in the relationship eventually led to a devastating chasm that tore the family apart. We then see the moment Li Fang left the family behind to return to her career. She departs with a red umbrella raised above her head, just like the one we saw near the start of the game. Continuing on, we enter the previously locked door and finally catch a glimpse of Mei Xin's talent show performance that has been obfuscated every time so far. It's the same scene as the one from the start of the game. The house is bright and cheerful, but after witnessing Mei Xin watching from the gap in her door, everything flickers back to darkness. We then have a vision of Mei Xin's anxious experiences before Feng Yu rips apart her medical report, refusing to accept that her issues are psychological. The next section takes place in a meditative realm as Mentor Hugh guides Feng Yu through a desolate land filled with the tortured spirits of sinners in order to save Mei Xin's soul. This is the last-ditch attempt to save her from her mysterious illness and sees Feng Yu confront his inner self in order to find her. A notable moment during this is when he finds himself surrounded by a dozen or so masked Mei Xins, each begging him to let her go outside, but he banishes them by praying for their suffering to be eased. This, as well as many other moments, shows he truly didn't understand what Mei Xin wanted, seeing her desire to not be cooped up inside all the time as a sign of corruption. For now, Feng Yu needs to mutilate himself as offerings to Sigu Guanyin in exchange for the deity's help. Similar to the moment you need to manually drag the blade across Wei's throat in detention, you also need to manually scoop Feng Yu's eye out and rip out his tongue. The tongue removal part is particularly gruesome, and the sound effects and voice acting did really well to sell the moment. Once the ritual is complete, Feng Yu comes to inside the mentor's home. Here you find consultation recordings with previous clients that explores how none of them were really satisfied with the results of their guidance. Despite all the money they gave her and how much they chanted and offered to Sigu Guanyin, their children still failed their exams, their loved ones still died of cancer, their problems were never dealt with. Mentor Hugh was a fraud, preying upon desperate and sometimes gullible people while offering miracles that would apparently solve all their issues. The return to the family's apartment is accompanied by Mentor Hugh's instructions on how to cure Mei Xin once and for all. Feng Yu is told to bathe her in the snake wine for up to 7 days. Entering the bathroom, you find a trail of origami tulips stretching into a white void. Mei Xin reminisces about the time she enjoyed with her family before she got sick, and eventually, after passing through towers of storybooks and forests, you find her playing in a sandpit. The game ends with Mei Xin asking to return home with her father. Except that's not really the end, as a post-credits scene shows Feng Yu sitting alone in his darkened apartment, lit only by the static TV. There is no happy ending for Feng Yu. He didn't save his daughter's soul from damnation. In fact, the entire game is his delusional reliving of the last 7 years of his life, re-experiencing the ways in which he drove his wife away and misunderstood and neglected the needs of his daughter in favor of what he believed she needed. The main crux of the story is Feng Yu coming to terms with what he did to Mei Xin. She was never possessed. Her soul was never detached from her body. She never needed the help of a mythical deity. She just had an anxiety disorder that flared up when performing in front of large groups, whether it be in class, guest visits, or especially when performing on stage. She collapsed due to shortness of breath because those situations caused her to have panic attacks. So yeah, it wasn't a physical issue, but it also wasn't a spiritual issue as Feng Yu wanted to believe. Mental health issues were more taboo in the 80s, I guess, so something like social anxiety wouldn't be treated the way it would today. Feng Yu worried more about what this would mean for Mei Xin's future prospects and his own reputation than how he should best treat her condition. It's unfortunate that the first time he brought Mei Xin to see Mentor Hugh, her treatment seemed to work, because this convinced him that Sigu Guanyin was the cure for all her ailments. This eventually led to the worst conclusion. After months of keeping Mei Xin locked away for her well-being, he performed the snake wine bath ritual on her and in doing so caused her death. In that disgusting bath, she either drowned, died from exposure, or something else just as awful. Forced into a traumatic experience and locked away by the one person she had left in her life, all the while trying her best to go along with it because she loved her father, despite it all, and wanted to make him happy. Mei Xin lived for her parents. Their desires to see her succeed were her desires. Her one goal in life was to make them happy by becoming a famous superstar like her mother and taking care of them. The anxiety was the one thing that prevented this though. It's an incredibly tragic story and is told very effectively throughout. When the game begins, the mystery of what happened to Mei Xin pulls you through its many scenarios, and piecing the story together is extremely satisfying. I really didn't scratch the surface in the story recap, because if I delved as deep as I possibly could, I'd easily add another hour to this video's length. There is so much to explore in the family's dynamic and the individual relationships each member has with the others. Despite the non-linear storytelling, the trickling of information is done expertly. Finding out why Li Fang was no longer in the picture was incredibly interesting, especially as you see it from the perspectives of each family member. In fact, everything in this game is explored from each character's point of view, which gives us a better picture of the true events and deepens our understanding of the characters through how they perceive their biased recollection of what happened. It's so good. I even think there's enough left to enjoy despite me spoiling basically everything. It's such a rich narrative experience. Like Detention, Devotion touches on themes that I've rarely seen explored in games. Here we see the crushing weight that societal pressure can put on people. Li Fang, who was once famous as an actor and singer, gave up the spotlight to become a housewife. This was to be expected of women as it was considered the man's job to provide for the family and the woman's to take care of the home and children. While Li Fang certainly performed the role of housewife well, she yearned to return to her glory days. Posters from this time remain hung up on the wall, and Mei Xin often remarks that her mother enjoyed singing while doing housework. Yet, Li Fang must now be a housewife, something that is reinforced by letters from her mother. I think the turning point was when she saw that Feng Yu was no longer performing his familial role. As he turned further towards his religion and spent too much on offerings without earning enough from his scripts, she saw an opportunity to escape from her cage. I already spoke a good bit about the societal pressures affecting Mei Xin, but I think the most interesting application of it is the birthday grab ceremony. The idea of choosing a person's entire life direction at such a young age is kind of ridiculous, but it does make sense in a society that wants to maximize the efficiency of one's path to success. There's no time to dilly-dally and figure out what you want to do. You need to decide on your goal and work towards it as early as possible. This is especially important if the elderly generations rely on their children for support. Mei Xin may have displayed a talent for singing, but she certainly didn't have a talent for performing. However, she was locked into that path from the offset instead of being able to choose something else like drawing or sculpting, which she enjoyed without exposure to social situations. Feng Yu then has a lot going on. Traditionally, the husband is supposed to lead the family. With that responsibility comes a lot of pressure to do well and to be right. One may find themselves unknowingly making poor decisions under the stress of needing to do something that produces results. I believe this played a part in him bringing Mei Xin to the mentor and forgoing medical treatment in favor of ritualistic practices since the former wasn't successful. There was also the stigma of mental health issues, which Feng Yu refers to as being a lunatic, a blanket term that lacks the accuracy and sensitivity that should be applied to such a wide variety of issues. He worried that this might prevent Mei Xin from becoming successful, as such a scandal would wreak havoc on her quick rise to fame. Another aspect that isn't touched on much is the pressure he would have felt to provide for his family, knowing that his now housewife had the potential to earn more than him. His writing would need to be successful so he could prove that he can do just as much, if not more, to provide. He was, of course, not so fortunate, and the daughter that he was meant to take care of often got in the way of him doing so. An all-around shitty situation, really. There's a lot of depth to Devotion's story and characters, and the tragedy is told masterfully. It's also a very realistic story though, which I noticed after accurately predicting several plot developments throughout. The results of each storyline are logically laid out before it, and each step towards the end makes sense considering the characters making them. At no point did I question a character's actions because the narrative is so tightly written. It's for this reason that I really didn't mind, or even notice, the lack of horror elements in the game. There are spooky moments, sure, including a couple of effective jump scares, but the majority of the game is spent solving the fairly simple puzzles to unveil more of the gripping story. I didn't feel like the atmosphere was particularly oppressive or tense. It was more somber and reflective. The environmental design does more to remind the player of the family that was lost than how it was lost. Photos of happy memories are lovingly framed, awards and posters are displayed proudly, children's toys and drawings are found in every corner of the house. You feel the lives they lived through every facet of the game's design, which makes the discovery of its downfall all the more uncomfortable. Devotion really is a great game, and I'm impressed by Red Candle Games' ability to craft such different gaming experiences to such high quality each time. Nine Souls is the only one of theirs I haven't played, and even though it's quite the departure from their usual projects, I'm sure I'll find something to enjoy in it too. This game, however, was easily one of my favorites that I played for this video, and it's such a shame that it's not available on Steam. If you're interested in this game, I recommend purchasing a DRM-free version from the Red Candle Games' website and playing through it yourself. I promise there's enough left for you to experience yourself, and I'm sure you'll have a good time. And so we arrive at our final review for the video, and I thought it'd be fun to cover a game that has a connection to previous videos I've made. Jurig Escape is basically Indonesian developer Digital Happiness's prototype for Dreadout. Developed in 2010 and released in celebration of Dreadout's 10th anniversary, it serves as a reminder that all games, from the very greatest to the absolute worst, have small beginnings. The game wastes no time, which is probably a good thing since it's advertised as being only 15 minutes long, and thrusts you straight into the action. Not Linda, we'll call her, wakes up in an abandoned school with a loaded revolver in her hand. She initially casts it aside, but after a mischievous long-haired entity drops down behind her, she retrieves it. You then get free reign of the school grounds, although very few rooms are actually accessible. The goal is to escape by collecting 13 souls from defeated Pokong and offering them to an evil-looking door. Gameplay is surprisingly not bad despite appearances. Not Linda's movement works similar to tank controls, if a bit more flexible, but she can only turn her head and torso so much without turning around, which is a neat detail. It's a bit unfortunate that the raised gun and flashlight don't follow the aim of the reticle, as this can cause some awkward camera angles when fighting through interior areas. It also may have just made more sense to lock the direction she faces to where you're looking, because the current system makes it possible to jankily shoot behind her. Combat doesn't feel great, to be honest. The gunshots have no feedback when you score a hit on the hopping sleeping bags, which only serves to make combat more unsatisfying. What I did like about the combat though is that you need to land 4 out of 6 shots on the enemies to kill them. If you miss more than 2, then you'll have to reload and risk taking damage. This is cool as the Pokong's energetic movement makes them hard to hit, which is an issue not present in Dreadout with its less precise attack method. Even if you're terrible at the game and get hit, you'll find a few heals around the map, which will restore a single slice of your Trivial Pursuit health bar. The game only takes a few minutes if you know what you're doing, but it's to be expected from a project that wasn't really ever supposed to see the light of day. Juric Escape is a very simple prototype, but the bones of what would become Dreadout are clear to see. From Linda's design to the types of supernatural creatures you encounter, it feels very Dreadout. It's also interesting to see that the camera didn't always play such a huge part in the game. I'm glad they went with a more unique, or at least less explored direction, as gun combat is a bit of an antiquated concept these days, especially when fighting something unsuitable like immortal, ethereal entities. Overall, this was a fine experience and I really don't have any big complaints. If I were to detach it from my experience of its descendants, I think I'd still say it was an okay experience. Nothing special, but it's solid enough that you can see the potential the developers had. Playing Juric Escape with the context of the now fairly successful Dreadout franchise gives me hope that even the worst games I covered in this video might act as the foundation for something greater to be built upon. Some developers may be inexperienced or unskilled, but there's always the opportunity to improve. Who knows, maybe someday we'll see million-dollar franchises rise from Escape the Test or Rain Ruin. Wouldn't that be fucking horrifying? So I hope you enjoyed this mostly aimless exploration of indie horror games either developed in Asia or based on Asian culture. If I do something like this again, it'll probably be more focused and will definitely have a quality filter. Christ. I think East Asia has a lot to offer horror gaming, but if your only exposure is big budget popular releases, then you really won't find much outside of Japan. With indies, it's a lot easier to find stuff made in Korea, Indonesia, Taiwan, and so on, where the horror gaming industry is still growing. I hope I've showcased some of the potential this corner of the world has to offer, ignoring the terrible games I covered, at least. I encourage people to be more adventurous with indie games, although definitely screen what you play more than I did for this video. I only played the games I did because I didn't want to know what I was walking into, with the only criteria being that the games be discounted enough in sales for me to afford them. It makes much more sense to check review scores etc. before investing in an experience, and based on how many terrible games I wasted my money on for this video, I definitely encourage that. However, I found making this video to be a valuable experience. I think playing games of varying quality can help you understand what makes a good game good and a bad game bad. Like in life, the bad times help you appreciate the good times, and if all you ever experience are widely considered good games, then you'll eventually start to see flaws in them where there really aren't any. The reverse is also true, but I'm not masochistic enough to fill my Steam library with Shirame likes. I'd like to thank all the creators that were involved in this video. I really appreciate them putting their time into this project of mine. To be honest, a secret aim of mine was to use this video to showcase some creators I feel deserve more attention, and to also work with people who I've admired for years. You can find each of their YouTube channels in the description, and I recommend visiting all of them. Also, as a fun secret project, I actually recorded full playthroughs of all the games I covered in this video, which you can find in a playlist on my channel as well as in this video's description for convenience. There's over 33 hours of stuff to watch there, so go nuts. For anyone who likes more casual content or is interested to see many of my opinions in this video form in real time, I think these will more than satisfy. They were originally going to be exclusive to Patreon, but I've since shut that down, so please ignore any references to it in the first dozen or so. But anyway, that's all from me. Thanks for watching.